unbreakable sign. For Mordian and Satan, they raise he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one, their bravery shone. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's ornament, raise their pride. They raise the towers, fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to the Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream. A bug stream. Probably. A multi-stream. Oh my god. It's never been done in like 2025. I don't know if I've multi-streamed yet so far in 2025. I'm back on multi-stream, people. Twitch gang, rise up. YouTube gang, rise up. We are here. It's going to be a bit of a test because obviously if things go a bit squiffy, they might do, because it's the first time that the new PC has been pushed to this limit.
Kasikan squad ready for
Just
war.
saying. The new PC. So it may be that is the multi-stream. If it goes horribly wrong, sorry Twitch gang, but it's time for you to leave, sir. How are we all doing? How are we all doing, my little chickadees? It has been a big weekend. We have
Kasikan
got,
squad ready for war.
we have got lots of news from the Metairie front. Apparently, Bridgehead is broken. It's going around winning lots of events and doing lots of good stuff. So we can have a look at that. And also, I was at two tournaments.
11 barrels of hell.
Admittedly, none of them, neither one was a 40k tournament. I went to a bolt action one. And I went to an old world one, and I've got some incredible news from that. So it's actually, for once, the title is not false advertising, because I will be discussing Warhammer 40k and old world and bot action all in the same stream. It's never been done. It's never been done. Not officially. There we are. It's popping up with me! That's back! My face is back! No more petty streams! For a little bit anyway. No more petty stream till Thursday, probably. Man, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. If I seem a little low energy, it's just because I'm having a chill one today, boys. Having a proper chill one. I know I've been saying that a lot recently. Am I having a chill one? Giga Chads are back. Giga Chad's back? Question mark? I mean, I do have the weights. We could start Giga Chadding. I'm just saying. I'm having a chill one today because I was at two tournaments at the weekend, so pretty tired. But that means basically it's just because if I seem a little more relaxed, that's just because I'm taking it easy. That's it. That's it. So I'm gonna try. I'm still gonna try my. I'm still gonna try to keep you motherfuckers entertained. But there we go. But yeah, two tournaments. Wow, 6 games in one weekend. Normally I get. Tell you what though, little foreshadowing for what we're going to be talking about. Don't worry, roll call and everything will be happening in a minute, guys. Like I said, I'm not being too worried about the format today. I'm just riffing. I'm just riffing, you know. Keep it off the cuff. Keep it easy, light and breezy. Do you know what I mean? But what I want to say is it's interesting because normally I get to the end of a 40k GT, which is 5 games, and I feel shattered. And I've actually been thinking I should be taking like a week off. Not a week off. I should take a day off. Like I should just have Monday off if I go to a GT, like not stream or nothing, so that I can then be on peak performance for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for the rest of the week, right? But after being to 2 non-40k RTTs, so that is extra travel,
warp
an
overtaking
extra game.
me. It is a good
Having to
thing.
remember 2 different rule sets. Let me tell you, I don't feel as tired as after going to 40k GT.
Reporting for duty,
Definitely
sir.
something we can talk about there. You know, is 40k a bit intense at the moment? Is there a bit too much going on? Because I actually saw a video.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Totally off script already. I actually saw a video earlier today by Northern Exile, and he was like one of the reasons he's been away from 40k for a year is because he finds it too intense, like too much to remember. So something to throw out there, throw out there. That's why I think I love 40k RTTs, because I get the one day of playing and the one day of just wanking, watching TV and eating expensive German biscuits, you know. So there we are. Anyway, welcome. That's all we were talking about. Briefing is done. We are going to be talking about anything and everything, but I got a few topics to talk about. We'll get to them as and when they happen. So there we go. That's the vibe today. Bit of meta 40k, bit of meta other things as well. Is it triple meta today, actually? Because I'm going to be talking about bolt action tournament stuff and the meta and old world meta, and I'm going to be talking about 40k meta. Oh my god, is it a trifecta? Is it the mythical triple meta Monday? I know I say it's never been done sarcastically quite a lot, but I think it's never been done. I think it's never been done. I think that's a genuine never been done. So much room for activity. So much room for talk activities. So many topics of discussion. There we are. There we are. Anyway, shall we? The Metrius Monday. Exactly. It's the Metrius Monday. By the way, before we do roll call and everything, big shout out to Rat Bastard, who actually gave me a lift to the tournament on Sunday because Mrs. Mordian needed to borrow my car. So big shout out to him, and he was a good lad, and he picked me up and he took me home, and we had a good game at the tournament as well, which is kind of cool. So we'll get into all of that later on. Big shout out to Rat Bastard. He's a good lad and a good friend. There we go. All right, so shall we march ever onwards into the street? We didn't even crash. That's true. Big thing is chatting bollocks, but also meta shit. Now we have to do traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and of course, the worst people of all, Eldar players. Eldar bandwagoners. I'm saying that too sincerely. Tau players. Stand up every counter, guys. Let's find out who's in the stream tonight. Let's find out who's ready to rock out with their lasgun / STG-44 / chopper out. It's time for roll call, baby! Twitch gang, rise up. YouTube gang, rise up. Let's find out who is in the stream tonight. Let's find out who is ready to rock and cock. I refuse to be counted. Still a shot. Brilliant. Okay, we'll start. I haven't got my multi-stream chat set up 100% correctly today because I'm just seeing if it even works right now. So we'll start off with YouTube chat and then we'll go over to Twitch chat. So YouTube roll call, we have got that Rat Bastard, Swords for 37, Overtly British, Craig Mitch, Lord Sterling, Godlike Poet, Camper Guy 2017, Dakota Dane, Jarrock, Christian Steve Camp, Simpson the Fourth, Eli Conan, Sabian Wilson, Squidfist, Toshby Station, The People's Matt, Captain Relius, Joe Camel, Dixie Fiend, Lightly Cut G, Savaloy, Guardsman 05, Ripath, Marl the Knife, JP Greer. We have also got Shifts, Mechanica, Grimdot Future, Stephen Bonner, Mercy Harmless, Rev, Jason Wayland, Wink back at you. So, nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Say no more. We've got the history nerd, the people's mats. We've got Cool Jimmy Dude. We've got Ozroth, Rapture Later, Coldy, Someone Dave. We've got Gals Parks, Durungia, Aconidane, and Lem Crossview. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you mad, beautiful YouTube bastards. Thank you for being here. Also want to say a big welcome to Twitch gang. Over on Twitch, we have got Mark of Talabekland, Black Meowder, Mal the Knife, Princess Drusus, Bellamont, and that's it. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you to you guys over on Twitch. And thank you and welcome to you guys over on YouTube. Now, in addition to me saying a big thank you to all of you guys for joining, I also want to say a big thank you to all of you guys that have gone ahead and liked and subscribed and followed and all of that good stuff. So, if you haven't done any of that stuff, then do it. Because if you don't do it, then I am, you know what, I'm going aggressive today. I'm going aggressive. If you don't do it, I'm going to find you, and then I'm going to talk autistically at you for 3 hours about the Byzantine Empire and why I think it was better than the Roman Empire. Like, you think that sounds cool? After like an hour, it's going to start getting wearing. I thought I'd go for a completely off the people's Mac go on. No, if you guys do go ahead and like and subscribe and all that good stuff, it would be it's a snazzy. It is a snazzy uniforms. It is as well. It is. Don't threaten me with a good time. Oh my god. Unliking just for the lecture. Oh my god. Oh my days. All right. Then we'll play Kingdom Come 2. Bro, I want to. I do really want to, man. All right. But big thank you to those of you guys that do that, because obviously it's a big help for the channel. Do you know what's crazy though? If you're over on YouTube, feel free to dislike the stream. Like, honestly, I mean, I prefer it if you like it, but YouTube genuinely cannot tell the difference between a like and dislike. It actually means nothing. It actually, literally, all YouTube register is conspiracy theories, right? People are always talking about, like, you know, Google, conspiracy theories, all that kind of stuff. It only registers, like, interactions.
Squad ready for war.
It doesn't register the difference between a like and a dislike. That's why if a video gets disliked down into oblivion, it gets pushed out by the algorithm. Because Google knows that mega dislike videos are spicy, so it encourages the algorithm to push dislike videos as much as liked videos. So there you go. It literally can't tell the difference. It's not on purpose. I know, man. We are in the Matrix. We're in the Matrix right now. It's a simulation. Simulation. All right. Anyway, moving swiftly on. We've done roll call. We've said our thank yous. We've threatened people with liking, subscribing, and all of that good stuff. Now, let us take a moment to go ahead and say a big thank you to all those people that have got the stream.
Squad ready for war.
Coming up with super chats and member flexes and gifted memberships and all that amazing stuff. Let's take a moment to say our thank yous and to do some super chats and all that kind of good stuff. Saul Smith, but why does fucking YouTube not pop up on the stream in my home anymore once it's live? So it's something to do with OBS, I reckon. So this isn't a super chat, by the way. I said I'm going to super chats and I'm not doing. That's how much
Squad ready for
I am.
war.
And I just ignore the super chats. I'm not. I will get to you guys in a moment. So when I was using Streamlabs and I clicked go live, it sent the notifications out. When I use OBS and click go live, it doesn't do it. So it must be some way that I am going live, and it might be because I'm basically, I don't know if basically it's like I'm technically doing like an existing live stream, because what I do is I click go live and then select existing broadcast because I set it up on YouTube, and then I click go. So I don't know if it's that. It's definitely an OBS thing. over Streamlabs things, definitely. So that's probably something that I need to look into, and I just haven't had a chance to do it yet. But yeah, it definitely makes a big difference, though.
Kazakh squad ready
People
for
do respond to
war.
notifications and all that good stuff. Anyway, shall we get to the super chats of fucking hell? I told you I was taking it chill today, boys. I told you.
Kazakh squad
All right,
ready
I want to
for
start off
war.
with a huge thank you to. Let's have a look here. Make sure I'm not missing anyone out. A huge thank you to Mal the Knife.
Kazakh squad
Mal,
ready for
you
war.
absolute gentleman, you absolute Giga Chad. Thank you for your customary support. Thank you for your gift of membership. Oh, seven, you
Kazakh squad ready
magnificent
for
bastard.
war.
And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a dental scholar. Thank you for the gift of membership, bro. Incredible.
Kazakh squad
say,
ready for war.
A big thank you to Savaloy. Savaloy, thank you very much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part to keep us fresh stocked with new conscripts. 07, you magnificent bastard. We've also got I also want to say a big thank you to Swordsman87. Swordsman87, thank you for the big super chat. Thank you for the 10. My man! Thank you, bro. We will give them nothing, but wobbly screen. But take from them everything. Bar report with pictures in your email. Blood for the blood god. Have you been going around making guard players cry again? Let's have a look. Okay. You said it, Lord Commissar. You said it couldn't be done. You said Wildy is a plane and only play with Angron as a crutch. I did. I did say this. I'm not going to deny it. I stand by what I said until I'm proven wrong. I bring news from the trenches. They are littered with slaughtered guards. Damn your eyes. I have played Wildy versus guard and this particular opponent probably 6 times and have won maybe once, if ever, but always lost by probably 15 to 20 points with maybe 1 to 2 close games. The Chimera box with 10 infantry was a puzzle. He's a very good player and usually plays his top 3 RRTTs. He was running the new guard codex, combined arms. His list was Daunt DC, Exterminator Rust, Battle Cannon Rust, Executioner Rust, 3 Chimeras, 1 Fob with Bombast Cannons, 1 Basilisk, 1 Cajun Heavy Weapon Team with Mortars, 1 Catch and Heavy Weapon Team with Large Cannons, 20 Cajun Excel and Platoon Command Squad, 20 Cajun Ursula Green Platoon Command Squad, 3 times 10 Cadians, 1 times 10 Scions. His big takeaway for guards infantry ordering tanks with Queen of Voxcast for free makes Lord Solar even more obsolete. My list was Vessels of Wrath. I don't even... Bro. You ran Vessels of Wrath with like 1 billion 8 bound. Why? What? Of course you won. That's the Wrath. Lord Avocado, Foot Demon Prince, with the enhancement to go through walls. Card, Juggerlord, Jackals, Berserkers, 10, Berserkers 5, Rhino, 3 8 bound, 6 exalted, 6 exalted, Chaos Spawn, Predator. I am 2,010 points as my opponent forgot to bring a second Predator, and I swapped in regular 8 bound. They failed turn 1 charge and died. No Angon here. You know what? I don't think you know what? I don't think Angon is needed anymore. I don't. And I actually, even though it may sound like I am completely contradicting what I said earlier, I actually said that based on what I saw when in the Tyranid After Action report. So there you go. But yeah, I think World Eaters are actually better without Angon because you get so much more. And World Eaters having I think Angon has basically kind of hidden the fact that World Eaters can just be an incredibly well populated army and be a very large army. Yeah. The mission's taken hold, raise banner, tipping point, GW layout 1. Guard get first turn, all minutes are hidden, and guard draw no prisons to bring it down. Guard set up screws infantry, an indirect fail to get anything that thanks feel no pain. 4 jackals survive the shelling. World Eater turn 1, stage 6 assault 8 bound in the centre out of sight of ruins and shoot the captain rubber team and screen thin them down. The Juggerlord and 6 exalted 8 bound charge towards guard objective, the exalted killer chimera, and 10 cadence then pile into the next unit guard, home, ruin, and pass turn. The guard turn 2 infantry failed to fall back from Juggerlord but succeed versus the exalted 8 bound. Punish the Craven forces, the cowards, the desperate escape at -1. 12 guards and die running away. Opponent rolled like shit then. The Dawn DC fires and the exalted 8 bound killing 3. The left blood surge into the lone catching weapon model and turn off shooting into them. More guards shooting indirect kills 3 berserkers and kills 3 regular 8-bound. Well, it turned 2 the 6 8-bound and sent a charge to the guard home along with 3 exalted, kill everyone but Ursula. Creed and Basilisk, Demon Prince goes after Chimera but leaves it on 2 wounds. Guard turn 3, Creed fails to fall back from 6 exalted 8-bound with -1 to hit from smoke. The Exterminator leaves Predator on 1 wound. Guard attacks the opposite side of the board, kill the Demon Prince. Shots the Basilisk don't kill any of the exalted, but they blood surge and the Exterminator wound it. Opponents surrender after scored by turn 3 prime. You know that 6 is 8-bound, nothing between them and his tanks. And 3 exalted and the Jugglord were going to finish Exterminator keeps him objective. Can't Berserkers hadn't even gotten out of the runner yet. Victory of the average troop finest at last for Blood of the Blood God. Biggest time of the game. Next time bringing 18 exalted 8-bound. You a bad man. Let's get some pictures. Let's have a look at some pictures. So this is actually... Hang on, it's just figuring it out. Oh, shit, mate. 1 minute. It's doing it now. So, firstly, I want to say, congratulations on your victory. Genuinely. See, it sounds like you had a well thought out list. And sounds like you had, and that you had a good game plan, and that you executed it well. So that's the first thing I want to say. Secondly, let's look at some pictures. So this should work. So let's have a look here. End of guard turn 2. Yeah, he's just fucked. Just literally fucked. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's like, that situation is literally unsalvageable at that point. Yeah. Sounds crazy, but that's literally unsalvageable. His screens are just too close. So what this shows to me, and that's actually, I would actually say there's no fault on the guard player there. It's just, I would say it's just a lack of experience, because the problem is that if you've not played against like the Blood Surge World Eater's attachment before, it's really easy to get caught out by it, because everything can Blood Surge. So you're just like, oh yeah, I've got a good screen there, and then you shoot it once, and then just get a good surge move, and you're like, oh, now I can't shoot you. So yeah, it's really it's like it gets you the first couple of the first 2 or 3 times it gets you, and then you start learning how to handle it a bit better. But yeah, I mean, I probably would have fought it out, just because you never fucking know. But because you could have struggled with a bunch of secondaries and stuff. You got good early secondaries, he got bad early secondaries. But yeah, I think there's these tanks are just way too close to the front, and the infantry are just getting absolutely diddled. Yeah. It's tough game. But I tell you what I've noticed, man. And so Simon and I did a little after action report, and I'm telling you, I think we've all forgotten. Everyone's going about taking exterminators and dawns. Controversial hot take. I don't like them. I like tanks, and I think that your fire support should bring its own AP. And that I think that you need, I think that AP has to be 3, and I think you also need range. I think that the Dawn, you're spending 240 points. I think basically anytime you look at any guard vehicle, you look at the main weapon. And you're like, okay, what is the power of the main weapon? All of the accoutrement, all of the extra ship, don't even take it into account. Controversial take, I think that the Dawn is a 240 point D6 plus 3 shots, like AP2 gun. It's not a damage dealer. All of the AP is short ranged. All of the bad AP, all of the good AP is short ranged. All of the bad AP is long ranged. I'm just saying. And so you take an exterminator. To up the AP of the Dawn, and you're not even solving the main problem, because It might only fire 4 shots. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Hashtag Lehman Russ Gang. Hashtag Lehman Russ Gang. I think the Dawn, and I'm going to go a step further. I'm going to get even more controversial. I'm going to make even a hotter take. This is on the Vindaloo scale. I think Dawn Tank Commanders are overrated. Fully, unequivocally overrated. I'm not going to be taking them. I might try them out just for content purposes. But if I was building a serious list, I wouldn't take it. If I was building a serious list, I wouldn't take a Dawn Tank Commander. That's a spicy one. Spicy one. Yeah. Discussing this in the podcast. Good to have you here. I fear Rust Tank Commanders far more fire on death is so awful to have considered every time I shoot him. Exactly. Exactly. Do you want to know? I'm being deadly serious right now. I don't want anyone to underestimate the seriousness of what I'm about to say. I think this is only 50% a meme. I think 5 Vanquisher meta incoming. What's that? Cinco? Cinco Vank meta. I think that's the right word. The right number. There you go. I think 3 Vanquishers and 2 Tank Commanders. 1 with Grand Strat. That's the way to go. Plasma Sponsons. Las Cannons. Vanquisher Cannons. Hunter Killer Missiles. That's it. I'm telling you right now, guys, the most meta tank that you can take is the Ambassador's Choice. That is a Vanquisher Cannon, a Lance Cannon, 2 Plasma Cannons, a Stubber, and a Hunter Killer Missile. Because Dustin Polos, anyone who brings 5 Vanks to a tournament deserves to draw Green Tide. I hope I draw Green Tide. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because if I fire one Vanquisher into a 20-man blob of orcs, do you know how many Plasma Cannon shots Plasma Cannon alone? Do you know how many Plasma Cannon shots alone I get from that one Vanquisher? 12. Because I get 2 on the D3 on average, and I get +4 for blast. And I've got 2 Plasma Cannons that get that. I fucking hope I get Green Tide, motherfucker. I dare you. I dare BCP to pair me into it. I double dare it, motherfucker. Side note, I do think that 3 Vanks and 2 Tank Commanders executing Plasma Cannons is actually probably slightly better, but I just like Vanquisher Cannons so much. Because then the Plasma Cannon Tank Commanders are a lot scarier with the fire on death. So I actually think there's probably a case. I think there's a strong case to be made for that. 100%. Yeah, 100%. 100%. But yeah, I think 3 Vanks, 2 Plasma Commanders. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. So Stores and Smith, I think looking at your opponent's list, I think that there was a lot of, I think what we saw, and it's something that Simon and I have both experienced now, we saw theory meet reality, and reality won. I think there's a lot of theory being spouted about the Guard Codex right now. I'm seeing a lot of people online talking about Dawn this, talking about Exterminate that, and I'm fucking telling you, boys, what's changed? I'm asking you, what changed from Index to fucking Codex? What changed? Why are we suddenly taking those AP -1 weapons? Why are we taking those AP -2 weapons? When was AP -1, AP -2 ever good enough? When was it ever good enough, boys? Nothing. What did you learn after 18 months of the Index? You fucking learn if it ain't AP3, it can fuck off. That's what you learned, boys. That's what we all fucking learned. We learned go big or go home. We lived go big or go home. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. That's what we learned. The smoke and mirrors. We've been bamboozled. We've been bamboozled. And I am unboozling my bamble, and I'm telling you, AP3 or death. That's what I'm saying right now. That's AP3 or death. That's it. Eat top it up, baby. Sword Smith, yeah, 8 pounder cover with a 5 filler paint, so only if you die from a dawn. Exactly. Drew, so Dawn books a minute. Damn your eyes, Drew. Damn your eyes, sir. Anyway, moving on. I'm already half an hour behind on super chats. I'm going deep today, boys. I'm going fucking deep. I'm telling you, everyone is getting a fucking 20-minute quality answer. Every motherfucker in the room. Oh my god. Okay, where am I up to? Let's have a look here. By the way, I don't want Dawn Gang to despair. I actually do have a lot of good thoughts about the Dawn. I'm more memeing than anything else, but I want to come back. I want to come back to the Dawn. Okay. So I want to say next big thank you to Lord Castellan. Lord Castellan, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. So I think I found an effective mechanized assault list. It made a marine opponent concede on turn 2. The Valk actually worked. List in Discord. Let's have a look then. Let's have a look. So you went Creed, Castellan, Rust Commander, Dawn Commander, 10 Cadian Shock, 10 Cadian Shock, 10 Cadian Shock, 10 Krieg, 10 Krieg. Siege Cannon, Battle Tank, Exterminator, Valkyrie, Chimera. Okay. But there's like nothing here that would make this list not better in... I mean, let me make something clear. It's a good list. Even with the Valkyrie, I like it. I just see nothing here that wouldn't be better in a combined arms, bro. I mean, you have got precisely, just put it into context, you've got precisely 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have 5 units, Bennett. 5 fucking units. You've got, what, 60, 130, 260. You've got 325 points of your army benefiting from your detachment rule. Like what? Like what? It's madness, I say. Madness. Like, you got like 50 infantry benefiting from the detachment rule. That's it. It's 325 points. Yeah. Think about it. Take this exact same list and put it in combined arms. I want to make something abundantly clear. I think it's a good list. I like the list. I love the list. I wouldn't change a fucking single thing about that list. I'm just saying, I think that it would be way better in combined arms. Or siege. I have a need to siege. So yeah, I think it's a... Don't get me wrong, I ain't lambasting fucking list. I ain't lambasting the fucking list. I think it's a great list. I think it's a great combined arms list. Like I said, I go less on transports if we combine arms. No. Don't do that. Got another hot take for you boys. Another hot take based on more experience of the Guard Codex. I'm telling you right now, combined arms is a mechanized attachment. You do not want to be running. You don't want to be running infantry in combined arms. Hot take. You know why? Do you know why? Because your infantry die like piss. I'm telling you now, boys. Guard players are going to learn the fucking hard way. You're going to learn the fucking hard way. 20 infantry on objective. It's going to last It's going to last less time than I do in bed. F in the chat for Mr. Mordian. I'm telling you right now. Hashtag mech up has never been more prevalent. Never been more prevalent. The only time you want to be taking mass guard infantry, recon. And you know what? Recon, best attachment in the codex. Can't change my mind. Can't change it. You know what? You can handle assault armies, no problemo. Also, turns out that we're now on an elite infantry meta. Look at Mr. 1 million 8 bound over here. Salton Smith. 1 million 8 bound. Like, okay. Well, you know what gets, you know what? I'm just gonna fucking I'm just gonna have layers and layers of screening. I'm gonna have a few layers of screening, and then I'm gonna have some counter punches just like Rough Riders. There you go. Source to 87. Mr. 1 million 8 pound. I'm telling you, boys. Your infantry dies like piss. Won't ever not the case. So infantry duh. Here's the thing, Cruise 76. Here's the thing, Cruise 76. At what point does infantry become the less efficient choice? Let me hit you with some fucking mathematics. Some fucking mathematics, bro. Chimera plus infantry squad inside. 150 points. 20-man blob with with a 5-man command squad. Minimum. Which you need that command squad. If you want to have a hope in hell of surviving one enemy turn, you need that command squad. 185 to 195 points. You tell me. If both choices are equal in capability, and even if you argue both choices are capable, are equal in durability and capability, if let's say they're just equals, why would I take the more expensive one? There you go. I'm just saying. Met guard, great. Infantry guard, great. But never should the two mix in a combined arms attachment. Not never. I'm exaggerating significantly for comedic effect. There you go. So Lord Castellan, I love the list, bro. But slap that on the ass. Bang it in the back of a combined arms attachment. And have a good time. That's what I'm saying. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Ripath. Ripath, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. So, requested Kriegsmas leaderboards. I desire my team win most infantry. I haven't checked the Kriegsmas leaderboards in forever, man. Shit, bro. I've just been working away in the fucking mines of Moria, painting up 1 billion goblins. Give me a fucking second, bro. Give me a fucking second. By the Kriegsmas extension, it's official. I'm going to sort an announcement out for it tomorrow. I will commit to it tomorrow. My drive. My wife. Let's have a look. Where the fuck is it? I don't even know where it is anymore. That's not it. Oh dear. I've lost it again. I shouldn't have lost it again. I'm going to search. Kriegsmas 3. There we go. That'll do. I haven't checked it since January 30th. That's not so bad. Mathematics. DMAP, because I built these guys. But DMAP, by the way, I am joking. And absolutely, guard infantry is still very, 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 very important. Still very, very, very important. I'm exaggerating for comedic effect, re-mechanized stuff, and I was kind of mostly speaking specifically to Lord Castellan. I think 120 infantry is now the minimum. If you're going for a hybrid guard infantry and you don't want to have lots of chimeras, you need 100 infantry minimum, 120 infantry recommended. If you do that, then you will actually be totally and utterly fine. So there you go. Like I said, it was more of an exaggeration than anything else. And I can go deeper onto some points. So the leaderboard's not been completed yet. Apparently the heretics. Apparently there's a bit of a... What's going on? What's going on here, Avenger? My God. Right. There's a bit of dodgy code in this sheet. 1 minute. C5 plus E5. Oh. Plus... Okay. The Penal Legion. It seems to be all up to date. This seems fucked. What the hell is this? I'm just going to delete that. Apparently, Krieg is winning. There you go. I'll see if I can sort it now. Sort. Wouldn't it? That doesn't help. I want to sort it by... That's kind of fucking weird. Okay, it's a little fucked. So it goes Mordian team. So in reverse order from bottom to top, it goes Mordian, Talan, Destroyer, Legion, Helens, Stormtroopers, GSC, Heretics, Steel Legion, Catachan, Cadian, Krieg, and then the Penal Legion are currently. Sorry, it goes Catachan, Penal Legion, Cadian, Krieg. Oh, hang on. We've got a fucking idiot in the stream. It almost made me say something I didn't mean to say. Jesus Christ. Give me a second here, boys. God, why is it being annoying? I'm so tired today. Go. Let's just fucking remove that guy. 3. There we are. All right. Where are we up to? So yeah, that's where we are with Kriegsmas. So Ripath. I don't know if your team is winning most infantry. We've not added that bit up yet. Good. Good of you. Just doing got demonetized. I was just like really tired. I was gonna say remedial. Sorry, I grew up in the 90s. You gotta give me a chance. Okay, I grew up in the 90s. Oh my God. All right, let's have a look here. Next, we'll say a big thank you to Dixie Fiend. Dixie Fiend, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Assembly has got a penal battalion dudes right now. 07. Hey, Dixie Fiend. Thank you so much, man, for the support. Thank you for the super chat, and good luck with your squad of Penal Legion dudes. Amazing. Also say a big thank you to RTRT. Thank the 9-month member flex. Yes, 9 months, man. Thank you for supporting the channel for a long time, and yeah, thank you for being a good lad. And RT, don't get too aggressive with us, Mordian Sama. Oh. I can't help it. I'm just feeling it. That's my aggressive face. It's also the same as my cum face. Can you imagine? Fucking hell. Oh. the complete opposite. I'm just like,
Reporting for duty, sir.
I'm done. Moving swiftly on. I want to say a big thank you to Dean. Dean, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the 7 months, baby. 7 months of support, bro. Check stream chat, totally loyalist. And totally loyalists. Let's have a
Let me
look,
breach his name.
a fellow stoic. Jeez. I don't do it for myself. I do it because it is what must be done. All right, let's have a look, Dean, at what's going on in stream chat here. Let's have a look. Hey, yeah, these guys look totally loyalist. Jesus, man. Let's have a look.
Cassican squad ready for war.
There we go. I'm getting a distinct Helgast feeling from them. Cool as fuck, though.
I feel the warp overtaking me. It is a good pain.
Very, very cool. I love the green.
Reporting for duty,
I
sir.
have a need for green. I'm mean and green. I love green now. By the way, I am an orc player at heart now, so I love
Let
the
me
green.
breach his name.
Grimdark AF. I love it. I like the medic symbol. I'm also 90% convinced these are definitely for your traitor guard army. Nice. Holy shit, man. Very grim, very dark, very, very, very well painted. Frankly, bloody well painted. Excellent, man. Love it. Love it. Nice. Thank you for support, Dean, and thank you for those pictures in. A treat for the eyes. A treat for the eyes, as always, mate. You're absolutely fantastic painter. Treat for the eyes, as always. So we head over to the abused Twitch gang and see what's going on over there. So I want to say a big thank you to Mark Talbotland, Deastal, Mark Talbotland. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for the Prime sub, mate. Thank you for doing your part, and thank you for being part of the Twitch Penal Legion. Yes. Amazing. Also say a big thank you to Black Meowder. Black Meowder, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yay, back on Twitch. Got a bit more Steel Legion tanks done over the weekend. Posting in stream discussion. Let's take a look, Black Meowder. Let's take a look, man. There he is. Steel Legion progress from the weekend. Made good progress. About. Bro, there's made good progress, and then there's, oh, I don't know, painted an entire fucking tank company. You absolute mad bastard. I love it.
Reporting for duty,
Oh,
sir.
no, yeah, just casually just gonna paint an entire fucking 2,000 point tank company in like one go, you know. No biggie, guys. Look at this guy. Humble brag. Love it. Yeah, I do love it, man. Holy shit. It's a beautiful 3D printed rest if I ever saw one. And I ain't despising 3D printing. I love 3D printing. Nice. Hey, I like heavy bolter dude sticking at the top. I really like that. That's cool. I like the Mars Alpha pattern Dawn. Right? Is it a Dawn? Yeah. The Mars Alpha pattern Dawn. Holy shit, man. That's great. That's so sick. Anvil. Nice. Yeah, that's so good, man. Hi. I love it. Excellent work, man. And seriously, I know I was being a bit silly before, but very, very impressive progress. Very impressive indeed. Okay. I also want to say a big thank you to Princess Drusus. Princess Drusus, thank you for the sub, baby. 7 months. 7 months Twitch sub. Incredible. Thank you for the support. 07, glory to the Penal Legion. Still high temp to collect guard this year, given the new codex. Do it. New guard codex is flavorful and fun with just enough power to make every game exciting. Excellent, man. Excellent. Prince Drusus, 07, and hopefully you'll join the guard. Palamon, thank you for the Prime sub. Yes. Thank you for the Prime sub, the Supreme sub. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. And I also want to say a big thank you to Esteban. Esteban, thank you for the 6 months of Prime subscription. You absolute Giga Chad. Yes. Bizordian Glory. I am Bizordian Glory. It's all about Byzantine. It's all about Byzantine. Byzantine lasted longer. And I have a great respect for the person who's going to last the longest. There you are. Thank you so much, man. And then we have got JCD610. Thank you for the Prime sub, my man. Thank you for the Prime sub, bro. Thank you. And thank you for the first time chat. Hey, Mordian, hello from Oklahoma. Saw us live on YouTube and came over here so I could say as a new player, I have a big problem with you. You make everything Ash for the time sound amazing. I can't choose what to buy. Buy it all. And use my affiliate link.
Backbone of the guard, ready to
The
serve.
mouth cannon slip, boys. It's fully up. Okay. Give a serious answer now. I'm not normally... Okay, I am normally this silly, but I'm not normally this erratic. Oh, man. So, it can be very overwhelming knowing what to buy for the guard because we're quite a venerable faction. Been around a long time. Been around the block. So, got a sticky up here. Look at that. Woo! Anyway, moving on. And so there's so many good things. There's so many good things to choose, right? So many good things to choose, and it can be difficult to know what to choose. So I would always say, focus on your bread and butter units first. Basic infantry, whether it's Kree, Kaiser, Catchans, whichever you prefer. Don't worry about which one's best. They're all good enough. Okay, just go for the ones that you prefer. So get yourself a solid 2 or not all at once. Pace yourself because guard it's a big faction. You're gonna need a lot of models. You're gonna want to spread those costs out. So I would say you want to go for a solid like platoon or 6 of infantry. So that's like 20-man blobs. I know that sounds the same, but you're gonna want 120 infantry at some point, probably by the end of a year or two, honestly. And then you want so focus on your infantry. Your infantry corps. The infantry corps. Every day in the corps. Every day on the farm. Every meal a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the corps. So get yourself a corps. Get yourself a good infantry corps. Don't that be the only thing you focus on. But you want to aim for a good 120 infantry over the fullness of time. And then you want to get 4 or 5 tanks. And those tanks, they want to be Lehman Russes or Rogel Dons. Don't worry about Hellhounds. You'll get them eventually, but don't worry about them for now. Just bread and butter, MBTs, main battle tanks. 4 or 5 of them. Then you want a couple of artillery. And it literally doesn't matter what infantry what artillery you go for. A couple of field orders batteries, fine. A couple of siege guns, fine. A couple of basilisks, fine. Okay, the only one I wouldn't recommend is the Wyvern, but otherwise, literally, fine. Because the artillery, 2 or 3 mortar squads, fine. All right, just a couple of artillery things, a couple of units that can just fire indirect. Then you want 5 or 10 scions, boom. If you got all of that together over the course of 18 months, 6 to 18 months, I'd say, depending on financial and hobby time allowing, you would have well over 2,000 points. You had like 2,500 points. And you would have a foundation for an army that would always be good. Always. Because I've been playing this game competitively for 15 years. 15 fucking years, boys, since I was 18. No. 14 years. Math is hard. And I'm telling you. Infantry corps, tank corps, bit of indirect, bit of secondary game has always been good. Not always been OP. Not always been winning and probably not always win every game, but it's always been good enough to win a game here and there, to lose a game here and there, to get good with, to practice with, to fall in love with. That's it. That's it. That's it. So, just that's my advice for anyone who's not sure what to buy. Don't worry. Honestly, don't even worry about when it comes to but what Lemus variant. Just whatever you want. Honestly, which one do you think looks coolest? Because, but you know, it changes constantly. Like which one's good, which one's bad. Just whichever one you fucking want. It's fine because if you end up with because most of us come with 2 turrets from GW anyway now. So like stick a Demolisher and a Vanquisher cannon on each turret, and you're probably covered. Do you know what I mean? As mad as it sounds, because Vanquisher can be a battle cannon as well if it needs to be. It looks basically the same. So yeah. So yeah, there you go. So there we go. JCD. Hope that helps. I also want to say a big thank you to Spriggs. Spriggs, thank you very much for the 9-month sub. Thank you for the 9-month sub, mate. Holy shit, Twitch works again. We finally went out solitary. You've been out solitary for now. I am gonna see if the Twitch thing it works basically. Basically, if it works, because I don't want it. This is the first time with the new PC, so fingers crossed, right? But yes, we're back on Twitch at least for now. All right, who have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Crucible76. Crucible76, thank you very much for the 31-month member flex. Double one. X-Force. This is some sort of cross, like Templar cross. Ugh, no. X-Force, baby. Double X-Force. Double X-Force. There you go. This is single X-Force. Double X-Force. Double X-Force, baby! Yes. Amazing. Thank you so much for supporting the channel for 2.5 years. You mad, beautiful son of a bitch. I love you. Made rules. GW don't have the balls. Catchan chat. I'm going to be honest with Group 76. Unless I am having an aneurysm, that sentence doesn't make sense. Made rules. GW don't have the balls to catch. Oh, you have made rules that GW don't have the balls to in the Catachan chat. Okay, it's the character limitation, isn't it, on the old member flex? I think member flex have like 100, 200 characters. Goddamn, being stingy with the characters. YouTube is. It's crazy. Okay, so it's in the Catachan chat. You say, all right. I'll take a deco. Let's have a look. Would you fuck me? I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard. This one's the real copium. Doesn't even have legends rules, so I made my own. Oh, okay, I see. Howdy, good to have you. Well, not feeling well, unable to do much outside. Sit and stare at my computer screen for way too long to put this together. I could spend even longer making it look real, but CBF. Anyway, here's my take on a hypothetical Catachan refresh. Okay. So, every 10 models, one jungle fire can have flame and grenade launch particle plasma gun. For every 10 models, one jungle fire can have a heavy flamer. That's kind of cool. So you get like melter heavy flamer guy squads. That's cool. For every 10 models, this unit, 4 jungle fighters can have their las gun replaced with a las pistol machete. Cool as fuck. For every 10 models in this unit, one jungle fighter equipped with the las can be equipped with a voxcaster. Smoke grenades. Any number can have the last pistol. Any number of jungle fighter sergeants can have the last with bolt pistol. Chainsaw power sword. Man with a shotgun with man stopper rounds and 1 close combat. That's cool. So shotgun with man stopper rounds is 18-inch range, strength 5, AP mass 1, damage 2. Just 1 heavy bolter shot. Love it. Love it. I wonder what the machete does, man. 2 attack, strength, faith -1. I like that. I like it. Yeah, smoke grenade. I like it. I wish that was the real data sheet, man. I wish that's the real data sheet. You made the machete strength 3. Yeah, I think making the machete strength 3 makes sense because they've already got the +1 to wound. This was the real copium. God. My boy. My beautiful boy. Strength 8, as it should be. As the founding fathers intended.
I feel the warp overtaking me. It is a good pain.
Bale Eye. That's cool. I would have Bale Eye as a shooting attack, and then I'd have Bale Eye as a melee weapon as well, which is an extra attack, not a pistol. So that he can zap someone from far away with it, but then in combat, he gets it in addition to the Power Claw. Basically make it the same, exact same profile, but just in melee. And then don't make it a pistol. That's what I would do. I think that would be cool. Iron Will, when he's destroyed, but on a 4+ he gets back up. Nice. Dude, give him 4 wounds when he gets back up. Don't fuck about. If a goddamn aberrant can get it with 4 wounds, Yarrick can get it with 4 wounds. In fact, he gets it with more wounds. He gets it with 5. Each time you kill him, on a 4, he gets it with 4 wounds and an extra wound. Okay, not the last bit, but 4 wounds. Power Field, subtract 1 to wound. Like it. I'd give him that, and if he's got an invulnerable save, great. Here is a Hades Hive. Go absolutely bonkers with against orcs. And then, yeah, do Battle Shock. And he can do 2 orders. Yep. 2 regiment units. Yep. Yep. I love it. I love it. Do you know what, man? I'm now sad.
The warp overtaking me. It is a good pain.
I'm now mad he doesn't have that. Data sheet. I'm now very mad that both those data sheets don't exist. Right, GW. CR Smith. Golden Slide Marvo, Grey and Yarrick. Get out. Yarrick is gone, man. There can be no peace in the world until Yarrick is returned. Dick's out for Yarrick. I want to say a big thank you next to Willario, my boy! Willario, thank you very much, good sir, kind sir, for the 5 gift emotions, baby! Yes! Another 5 members of Willario's Wildcats successfully dropped down a bug hole on Clendathu. They'll clear it out. Don't worry about the screams. Willario 70 magnificent bastard. Thank you for support. Thank you for patience. And thank you as always for doing your part. We've also got De Krampus. De Krampus, thank you for the super chat, my man. Hobby update and meme list and stream discussion. Well, I suppose we should take a look then, shouldn't we? Be rude not to. 1 minute. There we go. De Krampus. Hey. So. Bosh. Hobby update and a meme list. Hammer of the Emperor. You weren't kidding. It is a meme list. 3 Royal Dawn Commanders, 2 Royal Dawns, Vanquisher Hellhound, and Canis Rex. Brilliant. I mean, it will definitely ruin someone's first RTT. Someone's going to turn up with 2 halves of, even in this late stage of the meta, with 2 halves of the Leviathan box smashed together, and you are going to absolutely fist them. And it's going to be the only win you get. But it's going to be a hell of a win. Oh, man. Ducram is absolutely memeless. I love it. Let's look at the more serious part, which is your bloody fantastic paint job. Holy shit, man. I really like that, bro. I really like that. It's gritty. It's grungy. It's guard as fuck. It's 3 printed, and I love that. Bosh. I love it. The fact there's Bosch on the side is great. It's the best bit. Honestly, that's actually a really impressive paint job, though, man. It's way better than anything I could paint. Really like the blue. the red there. I like the way you've done the blue there. And just overall, just the whole thing, it's just dripping. It's just dripping guard, mate. Yeah, the rust effect is absolutely stellar. Totally agree. And the weathering is just the right amount of mud as well. Very well judged. So honestly, mate, excellent work. I ain't just wanking you off. That's a really nice tank. I like it. I like it a lot. We've also got D-Mac. D-Mac, thank you for the 7-month member flex. You absolute mega boss. I've attached 2 wrists to weapons this week. No big deal. Hey, if that's the new Death Riders, that is a big deal because those models are really difficult to fake. Fake build. I hate them. I hate them so much. There we go. I've attached 2 wrist weapons this week. Dude, nice. Hey, if they're real wrists and real weapons, I'm just saying, that is actually a big deal. Dude, like, thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the modest yet important hobby update. I want to say a big thank you to JP Greer. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Went to my first proper GT this past weekend. Definitely getting the tournament bug. Report in community bat rep. Beachhead was a blast. Let's have a look. Community battle report. So this weekend I went to my first ever GT, Beachhead. It was awesome. I went for fun and my list is mostly stuff I'll likely never use again. Tank commands with demos, Deathcore Marshals, a unit of 3 armor sentinels. And I only went and won 2 and lost 3. That's great! That's incredible, man. Before signing that, I was way too knackered for a 6th game. Yeah, fuck. I hate 6-game GTs. I don't care if it's the only way to find out who's the real winner of the Toy Soldiers, man. I hate that shit. Yeah. I need to get my ass home to relax. First game went to Death Guard. Lovely Jersey player. My dice secondaries were abysmal. Still 51.87. Second game was into a mate Sean's sisters. 68 something or other. Third game 78 to you. Nice. 39 to another lovely player's Renegade Raiders. Then on to a great lad from a relatively close by. I recognise from past metal gigs. Also Care Space Marines Pat Bound. 6764. Seems you're good at killing chaos. I like that. And finally into the horror show of Dog Spam. Great opponent, fun to play, as both our respective dice super swingy, though yet again, secondaries were a major issue with so many dogs on the field. Ended 1918 pictures of the horror. Well, like War Dog Spam, yeah, it is a nightmare. Overall, I was really happy with showing with a bit of a silly list, and my 3 tank commanders, one was standout hero of the weekend. Of no surprise, it was the one with the officer out the top waving his saber, killing everything he looked at, while the other 2 whiffed hard for the most part. But loads of absolutely lovely people player-wise, and I'll definitely be looking to do more GTs and RTTs in the future. Let's take a look at the pictures, man, and then let's have a little discussion. Hey, that's the War Dog Spam. That's incredible. That is proper fucking like cosmic horror shit. Like babies with eyes in their stomachs and guns and swords for hands. What the actual fuck is this? That is fucking disgusting. That is insanely disturbing. I'd love to play against that, man. That is proper horrifying. Proper fucked up. I am uncomfortable, yeah. It's an entire army of weird, demonic, cybernetic, literally baby knights. They're literally baby knights. Fucking hell. Clever idea, though, because everyone calls them baby knights, so he's made baby knights. That's mad.
Kazakh squad ready for war.
Ooh, got a double. I don't know why I said it twice. Going over the tournament bug thing. Yeah, man, I love playing tournaments. I love tournaments for just the social aspect of it, and definitely something that I would say definitely something that I've come to appreciate in the last few years. I don't really worry about winning games anymore. Like, I tend to, because of a lot of the lists that I build, I tend to find that basically 40k feels so matchup dependent these days. It's so match dependent. Oh, Garden to World Eaters, I'm probably going to lose this one. It's just not a good matchup for me. Guard into Marines, 50-50, I win that one. Guard into Eldar, pre-Codex, obviously we don't know the situation there yet. Probably going to win that one. It's so match dependent that it's like, yeah, I'll probably win this match, probably won't. So, for me, the main part of going to tournaments now is the social aspect. Because I work quite a lot, I don't get out of the house as much as I should. I've become a little bit of a hermit, a little bit of a recluse. So going out and actually interacting with real human beings and inflicting my presence upon them is actually kind of needed to stop me from becoming completely like withdrawn and completely, disconnected from society. And also it's nice for me to meet people, make new friends, and I am a bit of a social person, so I need that. So yeah. It's I love tournaments for the social aspect now. Anytime there's an opportunity to go out for drinks after tournament,
Kazakh squad ready for
Anytime
war.
someone's going for a meal after a tournament or after day one, I'll go out. Anytime there's an opportunity to do a team tournament, I'll do it. Every time. Every time. The fourth. Wow, as if we aren't real people. Thanks, Mordian. Simerson, you're not a real person. Everyone else is. JP, the social aspect made it so much better. Yeah. So I think this is actually, it's time for me to go. For all of you that have done super chats and are getting bored of waiting for me to get to you, I do apologize, but this is time for another little deep dive here for a second. Let me just double check what I'm up to. Yeah. So, what the biggest myth of tournament play is that only dickheads play at tournaments. That is the biggest myth of tournament play. No ifs, ands, or buts. And it's where I quite strongly disagree with with some of the not only like general things that's online, but also with like some other like content creators and famous people in the Warhammer sphere, like Northern Exile, for example. Like I like watching a lot of Northern Exile's content. I enjoy a good Warhammer rant and all that kind of stuff. Don't get me wrong, I don't enjoy that shit as much as the next man, but I do think that sometimes he'll be like, oh, I have no interest in playing Warhammer 40k because of the competitive scene and I'm playing super try hard, and it's only like try hard whacker people that like play at tournaments. And I think that obviously that might be the way it is in his local area. I understand that and I respect that. But for me, I'm not quoting Northern Exile now, just using him as an example. I want to make that clear. Like, here be line, okay? For me, I think that it's actually, I tend to find that I find more difficult. I can find quite difficult people more often in the casual scene than the competitive scene. Yeah, and I definitely feel, and I did a whole video of this. I definitely feel like casual, and I use casual just as a term, even if it's not like, I'm not using it in a derogatory way. You might play every single day, but not go to a tournament. I'd still categorize you as a casual / narrative player, just because I can't be fucked coming up with a special word that is going to be less, like say, not going to hurt your fees. Okay, they're the terms, all right? We use casual, we use competitive. They're the fucking terms. Okay, that's it. All right? And like, if you're a casual player, it's like, I find loads of casual people are quite are totally fine, but I also find like the moment that a casual player comes across anything that's like remotely spicy or remotely powerful, they start getting bent out of shape. you know what I mean? They start getting bent out of shape, and I think that is a real. And I know a lot of people say, oh, the competitive community needs to work on this and that guy, and and cheating and all this kind of stuff that needs to be worked on. And I think great strides have been made in the 40k in the competitive side of things in those areas, but more work has to be done. But I think if I was to say something to the casual scene, I would say you guys need to get fucking over. You need to get. Not everyone's like this, by the way. Not everyone's like this. But the casual scene absolutely has their own that guy. Absolutely. And in fact, at this stage in 40k's social evolution, out of the two communities, casual and competitive, by the way, you can be part of both. They're not exclusive. I would describe myself as a casual and a competitive 40k player. But speaking specifically to the casual scene now, you guys need to fucking get your own kind of fucking that guys under control. And your kind of that guy is the kind of person that needs to get a grip. He needs to get over himself. Because the moments I'm going hot, guys. I'm going hot. All right? I'm going hot. I'm going hot. Okay? I'm going hot. But I'm also having a bit of fun, so don't take me too seriously, all right? But the moment that I hear someone go, that's just a net list. That's broken. That shouldn't be in the game. I'm just like, I just lose. I don't lose all respect for you. I lose all respect, and then I go into respect negative. That's it. I'm like, why the fuck, bitch? Why are you being such a little bitch boy about it? Why are you complaining? Okay, like no one put a. I'm not trying to say get good, because I'm not trying to say that. Okay, I'm not. But like, don't hate on someone else because they decided to bring something good and you didn't, especially in a tournament.
Kasich squad ready for war.
Especially in a tournament. You signed up to a tournament. No one put a gun to your head. Sorry, YouTube shouldn't make finger guns. No one put a water pistol to your head and made you sign up to the tournament. No one, or you say let's have a pickup game. No one put a water pistol to your head and made you turn up with a bunch of shit units. Okay. But if you do, but you have to be. I know you don't need to live and breathe 40k, right? Let's say the tournament. Maybe they're not out of tournament. Okay, but no one needs to do 40k as a full-time job to be able to just put together some generally good units. Okay, like it's like, oh, there's a blob of infantry. I better make sure I have an order for it. Yeah, obviously, like that's a standard combo. You come across people and there's just no synergy, there's no thought, it's just a bunch of random shit, okay? And then they'll get really bent out of shape when they start losing. And I'm not talking from a theory point of view here, I'm talking IRL. Now, let me make something clear here. Because people are going to be like, but I should be able to turn it with my units and have fun. Yes, you should. Turning up with units and having fun does not mean that you should turn up and expect to win or have an equal chance. Think about it for a second. You play against someone who has put a lot of thought and effort into their list, who has put a lot of practice into their list, and you turn up with a bunch of stuff that you just thought was fun. Why would you expect to have an equal chance to beat that guy? Okay? If that guy fucking fills you in, don't complain about it. Don't complain about it. And so, let me make something clear. Okay. Okay. Alex Wargamer. Rip wooden spoon Minotaur guy spinning in his grave. So this is exactly the kind of guy that I'm talking about, right? So me and Alex went to Nottingham GT. It is a super major event with 250 plus players. Okay, one guy turned up with like a Minotaur, and Alex, correct me if I'm exaggerating. I might be mixing a couple of stories up here. Alex turned up with the Mackie V, with the Mackay's Vanquisher. I think went 1-4 and got filled in quite badly. But we both came away from that event having had loads of fun. Okay, but Alex was telling me a story about there was some dude. There was a couple of people that he played against. First one I think was round 4, when I think both players were like 0-4 at this, 0-3 at this point, and this guy gets out a chess clock and is really anally retentive about the chess clock. And it's like, why? We are not winning the tournament. Chess clocks are there. I like chess clocks, but when we're on, you know, day 2, round 1, and no one's won a fucking game, I think at that point, even me, Mr. fucking recent converted to the cult of the clock, I probably wouldn't bother with one. Okay, so that's like, what's going on there? And then also, you've got Alex played some guy with a Minotaur who every single turn complained about his Minotaur not doing the damage that he wanted it to do. And basically got really, really salty. I think this was round 4, round 5. Really salty that Alex beat him. And he was like, bro, that Macarius is so broken and overpowered. And Alex is literally looking at this guy like, did you actually just say that? So this is the thing. And also before Alex came in and reminded me of that story. I am not saying every casual player is like this. Very, 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 very few are. Okay? The vast majority of quote-unquote casual players, non-tournament players, are unbelievably lovely, because most people that you meet in this hobby are unbelievably lovely. You meet lovely people at the tournament scene, you meet lovely people at the casual scene. But a lot of the time, I think that the casual scene doesn't like to acknowledge or doesn't like to admit that they have their own version of that guy. And their own version of that guy is someone who is basically, I mean, if I wasn't at risk of getting, like, if I didn't think I was going to get cancelled, I'd use some strong words right now. But some guy that feels like he can't put 2 and 2 together and is just complaining. And he's trying to bring the game down to his level rather than him trying to fucking step up. Here's, not to wipe myself off. I went to a tournament. Oldwood tournament. This weekend. I went there with a bunch of terrible units. Okay? I got absolutely bad in my first game. My opponent gave me, from that first game, his best player award. Gave me his best sporting vote, even though, you know, he beat me, and even though I lost, because the entire time I said to my opponent at the beginning, I went, "You've got a really good list here, man. I'm not sure if it's gonna go very well for me, but I said I'm not gonna give it to you, but I think you've got this one." And he went, "Yeah, this is a good matchup for me." And I was like, "Yeah." I said, "But mate, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go full send. I'm gonna run at you, and let's do this Orky style." And he was like, "Fuck yeah, man!" And he beat me. He beat me. But did it matter? No. Because I was orcs. And orcs running at I was orcs. My opponent was using a Bretonnian exile gunline list. Like, I could have looked at that and gone, "Oh, meh, Bretonnians with guns. I didn't. Do you know what I did? I went, "Mate, your armor looks fucking sick. Love that conversion. Love that fucking thing there." And I said, "I love how you got 2 different color schemes." He went, "Oh, well, half the units are from my Bretonnian house, and the other half from my wife's Bretonnian house." I went, "Oh yeah." He went, "Yeah, look, I'm riding the Pegasus, she's on the horse, and so it's the 2 nobles working together, and half of this is my wife's army, and half of it's my army." And I went, "Sweet." I said, "Look at you big soft." He went, I know. See? But I never would have known that. If I had gone and go, you know? Yeah. That would matter if we brought that to a friendly pickup game. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a friendly pickup game. This is the thing. People, friendly pickup games, unless you discuss it, unless you and your opponent agree to something, like, unless your opponent... So let me make something clear, that rat bastard. There's no such thing as a friendly pickup game. There's absolutely such a thing as a friendly organised game.
Ready to unleash 11 barrels of
Okay.
hell.
Let me explain. That rat bastard. You and I have played each other many times. What have we done? Even if it's just a couple of Discord messages. What have we done every time? Discussed it. Discussed it. We've said, let's go friendly. I'm going to bring a militia themed list. And you've gone, cool, I'll bring a Scry themed list. Discussed it. In the age of social media, when was the last time anyone just went down to the local club and just had a pickup? They don't exist. I'm sorry. Okay. They do exist. They're actually very uncommon. The way I would say 95% plus of games are organized now, are done now, have some form of pre-organization taking place. Even if you're all part of the same club, same Facebook group, all that kind of stuff, right? That's how they're done now. Rat bastard, every single week of 8th edition. 8th edition was 8 years ago, asshole. It's not relevant. Motherfucker is citing the ancient scrolls. He's citing the ancient scrolls here. It's like, he's citing ancient scrolls. I'm saying now, in the year of our Lord 2025, okay, the vast majority of people have some form of organization. Even if it's, hey, what are we playing on Thursday? 40k. Sweet. See you there. Or if it's a group Facebook post and the club, you know, I've seen the way my club does it, where they say, who's free on this day? Who's free on club night? 8 to 10 people say, I'm free. And the TO says, okay. And the club organizer goes, okay, you guys can play each other. You know, I'll do pairings. Bang, 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 bang. There you go. That's it. So, let me make something clear. Pick up. So, I haven't quite finished your point. That bastard. It doesn't change that. It changes everything. Okay? It changes everything. Because hear me out. I've not finished my point. Not finished my point. Right. The vast majority of games these days involve some level of discussion and some level of organization. Right? If between two people you can't send one, if you don't specify a friendly game in 40k, knowing that 40k is like a competitively led game, then you can't complain if someone turns up with something hard because you didn't say friendly game. Now I think it's different in bot action, and I think it's different in old world a little bit.
Reporting for
But
duty,
fundamentally, it just needs, like, you know, it just needs a little bit of communication. A little bit of communication. Playing a war game is like having a good relationship. You've got to have good communication.
Shadowless sky.
You've got to have good communication, and you got to tickle the balls every now and again. That's just the way it is. It's 2025, bro. It's 2025. Moving swiftly on. I want to say a big thank you to Krampus. To Krampus, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Mechanize this idea in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. All right. All right, let's see where we are here. Mechanize this. 3 times Rattlings. They hop back up shooting. 3 Chimeras. 3 Ogrins. 3 Tauroks. 3 Kazakin. 3 Chimeras. Who needs orders? 2 Scions. And a single Vanquisher. 2,000 points. Oh, man. That is certainly a list. Sorry to get you 10 total second. That is certainly a list. I mean, I love the idea of 30 Rattlings just going bang, 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 but I don't know, man. I'm just so off mech. I'm so off the mechanized attachment. It was the prince that was promised. It was the chosen one. It was supposed to bring balance to the meta, and now I'm just like, I think it's shit. Yeah. I know. But it looks like a fun list, and it looks like it's it looks like a fun list. It looks like it'd be kind of wild to play. Honestly, I think the best mechanized list is 6 Torx Primes. Sorry, 3 Torx Primes with 3 Scion Squads in, and then 3 Kazakin in 3 Torxes, and then probably after that, whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, that's probably where it'd be at. Yeah. Yep. Okay, what do we got next? Q-Tut! Q-Tut, thank you so much for the 9 months, baby! Good evening, sir. Progress on my Valorant stream discussion. Hey, dude, that's looking sick, man. Holy shit.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Holy shit. Double Dawn. I love Double Dawn. I know I lambasted Dawn Tank Commanders earlier. I want to come back to this point now. I think the regular Rogal Dawn, amazing. I think Dawn Commander, not for me. Not for me. Controversial, but not for me. I think that the regular Dawn is unbelievably tanky. I think the Tank Commander's ability. I think the Tank Commander. I don't know, man. I'd rather have a Tank Commander with maximum plasma and a las cannon. Definitely. Hey, that's cool, man. I love that. Holy shit. Is that Belial? More motherfucking Belial? My God. Dawns and Belial. I like it. I like it a lot. Beautiful color scheme. All right. Very crisp on the Dawns. And let me just say, love the green on the lights. Love that. Okay. I also want to say a big thank you to Rexia. Rexia, thank you for Super Chat, man. Great fact with Silence and the Torx Prime. Thoughts? Can't remember what Greyfax does, but every time I see her in a Custodes army, she seems to do really well. Doesn't she? Isn't like the main reason to take Greyfax is because she's got like a weird like pet dragon bird thing that makes her quite good. But it's Dev Wounds, isn't it? Does she do Dev Wounds? I think that's it. Oh, is that Draxus I'm thinking of? Oh. Well, if Draxus does Dev Wounds, then I'd definitely take Draxus. Greyfax, anti-psychic shooting. Mind bullets? I'm going to have to check this out. I'm going to check it out. 1 minute. Draxus who gives the 18-inch loan up. What the fuck does Greyfax fucking do? Shit. Let's have a look. Oh, I'm demonetized now. Bow. Bam. Fucking WarPD is letting the side down here. Let's try new recruit. 10th edition Plox. Create list. Imperial get list. Random keyboard mash. Add force. Create list. Down to allies. Where the motherfuck is Greyfax and Draxus. Okay, so Greyfax does Death Wounds. How many? Just one. That's a shame. It's it's 3 Dev Wounds. So, Greyfax being like anti-character 4+ Dev Wounds precision in a Scion unit where you're like, Oh, if I wound you, I'm doing dev wounds, and I've got a reroll to wound. It's been like, taste my mind, bullets, fucker! That's actually quite good. And the Condemned Stake. Bro, I think that's quite cool. Oh, that's only anti-psycho 2+, so it might not do death wounds all the time. Yeah, I like that. It's cool. How much is she? 65 points. I would chuck it in a list for funsies. I don't think it's a bad call at all. Not a good call, but not a bad call. 3.6. Dirge Singer. And that's the one. Draxus. Rexir. I'd go Draxus. Dirge Singer. Dev wounds. Anti-54+. Dude, it's so Draxus, mate. It's so Draxus. Because you want to be like, oh, I've got 4 attacks. 4 rerolls. That's potentially like 8 dev fucking wounds, bro. 8 dev wounds. That's a great. Rexir, it may not have been your intention, but I'm stealing that. I'm writing it down in my book. I'm making a video on it. I'm making a video on it. Oh, my knees. My knees. Oh, careful, love. My knees are what they used to be. This is why I don't have a pen. Foiled by my lack of pen-is. No pen. No. No, Speakville, Brooklyn. Balls. Do I paint my note into my... Oh, pen! Ha! The pen of prophecy. All right. Draxus plus Scions. Then honorable mention, Brave Facts plus Scions. I like it. Where's my quill? It's stashed away, Azaleus. It's stashed away. But I do love the quill. I do love it. I occasionally get it out and write funny notes and leave them for Mrs. Mordian. All right, let's have a look here. So, next we'll say a big thank you to Azaleus. Azaleus, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Been a while. I got a creek box looking at me with puppy eyes, but I can't get to it for life reasons. Can't get a break for fuck's sake. Azaleus, I might be being a bit silly tonight. And that might be because I'm sleep deprived in some way. But let me tell you, my deepest sympathies, man. So annoying when like life just keeps pouring it on. It's life seems to either be chill or just fucked, and it seems mostly fucked. So, Azaleus, thank you for your support. You have my sympathy. But don't worry, that creek box isn't going anywhere. It'll be there when you can get to it, and then you'll be able to enjoy it all the more. There you are. There you are. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Chip Bandit. Thank you for the super chat, my man. Big Love MG, Plasma Storm for life, killed Angon. Yes. Vindication, the Plasma Storm. Yes. Chip Bandit. I love it. I love it, mate. Treatment number 2012. Thank you so much for super chat, man. Fluff list and question for review in stream discussion. All right. Siege Regiment, Creed, Castellan, Cadian Command Squad, Creed Command Squad, Creed Command Squad, Tank Commander, 80 Infantry, Artillery Team, 2 FOBs, 3 Captain Heavy Weapon Squads, Tempest Science, Markador. How would you turn this into a serious list if you wanted to not change it up too much to dial things up? So personally, I think that 80 Infantry is not enough. Even with the fact that you've got command squads and all of them, I don't think that's enough. I think that you need 120 infantry in any 100 infantry minimum, 100 infantry plus command squads minimum. Ideally 120. I ran 80 infantry, guys. They all died. Every last one of them by the end of turn. I think you got to take into account you're probably going to lose. You're going to lose a platoon to 2 platoons every turn. Not including turn 1, typically. Not including turn 1. So you've got to take into account how you're going to absorb an average of, let's say, how are you going to absorb an average of 30 casualties a turn, 30 infantry casualties a turn, every turn for 4 turns? I think you need 120. I think you need 5 or 6 blobs. So that's my feedback, Trooper. That's my feedback. I think you need, I think you need another blob in there. I'd probably, honestly, you say, how would I turn to a serious list? I'd fuck off that Malkador and I'd bang 2 more blobs in there. That's what I'd do. That's what I'd do. All right. Next, was a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Good enough to fall in love with, plus the other stuff he mentioned. He's just described my ideal wife. The old world pics were cool. How was the event? The event was amazing. The event was so good. Holy shit, man. Do I have any pictures? I do have some pictures. Let me see if I can get some pictures on screen in a second. You're going to hear like dun 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 and stuff, chat. Don't worry, it's on my end, not on yours. There you go. Told you. Right. I need to transfer pictures over anyway, so I might as well transfer them over over now. Okay, just let that do its thing. So, like you go, G, add more infantry. Hey, don't hate me. I'm just delivering the message. There you go. Don't hate the player, hate the game. I had 3 fantastic games of Old World, and I basically played Empire 3 times. So I played Bretonian Exile Gunline List, which is basically Wish.com Empire. Then I played actual Empire with 4 level 4 wizards, 3 level 4 wizards, sorry, 2 cannons and 30 knights. And then I played the Under Empire, Skaven, for last game. There you go. Those are the 3 games that I played. And I went 1-1-1. So I lost my game 1. I won my game 2 because of exploding squigs. This is why I now love orcs and goblins. It was unbelievable. And then last game, I had a grudge match versus that rat bastard because I was really, really tired after being at 1 tournament on Saturday and getting to game 3 of the 2nd tournament on the Sunday. And basically, and Sam, that rat bastard, had just come off his game 2 where he had been tabled in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So I said to Sam, and I could tell that I was very tired, and I could tell Sam was having a bit of an existential crisis. So I suggested, should we have a grudge match and we'll call it a draw and put 0-0 as our score, and we'll make sure and as long as, because we can't affect the podium and we can't fuck anyone else's placings over, and as long as the TO is okay with that, then we'll do it. Otherwise, we'll just take our pairings. So I spoke to the TO, and the TO said, if I can do it, I'll do it, but I won't fuck anyone over. And if you've got to do your pairings, you've got to do your pairings. And I was like, that's totally fine. We both agreed that was fine. And then he came up to us and went, you guys, literally, all I had to do was swap 2 pairings around. That was it. And there you go. That was it. So, yeah, there we are. That's how we did it. And no, we didn't affect the podium placings in any way or anything like that. And we had a great final game where we waxed lyrical about how orcs and goblins felt more like Skaven than Skaven feel like Skaven. And also we had a moment where I purposefully directed my fanatic into a tree because I didn't want him to smash into my own units. So what happened was I pushed a fanatic out of a unit, and I was like, okay, I need a 7 to contact, like 7 or 8 to contact the side of the unit of storm vermin, and I rolled a 3, and I was like, oh no, he's gonna start, and that's right in the middle of my army. That was unit of night goblins on one side, unit of squigs, and a unit of big guns on another side. I was like, he's gonna careen into me now. No doubt about it. So I went, okay, 3 inches. He's right next to this forest. I get to choose the direction because it's the turn I push him out. So I'm going to purposely push him into the forest and kill him. So that they literally got the fanatic and went, woo, into the tree and killed him off. And yeah, Sam and I think for a good full minute, we couldn't breathe. We were laughing so much at just the ridiculousness of me purposefully yeeting one of my fanatics into a forest. Yeah. It was because I was just like, I'm just gonna do that. And Sam looked at me like, what? You're gonna like just put him into a forest? Like, yeah, I don't want him in my And Sam, I've just got this image of them just throwing him into a tree and I'm just going, I'm just dying. Oh my god. So yeah. So purposefully I made one of my fanatics. So highlights of the tournament. Highlights tournament was my Wolf Rider Shock Cavalry beating 6 Knights of the Realm in combat. Completely smashed them. Winning a game because an exploding squig killed, I think, about 500 points of an Empire army. Kid you not. And throwing a fanatic into a tree. Yeah, for those that want to know, one of my squig, how the exploding squig thing works, one of my squig units lost all their herders and then fled from combat. So there was like, I think there was like 6 of them in the unit. So they got, so every unit in 2d6 got hit by D3 plus 1, strength 5, AP -1 attacks. I rolled like really high on the radius. And an exploding that on the 2d6, that meant that 2 of my opponents level 4 wizards and a steam tank on 1 wound were all in range of the exploding squigs, and I killed 1 wizard, took 2 wounds off the other wizard, and killed the steam tank. So basically, and then the next turn I killed the other wizard basically. So basically, an exploding squig directly killed what must have been a 200 plus point character, a 265 point steam tank, and did most of the work on another 200 plus point wizard, and basically won me the game. It's completely collapsed my opponent's entire playstyle. The name of the rule is Squig's Gone Wild. Yep, Squig's Gone Wild, baby. Squig's Gone Wild. There you go. Yes, I nearly died alongside the fanatic from laughing. There you go. All right. Yeah, so I will be doing an after action report on that. I got lots of pictures. It was very fun. There you go. Explosive is what I call my I've been informed I shouldn't finish this joke. Hey, Zelda. Hey, hey. All right, next was a big thank you to Woodim, my boy. Woodim, thank you so much, man. Some absolute bullshit in stream discussion. Love playing you. Hey, yeah. So I managed to play Woodimp at the tournament, the first tournament, because I went to Bot Action on Saturday and I went to Old World on Sunday. And for the first time, we managed to we got paired into each other. And that wasn't a grudge match. That just happened organically and naturally. And turns out that veteran infantry are really good. Oh my god, I never used them before. Let's have a look, Woodham. Let's have a look here. Absolute bullshit. Bro, that's not bullshit. Look at that. Absolute crotch cam. There you go. Look at that absolute cinema. Right there. Look at that absolute cinema. I love it. Woodimp actually won Best Painted. Was it Best Painted / Coolest Army? Woodimp actually won. I think it was Best Painted for the Bot Action event. And the reason was, if I can show the pic, the models are beautifully painted, but considering they were all third best, considering they were all painted in a hotel room, every model was painted in a hotel room. I think it was quite funny. But he won because of his display. This was his display for Armies on Parade. Do I even need to say more? I don't want... Amazing. Amazing. Woodhip, thank you so much for the game. Thank you for the support, mate. And it was a pleasure to play you. And next time, we should do another game. And we'll do a battle report. Because we were chatting too much. But so we got a draw mostly because we timed out. But we'll go do a battle report and we're going to do a full-length game. And that way Woodhip can properly beat my ass in. Yeah. Okay. Where are we up to here? Alright. And he didn't eat the crust. I know. He didn't eat the crust either. I know. Okay. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Lieutenant Grimald. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Deathcore 134 checking in for the 4 trenches. You dug these trenches, sir. He's dodged the commissariat. Hobby update in Discord PM for Biggie and the Munitorm provides. All right, man. Let's take a look here. Let's take a look. Love a good Grimald hobby update. Holy shit, bro. What a hell of an update. Hell of an update. Bringing back them Storm Chimeras. Fuck yeah, you are, dude. So firstly, we've got some bloody fantastic looking Grenadiers. So these are Kazakin that have been upgraded with Krieg heads to become Grenadiers. Frankly, my favorite Kazakin conversion I've seen. Absolutely bloody fantastic. Then we've got some more close-ups of them. That's cool as fuck. Great to see them all primed now. Looking forward to seeing them all painted soon. And then we've got Storm Chimeras. I love that you've replaced the tracks. That's so cool with like World War I style tracks. And then you've got the extra armor clipped on the side. That's so good, man. Yeah, the old Storm Chimeras, bro. Shit. Reminds me, I need to get my extra armor. Oh, and the power plant on the back of the Chimera. Genius. Absolute genius. Love that. Hey. That's really cool, dude. I love the extra armor. I like where you put the Hunter Killer Missile. That's actually a good place for it. Nice. Holy shit, man. Oh, 1 minute. Oh. Pardon me. Really cool. Really, really cool, man. That's so good. This is why I love Guard. Just this shit right here is why I love Guard, man. Oh, my days. Lieutenant Grimald, fantastic hobbying, sir. Fantastic hobbying indeed. I want to say... Oh, I think I need to blow my nose, actually. I don't want to be snuffling on stream. Okay, I'm going to turn my mic off so you guys don't have to hear me blowing my nose. There you go. I assumed you guys didn't want to hear me making gross nose noises. I want to say a big thank you to Like You Could G! Like You Could G, thank you for becoming a channel member again. Hey! Thank you for rejoining the Imperial Guard, sir. Thank you for continuing to do your part. Also want to say a huge thank you to Lyson K. Thank you for the 3-month member flex. 3 months, baby! Though I can't play it, I love your content. Thank you very much, man. That means a lot. Appreciate the positive word, the kind words. 07, mate. Love you having in the community, bro. Also want to say a big thank you to Curtis Thompson. Curtis Thompson, thank you for the 25 member flex, double X Force Mordian approved, baby. And also for the Giga Chat. Yes, Curtis coming in with the double support, man. Real talk, casual groups have problem children too. 100%. Yep. Agreed. We talked about this before. I think there is toxic competitive play. There's cheaters and all that kind of stuff. But the reality is that I think that you have a very, very similar toxic casual that guy problem, where basically they just complain about losing but don't do anything to try and get better at the game. Yeah. Though, and there's nothing wrong there's nothing wrong with not wanting to get better at the game, because this might be how you chill, and you don't want to be like super intense about it, but you have to kind of own that fact. And then if you lose every game, you kind of have to own that fact and be okay with it, because you can't really expect someone else who is trying to win to not try and win just because you don't want your fifis hurt. You have to, if you're a casual player, you have to own the fact that you're a casual player and not put that on someone else. And if you're a competitive player, don't be a cheating towel scumbag. Curtis Thompson, the issue with the get good mentality, people see that statement treating 40k as a job rather than just a fun game. Some folk just like cool minis. Dude, totally agree. That's why I purposely said my response to people is not get good, because I don't think you should be forced to get good. I think that you should be able to play 40k and not be plugged in 24/7 365. Okay, 100%. As CR Smith says, be casual and own it. That's the way to do it. And I'm not talking about this from a theorycraft point of view. I have basically, and I know this is not an option for everyone, but it's an example, even if not a perfect one. I am a casual player and a competitive player. When I play 40k, I like to play competitively. I like to win. I like to come up with good combos. And at the same time, I like memeing it, but really I like trying to do as well as I possibly can. But I have other games like Bolt Action and Old World, which I just have absolutely zero interest in following the meta or taking the most powerful things. I know what those things are. I don't know them in detail, but I am casually aware in passing of things like 90 goblins with bows with poison. I am casually aware of the fact, up until recently, that Neb spam was a thing and that whirlwinds were really good. Okay, like I am aware of those things. I could relatively easily deep dive and find out the nitty gritty and build the most powerful list, but I don't, because those are my casual have fun games. Those are I just want to run cool shit games. Okay, so I could have that same mentality, and I have that same mentality within 40k as well. Like my Tyranids, I know what is better for Tyranids. I choose to run Swarm. Okay, here's the thing: I then don't run my casual Tyranids into an at a tournament or even at a pickup game and expect to win. Ever. I go in there, and if I get absolutely butt fucked, then I get absolutely butt fucked. And I'm happy, and I shake my opponent's hand, and I say good game. And if I got absolutely trashed, I have a good laugh about it. And I make sure I say to my opponent, like, mate, you absolutely smashed me there, and you played fucking perfectly. And I always compliment my opponent. I don't ever go, fucking bullshit, man. I never, ever make someone feel bad for their army, ever. And for making right decisions and bringing a good list. That's because I chose to run the bad shit. I chose to run it. I chose not to run the good stuff. That was an active decision on my part, and I have to own that decision. And so I definitely think that 40k has, on the competitive side, has problems, has bad actors, has toxicness. Not a lot of it. Likewise, on the casual side, I think that 99% of people are lovely casual players that get it, but they have to own the fact that there is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% of their community in real life and especially online that don't own the fact. They don't own it. They don't own it. So I'm a little bit further away from my mic. So yeah, I think that's that's my sort of a thought on the whole thing. Yeah. JM the Goose, thank you for the super chat, man. I put my first foray into edge highlighting in stream chat. Could I have some brutal honesty to improve? MW Shadow Company inspired, Modern Warfare Shadow Company inspired. Wanted them to look like they've been in the field a while. Okay, let's take a look, man. I will be brutally honest and give you whatever feedback I can, but bear in mind, I'm not very good at painting. So I may not be the best one to ask, but maybe chat can give some replies. I mean, let me look through all the pictures, man. I can't give you any feedback on that, bro. Didn't even show the 1 minute. I didn't even show the models up on screen. 1 minute. All right, let me show the models off. Let me show the models off. Okay. Let chat get a good look at them. Right. Okay. I can't give you any feedback on that because they are so far beyond anything that I could personally paint. I look at those models and I think they look amazing. Like, if I saw those models, I would probably vote best painted for them. Okay? So, but I know you're looking for feedback. I know you're looking for ways to improve. And I know that isn't particularly helpful. So I would say, if you're okay with it, open the floor to chat. And if there's any painters out there that have got any feedback, read the models and edge highlighting, give them to Jay and the Goose, because that's what he wants. There you go. Yeah, to be honest, I think most of chat is saying they look pretty good. They look real good, yeah. But yeah, no, honestly, my brutally honest feedback is I can't critique that. I can't see any problems with it. They look great. They look really good. I know that's not helpful, I'm sorry, but it's the best I got, man. They look really nice. They look really good. Brutally honest is, I love it. All right. So I want to say next we've got some Twitch gang support here. Let's have a look. So, we've got someone on Twitch that needs banning as well. Sweet. Okay. So I want to say a big thank you to Azuth, my boy. Azuth, thank you so much for support, man. It's late now, but I've seen some Codex Eldari in action. For Aspect Warriors, disrespect them. They run out of steam fast when casualties mount. Shove transports full of elites or hellhounds up and you'll be golden. It's like the old Harlequin list in your story, but not as busted. They lose a trade war with anything shy of knights or stodies. Ah, that is good to know. That is good. Very, very interesting, Azuth. Very interesting indeed. That is the scuttlebutt on the street, which is they have got incredibly powerful units and incredibly powerful combos, but they just have fucking nothing in their army. So they lose the trade war. My lord, is that legal? I will make it legal. I think that's I think that I think that Eldar are going to shift the meta, because I think that right now we are in a hyper elite infantry meta. Less so vehicle and monster meta anymore. I think we are in a hyper elite infantry meta. So I think that they will do. I think Eldar are going to basically change that meta, because they will fucking destroy hyper elite infantry armies, but they won't trade. But they will struggle into hordes. Yeah. Speaks up in glory if you consider acting all styles Emperor for the entire stream. I don't think I keep it up for the entire stream, frankly. Yeah. I can't really do the voice. I can only do I am the Senate and I will make it legal. I mean, do you want me to speak like this the entire time? Yes. All is going as I have foreseen. Gotham will endure. Oh, that's the wrong film. Sorry. There you are. All right. Next, I'll say a big thank you. Let's see what we got here. I want to say a big thank you to Brown Bread. Brown Bread 5704. Thank you very much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Dude, my man. On a night shift, and I popped in on my lunch break. Pictures in chat of my finished Rattlings MG. Let's take a look. Oh, wow. Fuck it out. I think that the MG community has some really good paintings in it. Oh my god, these look better than the GW ones, man. Holy shit! If GW put these pictures on, no one would have said the Ratlings look stupid. Look at these. These Ratlings genuinely look. People say, "Oh, Ratlings don't belong in 40k, bro." These Ratlings look really good. Way less cartoony than the GW ones. Proper Catachan style Ratlings. Holy shit, man. They look phenomenal. They look absolutely phenomenal, man. Holy shit. Holy moly. Holy moly. Wow. Absolute wow. Ratachans, love it. Godlike Poet. Proper Ratlings, those. Those are proper 40k Ratlings. Wow. Brown bread. Good look at work. Hope you're having hope your shift's not too bad, mate. And those are some very, very well painted Ratlings. Holy shit. Oh, there's one more picture. I can't not show it off, boys. Look at that. Little diorama for them and everything. Wow. And the lighting's peak, by the way. Really, really good lighting on there. SAS Ratlings, man. I love the old school GW trees as well. I recognize them. I see them. Nice. Commander Shell breaks paintbrushes and throws them over shoulder. I'm gonna find a new hobby. No, man. You just gotta go speed paints and then win a painting award and really upset quite a lot of your community. That's what you have to do, mate. All right. I know how much chat hates my painting award, and it's my favorite award just because of how much people hate it. I want to say a big thank you to Curtis Thompson. Curtis Thompson, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, bro. People have been complaining about power gamers and D&D since first edition. Every game is going to have that divide. Agreed. Curtis Thompson, I totally and utterly agree. And I think that I think honestly it's probably for me it's probably a maturity thing. And that doesn't necessarily mean like age. It means a maturity thing. And that's like maturity within the game. Because I'm obviously a very immature person. Okay. Like any time that I see or read or count 69, I can't help but laugh. Okay, like I'm just thinking about it now. But I think it's maturity in terms of like I guess that's why I just if someone starts complaining about things being broken and balanced in a game, it's not even that. There's nothing wrong with complaining about things being broken and balanced. And it goes both ways. It comes down to a whole bunch of factors, like are you at a tournament and all that kind of stuff, you know? Because I do think I want to make something clear. I think there are power gamers. I think there absolutely are power gamers, and I think that power gamers can ruin things. So it's a good example here where there are a few people that I used to play video games with. I don't really play video games anymore. Not for this reason. We just sort of drifted apart. As you know, dipping in and out of online communities all the time, right? And I remember there was a couple of guys that always, like, if we were playing a game like Factorio or Rust or any sort of survivally, gathery kind of game, right? they always would. If you built something and so I like to figure things out for myself, and I like to think that even if it's wrong, I enjoy the process of working out. It's why I love Factorio so much. And like, oh, okay, how the fuck do I get blue science? How the fuck do I get black science? How the fuck do I get the different science packs, right? I love that. And I love that aspect of those kind of games. Nothing will ruin that more for me, completely turn me off a game and turn me off playing with someone, if they basically either come in and just tear up everything I've done and go, this is a more efficient way of doing it, and doing it themselves. Or if we start playing a game and then, I'll go off and be working. Let's say, I'll go off and be working the next day. They might have the day off, or they might not work. And they like no life the game, and I come back and the whole base is completely fucking built and there's nothing for me to do. I'm like, oh. So all I really am here is an observer in your game. This isn't us playing and working together. I'm just an observer in your game. So I get it. Like, I fucking get it. All right? And that's me. And that's a me problem. And I fucking get that. All right? And that's, and it's one of the, and I think it's all about, but here's the difference, right? Here's the difference. Okay? I have been in, like, let's say, I remember playing the Forest, right? I remember playing the Forest with a co-op game of the Forest. Played with a few people that I had completed, or I don't know if you complete that game, but I played the game before, and they were showing me how to do stuff. They weren't. And then when I would, they were showing me how to do stuff. And I'd be like, and then in that game, for example, I got like really into being like the wood guy. Like chopping the fucking trees down, bringing the wood back so we can build the big fucking palisade. I got into being like I don't know why. I just got into being the wood guy. Okay, we just played. We just no lived it for a day. That was all. That's all it was. Like it was just no life for a weekend. That was it. And then so basically they were like, okay, this is how you do it. This is what we want. This is how you do it. Show me how to do it. Off you go. And then I just worked away like a little beaver, chopping the fucking trees down, building the fucking palisade, chopping the fucking trees down. And I would say, okay, I've done a bit of the palisade, and they'd come back and they'd go, great job, you've done that. I'm just going to tweak this one little bit, and they'd alter a little bit and go, see, so now you can see that defends this bit a little bit better, blah, blah, blah. I'm using it as an example. And I'd be like, oh yeah, I can see that. I'll do that going forward. And so I'd be my little beaver self again. So there's a difference. There's a difference between going away and coming back, and the whole thing is done. I haven't learned anything. I haven't figured anything out. There's a big difference between someone who's, and it's also, it's like, it's the way, there's a big difference. There's a big difference. And I'm not explaining it 100%. I'm not explaining it 100%. I guess if I was to try and give I guess if I was to kind of maybe add a bit of context to it, in a game, in like an exploring survival game, often the most fun part is figuring the first like bits out and going on that journey. So to give an example, I think one of the reasons why Subnautica is such a good game, even though it's a single player game, is the fact that there's no one else to basically like tell you what to do, so you've got to like figure things out. And I think one of the things that when you play the sort of multiplayer versions, you'll always have that one guy that will go off and like read the entire like wiki for like, here are the hidden like gems, and here are the hidden resources, and here's where you get like the super items and all this kind of stuff. And so then they just go and get it all, and the game just becomes trivial. The game just kind of goes trivial because it's like, oh yeah, oh man, I want to go, let's go on the quest to find the mythical butt plugs of destiny. It's like, okay, I've got them. What? Yeah, you just go here and get them. It's like, oh no, we've got to follow the clues. The clues on the quest. No, you just go to this point and you find them. I know that. I checked the wiki. I've done it. Done the chest already. It's like, oh. Well, we've kind of all been... We're going to do that together. It's like, I've done it. So, see what I mean? There's a... Again, I'm not explaining it 100%. But I'm hoping people will kind of pick up on what I'm saying and relate it to something that maybe has happened. It's, you know, it's maybe buzz killing, maybe killing the buzz, maybe that's it. But again, I want to be clear. It's kind of a me problem, but at the same time, that there's also a problem on the other side. There's two problems going on there, you know. So, me and about that was the problem with what was that? That's how our Minecraft week tends to go. We start one night, went to work the next day, and by the time I got home, my one jobless friend had killed the Ender Dragon. Yeah, exactly. Speaking, we had the exact same situation with Valheim. We played off someone's save, and he would hop on the day when work was slow, compiling videos, and do exactly that for building and going off. Andrew, that's why I stopped playing Helldivers. Even the games with randoms, everyone goes so hard and gets so mad when you're just trying to chill and blast bugs. Yeah. So that's like... I know I'm definitely not explaining it 100%, but I hope people are. I hope there's a few people in chat that are like they've got their own examples of that. And it's again, there's basically what I'm trying to say is there's a fine line. There's a fine line between. It's not even a fine line. You can have two people that are equally amazing at a game or something, equally amazing at a game, but the way they kind of use that power is what dictates the funness. So I've played games with people where, let's say we've got two people who are fucking amazing. This goes for tabletop as well, right? Two people that are amazing at a game. Here's a Warhammer example. Here's a Warhammer example that'll put it all into context. Light bulb moments for everyone. You've got two local community. Two really good players. You've just got into tabletop game of choice. Let's say Warhammer 40k. First guy says, let's have a pickup game. How many points do you have? 1,000 points. Sweet. You know he's obviously going to beat you, but you go 5 turns and you learn a lot from the game. And you come away from that excited with new knowledge, and you spend your hard-earned money, you buy yourself some new units, and you're excited to get them built and painted for the next game. You then have another pickup game, 1,000 points, with the second really good player in your community, who brings 1,000 points of Tau and tables you in 1.5 turns. Both players are tournament winners. You had a completely different experience. That you get? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, chat? That's what I'm trying to say here. It's not about having the power. It's about how you use the power. It's not about getting beat. It's about how you get beat. I can relate to the second one. Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to get. Using video games is never going to work for me. I'm not very good at video games. Using that as an example is never going to work. Got like, can relate to the second one. But hey, it took 2 full turns. Seriously, I think it's got excuses properly. Good chance. Very good chance. Sprake's not proud, but I played a bit like that in 7th. Not proud, but we look to improve. Dude, that's all we can ever ask, right? Like, this is the thing. Again, it kind of comes down to, like, maturity. And, like, I can look back on many, many examples in my life of when I was a dickhead. I was 100% in the wrong grade A industrial strength dickhead. Whether that's in gaming, in life, tabletop, whatever it may be. But And occasionally, when in the shower or having a big shit in the morning, one of my brain will conjure one of those thoughts into my head, and I'll go "Ugh," with the cringe. But I have to stop myself from going "Ugh," with the cringe and be like, no, I'm remembering this moment. I'm not going to suppress this moment. I'm remembering this moment so that I'm not going to let it bother me. So I can make sure I never do that again. How many times have you had that? How many times have you had that thought in the shower, boys? Or that thought when you're driving or having a shit? How many times have your brain has idly popped in that cringe thing? And it kills you. You're like, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. Don't suppress it. Embrace it. Let the fear is the mind killer. Let the fear go through you. Let the cringe is the mind killer. Cringe is the little death. I will let the cringe go through me. I will turn around and look at the cringe. Okay? That's how you approach it. That's how you approach it. You sit there, remember the bad times, you cringe at past self and go, thank God I'm better now. Exactly. Exactly. There you go. Embarrassment means you learned. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Become one with the cringe. Become one with the cringe. And look at live cringe. Simpson, same. I think it wasn't until, I don't think, I must have been 30. 29, 28, 29, 30 before I really probably stopped being a complete dickhead. And now I'm only 95% dickhead. But every year, try and get another percent of dickhead out. That's it. Alright, bastard. Don't put your victory above mutual enjoyment of both of your rare and viable gaming time. True that. True that. Okay. I want to say a big thank you next to Chip Bandit. Chip Bandit, thank you very much for Super Chat, man. Finally nailed the NID scheme home. Just a case of painting and painting. Picture stream discussion. Any thoughts on the Von Ryan Leapers for Super Screen? So let's have a look here. Hey, I like it. I like it, man. Nits. Dude, just gotta keep paying. Gotta keep it. I like it. The grey and the pink, awesome, man. Yeah, the grey and the pink looks awesome. Only thing that I would maybe suggest is a little, like maybe one extra color on the gun. I like a little bit of like green or something, or I think yellow, a little bit of yellow or green on the bullets or the ridges, as it were. I think that would look peak. Yeah. But honestly, dude, you know what you could do? You could have the gun the same color if you wanted to. So you could have the carapace of the gun match the carapace of the bug, and then have the skin of the gun match the skin of the bug, and then just have like green on the bullets and the ridges and on the pipes and stuff, something like that. Yeah, you could do something like that. If you don't want, just to save time, it just means, just a bit of an efficiency thing. But it looks good. It looks really good, man. I like how you've done the eyes and done all the little holes and stuff. Really nice. Sweet. Tight. I want to say a big thank you to Tuckman Dave. Tuckman Dave, thank you very much, Super Chat, man. Love your content and chats. Unfortunately, I must go to watch my boys' baseball game. Hey, have fun, man. Have fun. We'll watch the rest of the chat later. You are brilliant. Oh, you all flatter me, sir. You all flatter me. Thank you for your generous support. Glad you've been enjoying the content. And I hope that your son has a good baseball game, and I hope they win. Amazing, man. And if not, I hope they learn from the experience. There we are. Also say a big thank you to CR Smith. CR Smith, thank you for the 8-month flex. Made something for you in stream discussion. Oh my God. You fuck me. I'd fuck me. I'd fuck me hard. I'm lost in the fucking basket. Oh fuck, man. Jesus. Chip Banner, what are your thoughts on Von Ryans? I like them. I have 12 of them. I didn't realize they infiltrated. And is it infiltrate and can free heroic? I think it's free heroic. Is it Bridgehead free heroic and strikes first? I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna check. Have to get a glimpse of these warlocks. Let's have a look here. New. Xenos. Nids. List name. Random keyboard shit. Von Ryan. Yeah, fights first, infiltrators, pouncing leap. Yeah, they're really good. I really like them. How expensive are they? 70 points for 3? Bro. I like it. Yeah. Fights first. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. I give those a solid 5 out of 5, man. Screening work? Bro, yeah, 100%. I like that shit. I like that shit a lot. Okay, what we're on next. I want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. Whispering Monk, thank you so much, Super Chat, man. Late, just like MG, no to infantry dreadnoughts. Are you, Whispering Monk, are you basically saying that you are taking only dreadnoughts? Or to infantry dreadnoughts? What do you mean, Whispering Monk? What do you mean? Oh my god. What do you mean? I'm just going to transfer some pictures from the tournament whilst I'm waiting for Whispering Monk to explain himself. Alright, 1 minute. Fucking bolt action pictures. Oh, this is definitely going to cause the PC to shit the bed. Like, 100%. But we're going to go for it. Live by the PC, die by the PC. There we go. All right. Ash Pines, I haven't run Bridgehead myself. I just looked at the metadata and it looked really strong. Like real fucking strong. All right. What do I say? Walking tanks. Wizard Monk, are you basically saying that you think that dreadnoughts should be? I don't get it. He's driving. Wizard Monk driving. He's driving at the moment. I'm just going to say Whispering Monk is he doesn't like dreadnoughts. And I don't blame him if they're custodian dreadnoughts, they're broken as fuck. But there you go. There you go, man. Anyone could collect a 9 dreadnought list in about a heartbeat with a 3D printer and 1 bottle of resin. It's like win all the local events. They could do. Lord Holt, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Got a game in this morning, a couple of picture stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Had a 2K guard on guard battle today. We both ran combined arms. I took Creeblob 3 times 20-man Kriegers, 3 Caskin and Chimeras, 2 Castellans, 2 5-man Scions, 2 Basilisk, and 2 Vanquishers. Match 76, 6-7 victory. Let's have a look. I'm guessing that's your opponent's list then. And then that's your list. Yeah. Nice. So I think you probably won. I'm going to make everyone in chat groan now. I think you probably won because you had more infantry. And infantry wins games. Because if you look, you've got loads of infantry and enough armor. And your opponent has lots of armor. But not enough infantry. There you go, see? That's where I think the difference is. He can blast and blast and blast as much as he likes, but he can't hold the objectives. There you are. And you have just enough firepower. You have just enough firepower to match his firepower. Nice. I like it. Medivac, you just said in today's video that infantry are kind of bad now. No. No. That's not what I said. You are lying. I said that 80 infantry isn't enough. And that infantry die like piss. And so that you need 100 to 120 infantry. That's what I said. And I said that probably the most efficient way of going down combined arms would be to go very heavily mechanized. But if you didn't want to go down that route, you take 120 infantry. That's what I said. And if you listen me, Dingbat, then maybe I would have to repeat myself. CR Smith, I believe Mordian's actual quote was, "I'm selling my guard and going full Tau." Fucking hell. I'm not. I think he's also going to move to Orcs. Bro, now that's much more likely to happen. That's much more likely to happen. I love Orcs, man. I don't know if I will like Orcs in 40k as much as liking Orcs in Old World, though. I feel like I'm gonna get really excited about greenskins in Old World and then play one game with 40k Orcs and go, why is this so shit? Where is the flavor? Where flavor? That's what I think is gonna happen. But we'll see. If I'm gone, I want to say a big thank you for the super chat, my man. Creators update, meme and question stream discussion. Ooh, that coming out nicely. Let's have a look. So, that's the one I want first. So we've got some observers. Got some French artillery. And look at that! That looks great. I like the transfers. Nice. Hey, 222 looks cool as well. Yeah, man. Yeah, I like the way they've come out. Just ignore this bit. Chat, you can't see it now. Look, the cursor. The cursor is covering it up. You can't see it. Oh, man. Just demonetized instantly. Banned. Absolutely banned. There you go. If I'm gone, those vehicles look really good, man. The infantry looks great. The vehicles are on another level, though. Very, very tasty. Very tasty. Got some Twitch gang stuff coming on here. Let's have a look. Twitch gang. So, I want to say a big old thank you to Abox Sphinx. Abox Sphinx, thank you for the 8 months, baby. 8 months of... no, it's 9 months. You've resubscribed for the 8th month, but there was 9 months in total. My God. 3 months later, year, baby. Also, Guard Codex fucks. Yes. Yes. I want to say thank you for supporting the channel for nearly a year. Absolutely incredible. And also, I really like the new Guard Codex. I really, really like the new Guard Codex. I don't think it's super powerful. I think it's super flavorful. And this is something I've said again and again and again, and I will say it and say it and say it. I don't care if my initial codex is powerful or not. I'd like it to be. That would be an ideal scenario, but I don't care if it isn't. There's only two things I care about for a codex release these days. Are the data sheets good? Do I have flavor? Are the data sheets solid? Do I have good flavor? Points, attachment power, anything like that? Don't care. Do you know why? Because that shit changes. Worst case scenario, I paint models for 3 months and then a balance patch comes out and I'm fine. Maybe 6 months. But rules change. Rules, power level, balance changes. But if your codex comes out and it's flavorless, not for me. Not for me. So I think that the Guard Codex is decently powerful. I don't worry about it being super powerful or super weak. I think it's extremely flavorful with multiple valid play styles. Some new, some old, but overall great. Tribute 32, how would you mechanize the siege regiment? Just chimeras, right? 4 chimeras, 2 Torques is probably the way I'd go for it, mate. Yeah. Torques is just scanning things like engineers. Chimeras for infantry holding objectives. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the 9-month Prime sub, baby. Back in the ISO cubes, like a comfy pair. We love the ISO cubes, man. We fucking love it. Yeah. And also a big thank you to Yo-Yo the Assyrian. Yo-Yo, thank you so much for the 9 months. So many 9 months. Amazing, man. Thank you for the 9 months, man. Thank you to you, Russell and Abraham Sphinx, for all of your incredible support over the last 9 months. 07, you magnificent bastards. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to Hogan Paints. Hogan Paints, thank you very much for the one with the flex. I feel like you've been a member before, Hogan, but I could be misremembering. I do have a bad brain. Yeah, you've been a member before. It's not a one-member flex. It's just you're resubscribing from conscript to volunteer. Hey, thank you for continuing support after the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for doing your part, man. Amazing. Also, Tech Priest Gabriel. Tech Priest, my boy. Thank you for the Giga Chats. Submeat bags. Finished my Credence Vow yesterday. Going to paint some Cadians this month. Next month, La Italia, Resorgia, Dele, Ceneri, Avanti! So I'm guessing bot action Italians. There you go. There you go. Let's have a look at your Val, mate, and let's have a little cheeky gander at it. All right. Oh, there was a meme that I needed to look as well. Oh, you finished your Val. Do you want me to? Have you sent some pictures of it in? I can't see the pictures of it, mate. There is a meme though that I needed to show off. Let's have a look. This is from Ibram Gorn. Well armored for his time. Large cannon in the hull. Smaller cannon in a turret. Fuck it, close enough. Welcome back, M3 Lee. I love that. I absolutely love it. All right. Okay. I've got 2 more super chats and then we're caught up and I can get into regular chat as well. 3, so there's one from oh, 1 minute. I've got the alerts off. I need to replay the alerts. 1 minute. So I want to say
the warp overtaking me. It is a good pain.
Ibram Gore. Oh, so Ibram Gore, thank you for the super chat, mate. Appreciate it, dude.
Feel the
Amazing.
warp overtaking me.
Oh, and the question.
It is a
what
good
is your thoughts
pain.
if I want to get into Old World Empire? Should I get the GW Star box or the Landschneck box? I find the GW minis look better, and I don't want a major difference between my rank, state troops, and cannon crew characters. So purely from a monetary point of view, the Landschneck box is better, but I would say that the GW models are more detailed. However, I would say that the GW state troops, mate, they are a pain in the ass because they you basically, the way you build them is you've got a pole for the spear / halberd, but you then have to glue the halberd onto the end, and it can be annoying. Patience. It's like building. The best way of describing it is it's like building bolt action Soviets. You have to be patient and
Kazakh squad ready for
make
war.
sure you end up with models that look good and not models with weapons with tips all over the place. All right. So
Kazakh squad ready for war.
I would say that the GW models do look better, but are more difficult to build and will cost
Cassican
more.
squad ready for
I think the
war.
Landsknecht models are cheaper, but I agree they probably don't look quite as good. So it's kind of
Cassican squad ready for war.
the GW box comes with the Steam Tank though, and that is a big deal. That is a big deal. So
Cassican squad ready for war.
it honestly comes down to, I would say, well, I would ask what's more important to you?
Cassican squad ready for war.
Do the GW ones break easily?
Cassican squad ready for war.
Any model that has a thin
Cassican squad
a thin
ready
shaft.
for war.
Any model that has a thin shaft, you're probably no matter. I think whether you go,
Cassican squad ready for
I think whether you go
war.
Landsknecht or you go official GW, you'll probably end up over the course of time, not immediately,
Cassican squad
but
ready
over
for
the course
war.
of time with a few snapped halberds and a few broken feathers. It is the nature of things. So
Cassican squad ready for war.
I don't think there's any difference between the two, and I think you're just going to have to accept the fact that long, thin stick
Cassican squad
probably
ready for
going to
war.
break at some point. It's not ideal, but I'm just being honest with you.
Cassican squad ready for war.
All right. Tough Iron Within. A Krieg army is what I'm trying to build. What would be fun to build?
Cassican squad ready for war.
I've always thought the quintessential. I always thought the quintessential Krieg army was 6 platoons of Kriegers.
Cassican squad ready for war.
If I was building a Krieg squad, a Krieg army, I would have 100.
Cassican
I'd
squad
have
ready for war.
5 platoons of 20, 5 blobs of 20 Krieg, 3 command squads between them, and then I would have
Cassican squad ready for war.
3 fobs, 3 siege guns, and then whatever points I had left over would go into cavalry. That is not a
Cassican
competitive
squad
list.
ready for war.
Not a competitive list at all, but it is a themed list. Themed list. My poor wallet. Yeah. Welcome to the guard. We ain't cheap. We ain't cheap. But it depends to find within. Are you open to non-GW models? I'm pouring a drink if you're wondering what I'm doing. Are you open to non-GW models? Because if you are, then have I got good news for you. If you're not, I understand. I understand. Because there is the ever awesome and incredible War Games Atlantic, which sell like the best alternative guard infantry, non-GW guard infantry. Let me show you these. Here comes the sales pitch. I'm going to be fully honest with you. I do have a War Games Atlantic sponsorship. I have an affiliate link down below. But I was shilling for War Games Atlantic before they gave me a sponsorship. Because I really do like what they do. So I am being honest with you about it. War Games Atlantic. So here you go. I would go for these motherfuckers. Here we go. I'd go for these guys. So, these are the War Games Atlantic Le Grognards. As you can see, they've got the long greatcoats of the Krieg. They've got sci-fi rifles. They've got triangular bayonets. And they don't come with style helmets, but they do come with Adrian helmets with gas masks. And you get all the different, you get loads of different ways of building them. So you can build them with bear skins, with and without gas masks if you want to go down a destroyer route, or you could use the bear skins to represent your Kazakin. So you can get both Kazakin and Kazakin are good for representing Grenadiers, which are the Krieg in the lore, the Krieg equivalent. But you get loads of options. So you can build them with like Mordians with kepi hats with gas masks, bear skins with gas masks, Agent helmets with and without gas masks. You get all the different. You get plasma. You get for special weapons. You get plasma, melter, flamer, all the grenade launch. You get all the different weapons. Just absolute shitload of them. And the best bit is that you get 24 models in a box, and each box costs £25, and you get a deep discount. So the more you buy, the more you buy, the more you save. So I think I can't remember how it works, but it normally says basically if you buy one, you pay £25. You buy 3, you pay £70, so you save a fiver, and it goes up and up and up. So basically, do you want cheap alternative Kriegers? Fucking dirt cheap. Get these things, and they have loads of different options as well. I think technically this is the cheapest way to collect a guard army, because if you buy 10 boxes, and I know crazy, right? 10 boxes, that is 240 infantry though, which is enough to build a full 2,000 point guard army. So that would cost you £190 because of the discount level that you get. So it is the cheapest way to collect a guard. Normally, guard pure infantry is the most expensive playstyle. If you go to War Games Atlantic, it's the cheapest. One thing to mention: you will have to buy your own bases. They don't come with bases, but you can buy 125mm bases off eBay for about £5 to £10, so $5 to $10. So you could get, so if you think like, okay, it's going to cost me £190 for the models, then probably add on, I'd say $20, $25 on top of that, for probably less, but let's say $25 for all the bases. That's your full army. Yeah. So, do they ship USA? Yeah, they ship the whole wide world, man, as far as I'm aware. I mean, apparently they shipped to Afghanistan. So if they're going there, they're pretty sure they're gonna go to you guys. Why are you charging me? 1 minute. Anyway, let's have a look. There you go. So I think it's a little bit more in the US, but I'm pretty certain they still do the discount. I'd be very surprised if they don't, but let's have a look. Let's go 10 boxes, add to cart, view cart. Oh, they normally do the deep discount. I'd look into that because they used to do the big discounts, but we'll have a look whilst we're here anyway. I can't calculate shipping because I don't have an address in the States, but yeah, they do normally do the big discount. So I wonder why that's not the case anymore. Let's have a look. But anyway, even so, it's still the cheapest way to get a guard army. They also have these guys as well, though, which are kind of cool. If you want some alternative scions, they've got these guys. These are you only get 20 here, but these guys are pretty cool. Get some good pictures there. They're good for doing scions and stuff. They might even do for Kriegers as well, man. If you want slightly more modern looking Kriegers. Yeah, they look good. They just got supplied already? I don't think many dingbat. I don't think so. Because if I do 34.95 times 10, it comes to... But it might be when you get to checkout or something. It might be when you get to checkout. I just haven't gone all the way.
But yeah, they do all sorts, man. They're really good. Better catch chance.
All that kind of stuff.
But yeah. So however you slice it, it's much cheaper.
And however you slice it, my advice to you, Iron Within, is to get your infantry from here and get your tanks. Leave us as a classic, so get your tanks and shit from GW, but get your infantry from here. It will save you a shitload of money and make the prospect of collecting guard a lot less intimidating. And as you can see, they do fucking loads of different options. They've even got heavy weapon options for you as well. Really, and again, these are in the same style, so you can get your gas mask guys here. And they even do cavalry, which again, so much cheaper than getting them from GW because you get 9 in a box rather than 5. And you can have them where they're like fully sci-fi'd up with like all the extra armor and stuff. Or you can have them, as you see, the basic horses don't come with all that extra stuff on, so it's up to you how much extra shit you want to throw on there. You can have basic horses, or you can have big armored horses. Yeah. So there you go. So there you go. Like I said, if those are interesting to you, mate, I do have an affiliate link. I would appreciate you using it, but no pressure. There you are. Twitch alerts aren't working. Yeah, that's probably because I've not put the link in the in OBS. I can sort that out in a bit. Let me just sort out a few tabs here. There you go. No, you are not part of the stream chat. Russell W, it was very much a fuck it. Someone asked, are we doing Twitch this week? And I went, fuck it, I'll try it. Okay? The fact, look, you're back, all right? Just accept the fact you're back. I'll get you sorted out properly later. Oh my god. Right with Twitch gang. Right with Twitch gang. Okay. So what have we got here? I'll tell you what we've got. I've got the fact I need a fucking drink. All right. Got a few more super chat stuff coming in here. Let's have a look. Clint Orris, thank you for super chat, bro. Is there a medieval bolt action? No. Maybe. Solid maybe, mate. Closest I can think of is Warhammer Ancient Battles. But I don't know. There will be there's a lot of other non-GW game systems out there. Hail Caesar, maybe? Hail Caesar, maybe? But yeah, there we go. I honestly don't know. But chat, is there a medieval bot action? Chat will know. Chat knows all. To fire with it. Hey, thank you for becoming a channel member, mate. 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing, man. And welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Okay, I want to say a huge thank you to Wallario, my boy! Wallario, who's come in with not 1, not 2, but 25 gifted memberships, a 20 and a 5. That's a 30 in total for the whole stream, because he did 5 earlier as well. Wallario's absolutely smashing it. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You get more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. We get you. Wallario, thank you for keeping us fresh up with another platoon of the Emperor's finest. Thank you for allowing us to go down there and nuke all of the bug holes. I am a proud member of Wallario's Wildcats 07. You absolute Giga Chad. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman a scholar, a good sir. And I do dare say it, a kind sir as well. Thank you for support, mate. Not only for the channel, but also for the community. Thank you, buddy. There we are. There we are. I also want to say a huge thank you to Cosmic Drew coming in with the Bane Blade. Yes, it is the Bane Blade. The Tank Terror should be there soon. It's been almost a week, so keep an eye on your postbox. Will do. Now you'll have to finish painting the Krieg Vow. More accurate Penal Legion video in the Penal Legion description.
More rioting. All right, let's have a look here. Where the fuck have you put it, Cosmic? Right, 1 minute. Is it in the Penal Legion part of the Discord? Right, let me have a look. Boys, is the most accurate way I can describe our Penal Legion. Cornholio's Uprising. Oh, Cosmic, I can't watch it. Cosmic, I can't watch a 5-minute clip of a TV program on stream. YouTube will full blown block it. I'm sorry, Cosmic. Oh my god. I want to, but if you've got a very specific, if you've got a timestamp within the clip, I can watch I can probably watch, like, I can get away with about 30 seconds. 30 seconds before YouTube goes, no. I mean, the thing is, I can watch it, and you guys can have the audiobook version, as I just don't share the screen, but I can't put it on screen because it'll go very it'll definitely go funny. Skip about halfway. Are we looking at the speech here? I can find. Right, what's this?
What could his be?
I am Cornholio! I need TV for my bunghole!
Stand by to take down Cornholio.
Have you seen my bunghole?
When I open this door, unleash hell.
Stand down! This has turned into something bigger. Cornholio's their hero. He did the most dangerous thing you can do in this place. He gave those men hope.
Fuck's sake. Oh my god.
Cornholio, I need something for my bunghole.
Oh man, I need to go back and watch Beavis and Butthead. I used to watch bits of it all the time. Cornholio's Uprising, yeah. Yeah, man. Brilliant. Dude, Cosmic, I'll definitely watch that full thing later, man. I can't. Is it Beavis and Butthead back? It's supposed 8 days ago.
Holy shit, man. If Beavis and Butthead is back, that's insane. That's actually insane, man. Alright. But Cosmic, not getting distracted from the main point, buddy. Terror Tank. Tank of Terror, baby! Tank of Terror, baby! Holy shit, man. I cannot express how excited I am for that. You know, that's the first Lehman Russ that the Blood Pact are going to get. It's going to be its first one. It's going to be such a good tank to have for the army, man. It's going to look great. It's going to be used all the time. It's awesome, man. I love it. Cosmic. And yes, I do need to get rest. Oh, before I say 07 and thank you, I do want to say that, but I absolutely will be paying. I've got I've got like 10 Wolf Riders left, and then Val number 6. It's Kriegen time, bro. It is Kriegen time. Get the last of the Kriegers fully painted, rocked, and cocked. There we go. Okay, I want to say a big thank you to the Evil Greg. The Evil Greg, thank you so much for the support, man. Let's have a look here. RMLR still broken after the errata. So I haven't read the bolt action errata yet, but Wood Imp dropped into my DMs and said that they've changed the minimum range of Nebelwerfers to 36 inches. That can't be true. That can't be true. Oh my god. I've got to look at it. Holy shit, man.
Multiple launchers. A multiple launcher fires a heavy mortar, but its chance of hitting never gets any better than a 6. No ranging in. And its minimum range is increased to 36? Wow. So, can they use spotters? Worked well on Saturday. Yeah, well, you fucking... Bro, SEAL Club, 3 fucking bastards. Evil. You are the evil, Greg. You are evil, man. Oh my god. You are the reason. You are the reason that we're gonna get rule of 3 brought into the fucking game, man. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, and when that happens, you're gonna be able to proudly say that you were the reason. There you go. I'm only giving you shit, man. I'm only giving you shit. So can it use a spotter now? Are we sure? Are we sure it can use... I'm not 100% convinced. I mean, it would be okay if they could. Multiple launcher, 102. The rule describes mortar-powered rocket firing weapons such as the German Naval Warfare, the Russian Katyusha, US Calliope. Multiple launcher counts as a heavy mortar, but its chance of hitting never gets better than a 6, no ranging in. However, every time you fire it, pick the first... Okay. However, every time you fire it, pick the first target unit as normal, then check which other enemy units within 6 into the original template. These are also targets. If you find that there is a template, if there is a friendly within 6 of the original template, you cannot fire and the shot is wasted. Once the targets have been determined, check if any of these units are within the minimum range. These units are automatically missed. Then roll to hit for all remaining targets. If you score 1 or more hits, work out a total of blah, blah, blah. Unit firing multiple launcher receives 1 pin mark. So you don't get multiple pins, right? This represents sense of time needed to reload the destructive weapons, as well as choking smoke. So you can't take a spotter on the unit. You only take the 1 pin now, because this one replaces it. But spotters can only spot for a single thing. So indirect weapon teams can be provided with a spotter as indicated in the various weapon unit. A spotter is always a single unarmed model, part of the mortal unit, but it's always treated separately as not one of the crew. They cannot be placed within coherency of the weapon crew. Their role is to lie in some forward position where they can relay target coordinates to the crew. Blah, 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 blah. Does it say no multiple launch in the spotters bit? If an indirect weapon is fired by veteran regular crew, the crew should be able to also. So you can use spotters, but then you can't be inexperienced. This would tend because inexperienced can't use spotters. Essentially, so that there's an extra bit of points taxed in there. Okay, so yes, you can absolutely use spotters. I agree. I absolutely agree you can use spotters. I absolutely believe you only take 1 pin. You can't buy a spotter and you'd have to be regular, which does get rid of a lot of the advantages of... It gets rid of a lot. It changes multiple launches drastically. Minimum 36-inch range is wild, bro. I mean... if you get it, you better...
I mean, a good snap too. A good snap too, and your multiple rocket, from the enemy pulls the first dice, snap two. If they're German, snap 2, 3 units on the officer. That's 4 units. You won't be able to target now. I think. Can you imagine if you've got multiple rocket launchers, and the opposing player gets the first 3 dice, and just snap twos like 12 dice, just goes. It's easily doable. Easily doable. Just get under that umbrella. Just fucking hoof it down the fucking road. Hoof it down the fucking 5 units if you're using a commander, true. But you just hoof it down the fucking road. It's like, oh, I'm underneath the multiple launcher now. You get Evil Greg. I think you get 1 chance. You get what if you get after turn 1, your launchers aren't shooting anything. I think so. The only exception to that would be if you put 1 in one corner and 1 in the other corner, assuming we're doing like long table edge, and then 1 shoots over to here, 1 shoots over to here. That's different. And also, if we're playing sectors, you can have them in the very, very back and then shoot over. That's when they still, yeah. So I think that multiple launchers have been nerfed. But I think they are nowhere near the auto-include that they were. I still think they're viable. But I don't think I'd take 4. I think now it's like 1 or 2. Because of the extra costs involved. Already said that exact setup. Evil Greg, you are the Neb King. I'm calling you that now. You are the Neb King. What do you think? 2 max? 2 max, or do you still think spamming them is a good idea? Take 8. Fuck off. I mean, that's a good point, actually. I mean, if they're only going to fire once, then you better make sure that the opponent only ever gets 1 turn. So, 2 officers. All you need is the first 2 dice. That's all you need. 1 for the company commander. Then why take Nebs over Howling Cows? There would be Howling Cows, by the way. Neb's catch-all term. So you need, all you would need to do is pull the first 2 dice and spaff all 8, and just fucking flatten someone turn 1, and be like, sweet, I only got to, and they'd be like, okay, I only got to fire once. I only got to fire once. I only needed to fire once. That's it. You only need 2 dice to win. All I need is 2 dice to win a game. Catch you later, Greg. Catch you later, man. 2 dice, Greg. That's what it's called now. 2 dice, Greg, the Neb King. Catch you later, bud. Catch you later. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Clint Norris. Clint Norris, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Have you tried the Fallout tabletop game? I've heard it is very similar to Necromunda. I have not played the Fallout tabletop game. I don't know if I ever would play it, because as much as I am a fan of Fallout, I would definitely describe myself as a casual fan of Fallout. Okay? Because I have played Fallout 3 and I've completed the campaign once. And I've had many starts to Fallout 3, but I only ever played it through once. Same with New Vegas. I only ever completed it once. But I've done many, starts and then got bored. And Fallout 4, I only ever played it through. I never completed it, and I played it quite a lot on stream. But there you go. So and I enjoy the TV series. So I'm not a Fallout no lifer. What I would like is to have a Fallout army in 40k, where I looked for this after the Fallout TV show came out, but I couldn't find it. I wanted to be able to 3D print power armored dudes and have a new channel army, a Space Marine army that was all Fallout dudes. So I'd have like intercessors be like basic guy, basic power armor guys, and then have like different weapons to represent different kinds of Primaris Marine, and then I'd have different power armor variants to represent like different like normal armor, Gravis armor, Terminator armor. Yeah. So I looked high and low and I couldn't find any good 3D prints of that stuff, unfortunately. And buying the tabletop and buying the miniatures was too expensive, unfortunately, because you only got like a few power armor dudes. So yeah. Clint, I thought about kit bashing Fallout stuff into my 40k. That would be cool, man. Yeah. I think having I think you could do a good Mechanicus army with it. And I think you could do a good, like a squad of Scions, a squad of like Fallout power armor guys. That would be cool as well. Yeah. Source Blood, thank you for the super chat, my man. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Repaint project update and free discussion. I finally painted the Devilfish I got 15 years ago. All right, let's have a little cheeky gander. Oh, I'm in the wrong bit. Let's have a look. Hey, update the repaint project. Finished the repaint of Pathfinders, stealth suits, and my very first vehicle ever because I was afraid to paint it when I was a teen 15 years ago. A Devilfish.
Kasich squad ready for war.
Boys. Dude, you got these painted so quickly, man. Holy shit.
Kasich squad ready for war.
Oh, my bad. So you got these painted so quickly. I swear to God, it was Thursday or Friday. You were like, hey, here are the models I'm going to repaint. And I was like, sweet, I love Metal Pathfinders. I distinctly remember saying I love Metal Pathfinders. And then it's fucking Monday, bro. And you've knocked them out. That's so very impressive. Very, very impressive turnaround. Getting like 2 squads, vehicle, and an elite unit. I like it. I love the color scheme, man. It's a really unique color scheme. And I don't mean like, oh, it's unique, hidden byword for it's weird and shitty. That's, that's the way I describe my unique looking Mordian Iron Guard. Yours is unique and it looks really good, and I really like it. The gold and the orange and the brown, man. I really like it. Yeah. They look good. I love the Metal Pathfinders. Man. I'd love to get my hands on some of those. Hey, stealthy bastards. Nice. And you can't go wrong with more Fire Warriors. You can't go wrong with more Fire Warriors. And hey, and the Devilfish has come out great. See, Teen, you had nothing to worry about. There you are. Hey, I love the symbols, man. I love the symbols. That looks great. You've done the fine details, which is very, very commendable. Good bit of detail on those models, mate. Yeah. Swords Blood, excellent work, mate. Excellent work and very impressive turnaround. Very impressive. But I bet you could paint an orc army in a week. Fucking hell, bro. I bet you could. Oh, man. Okay. I also want to say a big thank you to De Krampus. Fresh print issue discussion after this. Kriegus Rex. Nice. Roadhog Commander, hot off the press. Also had to step away. Did you comment on my mechanized rattlings? I did. So, I will go over that again because I know you stepped out, man. Firstly, Rogel Dawn Tank Commander. I mean, obviously amazing. Fresh off the press and fucking Gucci AF. It reminds me of the Apocalypse tank from Red Alert, Obviously, it's not got the twin barrels, but it reminds me of that. Yeah, Red Alert 2 vibes. Proper Red Alert 2 vibes, bro. I love that fucking howitzer in the front, man. Holy shit. Now, that's a pulverizer cannon right there. Nice. Re the mechanized rattlings. I thought it was a fun list. I thought being able to jump in and out and rattling the shit out of stuff is cool. I just have gone so cold on the mech detachment. I thought the list was good, and it was a good effort, a good punt at a mechanized assault list, but it's just, it's not the way I like running mech guard. I think that's kind of the problem. I think that I am overly harsh towards the mechanized attachment because I've kind of got it in my head, probably irrationally, that it's not the way I want to play it, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm a traditional mech guard player. I like regular infantry inside chimeras, and that playstyle doesn't fit that. So I think for me, I'm going to keep playing mechanized Imperial Guard, but I'm going to be in a combined arms attachment. Yeah. It was one of the few units that actually played in out the detachment. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Agreed. So I think, yeah, I like mechanized guard. I don't like mechanized assault. There you go. Tech Priest, my boy. Tech Priest, thank you for super chat, man. Do apologize. I had to step away. Vow, now stream discussion. Let's take a look, mate. Oh, shit, man. Sorry for the mix-up. Yes, I went back for my green Cadians. Hey, nice. I love a good green Cadian. Love the red and white on the side of the tank. Tight. That's nice. Just a good Lever and Rust, mate. A good, solid Lever and Rust. You've done the effort to do the gold and stuff, which is nice. You've done the grills. You've added the extra storage equipment. All good shit. Just a good old El Clasico, eh? Good old El Clasico. Nice. Thank you for support, mate. Looking good. Mad Larkin, remember a few weeks ago when he was doing leaks? Mech Assault was the best thing ever. I thought it was. And I think it still can be. I think Mad Larkin, I know you're trolling me. But I'm going to give you a serious answer because I have the goddamn dignity to do that. I think that Mechanized Assault is going to be a good detachment for the people that enjoy that playstyle. I think someone is going to really be able to leverage that +1 to wound. I think we've seen the power +1 to wound with Bridgehead. So I want to make something abundantly clear. I think that Mechanized Assault has a lot of potential, and it might take a little bit to unlock the Matrix, but it will work. All I'm saying is that upon some reflection, I currently don't think it fits my traditional Mech Guard preferred way of playing, but I understand that's a me thing. There you go. See, I gave you a proper answer. Even though you're a smarmy bastard trying to troll the shit out of me, I gave you a proper answer. Because, unlike you, I'm a nice person. You cunt. Oh my god. Okay, Twitch gang! Twitch gang. Alright, I want to say a big thank you to Marcus Albalan. Death down! Marcus Albalan, thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the bits. Thank you. Doing your part, sir. 07, you magnificent bastard. I do need to sort Twitch alerts out, though. You are right. I need to sort that out. Keep those orcs out of my lands. I'm sorry, Mark. I played Empire this weekend. Beat the piss out of them. Not just the men. Not just the men. Steam tanks. And the cannons too. Killed them all. Hell. I liked it. I loved it. I'd do it again. Is the new guard codex thick? Yeah, it's a little thick. The special edition one's a little thick. It's not over the top though. I think I've got it. Yeah. Around here anyway. Jesus. Oh, I thought I had it. I swear I had it. Oh, whoa, 1 minute. I think I probably just put it somewhere silly. I don't know where I put it. I've got the bolt action book. Woo! Action. I've put it somewhere. Oh, here it is. It was literally. It was exactly where I thought it was. It was exactly where I thought it was, but I put it on a. I put a foam tray on top of it. So there you go. It's pretty thick, but it's not too thick. I love the special edition one though. Holy shit, man. I like both the special edition and the normal Creed Codex. They both look fantastic. Okay. Back to 5th edition we go. I love it, Andrews. I love it, mate. All right. Let's have a look here. So we've got a few super chats coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I should probably show you guys a little few some of the pictures from the events and talk a bit about like Bridgehead and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean I know we've been streaming for a bit, but we've just been sort of chatting bollocks, but we'll be going a little bit later tonight. So there we go. So I want to say a big thank you to the lower decks for not 1, not 2, but 3 super chats. 3 giga chats. Giga chats. Yes. My God, sir. My God. Said to the tune of the Muppet Show theme song, it's time to play the music. It's time to light the light. It's time to meet the Penal Legion at the Masquerade Ball tonight. It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right. It's time to consider your weapons at the Masquerade Ball tonight. It's time for Forearm Chef. It's time for the Dean Martin bot. It's time for the masked dancers to avoid getting shot. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Let's have a look here. Did you put something in stream discussion, or were you just doing a series of or were you just doing a series of quite amusing musical musical song super chats? Bro, is the ball ahead? Is the ball going ahead? Series? Lower Decks. I'm very excited, man. I'm very excited. By the way, Lower Decks, I just want to say, I really appreciate you. You were very busy last week, and I really appreciated that you still took the time to drop into the streams, the painting streams, and show your support. And I just want to say that I really missed the updates on the Penal Legion, man. I really did. So I am very, 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 very excited to see what you've cooked up. And I'm really excited to see how this ball plays out. And I also really appreciated you taking input on this one. Like, who do we hire here? Who should the caterer be there? So, dude, I'm excited as fuck. Looking forward to it. Absolutely amazing. 07, thank you for all your support. Thank you for a good lad. And it's great to have you back in the streams. Full Penal Legion. Full Lower Decks. Full send, mate. Loving it, dude. Loving it. And I also want to say a big thank you to Lieutenant Grimmo. Yes. Lieutenant Grimmo, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby! Yes, 5 more Krieg engineers working their way forward and setting off the remote mines. 07, thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Amazing, man. Lower Decks, everything will go fine, I am sure. What could possibly go wrong? Be fine. Be fine. Cool. All right. Let me have a look what I've got going on here for you, ladies. So, we should do a little poll. Let's do a little poll. Any poll's a goal, right? Poll with lobbying, of course, always allowed. Let me have a look here. YouTube poll. So what do you want to hear about first? Basically, what I'm going to do is let this run for a smidge. And then in order of popularity is the order I'll cover the topics, okay? So, Bridgehead broken. Bolt action tournament. Old World tournament. And we'll just do a few minutes on each one. It's not gonna be like a full Meta Monday. There you go. There you are. There you are. But have a little, let that run for a little bit. We'll let that run for 5 minutes. I'll get the various things in place so we can go through them nice and quick. I will also put a link to the YouTube stream in the Twitch chat, just so you guys can, over on Twitch, can drop in and do a little vote if you want to. All right. So there we are, and I'll need to get the whatchamacallits up. So Warhammer competitive for the Meta Monday. Okay. And then we'll want to sort the pictures out, read the events. There we go. Mad Larkin, damn right, is a guard channel to Bridgehead. You see, here's the thing, Mad Larkin. Here's the thing, right? It's the thing. I prioritize guard content for a month,
Kazakh squad ready for war.
and I heard endless bitching and moaning from the bot action guys.
Kazakh squad ready for war.
So now I've got to give the impression of fairness.
Kazakh squad ready for war.
It's got to be done. Don't even try and say respect the poll. I have to at least appear that.
Kazakh squad ready for war.
Not at least, keep appearances up. It's all part of the system, the matrix that keeps us all controlled.
Kazakh squad
There you go.
ready for war.
I'm part of the system, boys. I'm part of the system.
Kazakh squad ready
So you guys
for
realize
war.
I'm AI generated. I mean, have you ever actually met me? And here's the thing. Anyone who says in
Kazakh
chat
squad ready for
that they
war.
have met me is also AI generated. That's a thing. That's a thing. It's all a conspiracy. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Mordian, the most grok computer bug ever coded. Britain doesn't exist. It's AI generated, bro. Fucking chance to be a fine thing. Well, your workouts are AI generated. That's for sure. Well, yeah. Although I've not generated any in a while. I need to do some more work. I looked at my arm the other day, and I was like, it's just a twig. So I've lost loads of weight recently. Which is good. But I'm probably the slimmest I've been in years. I have lost weight by basically dieting, and so I have now zero muscle mass. Like I'm trying to pick up the metal guards, and I'm like, try and move a squad of metal Mordians. I'm tired by the end of it. Not quite that bad. It's not quite that bad. Oh my god. Okay, let's close the poll. Before we close the poll, let's wank off Walario. I am part of Walario's wankers. Wait, no. I want to say a huge mega bunker busting thank you to Walario, my boy. Yes. Yes. Walario, thank you so much for not one, not two, but 20 gifted memberships. 20. That's 50 in total. That's like a death strike. Pseudo death strike, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Pseudo death strike, man. Over the course of the stream. Incredible support. Incredible effort. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Absolute Mega Boss maneuver. Bro, Walario, you are the massive recruitment. Everyone in chat. Everybody in chat. I'm going to do it as well. Including me. Join me in doing the Walario emoji, man. Let's go. Let's do it, boys. Let us fucking do it. That is the Walario emoji. If you are a channel member, spam the Walario emoji. If you're not a channel member, do an 07. It's a salute. It's not some weird thing. And let's say thank you. Let's say thank you to the man who is the #1 recruitment officer. The man who has given so many people an opportunity to explore the wider Mordian Glory community. Who has brought so many of us together. And who is genuinely a mega boss, a Giga Chad, an officer, a gentleman, a scholar. A pillar of the community. And a good friend. Walario, thank you, mate. Thank you. You're a good lad, mate. Appreciate it. Walario's Wildcats, baby. Walario's Wildcats. Every time. I would follow Walario's Wildcats down onto Clendathu, even knowing how it turned out, I'd still go with the Wildcats, baby. I wouldn't even hesitate. There we go. Okay. I also say a big thank you to Squidfist. Squidfist, thank you for the super chat, man. 07 Sat, mini old world bat rep and stream discussion. Ooh, mini old world bat. I like it. Love a good old world bat rep. Thanks for the stream, Sat07. Played a game on Saturday, and it was a goodie. 2K, my Tomb Kings versus my friends, Orcs and Goblins. Bro, and I can see the picture already. You guys have been working hard on getting those models paid up. I respect it. His Squigs had a brutal turn 1 and 2 charges, smashed units they hit, and then they hit the second line, also smashing through them, to be finally held by the Prince and his Tomb Guard. Yes! Meanwhile, my Chariot Mega Blob in the middle, led by the Tomb King, and his trusty Herald smashed into his Black Hawk mob and managed to wade through them after a few turns. Game came to a climactic ending when my Prince and his Tomb Guard escort versus the War Boss on Wyvern met in the middle. And was a good back and forth, but the Prince had a big whiff on his attacks, and the War Boss ended the game after eating my Hierophant and my Prince. Old world is best world. Holy shit, boys. Look at this. Look at... Right, okay. All right. I know many of you aren't Old World fans. I know many of you are maybe Old World curious. Okay? But even if you don't care about the game, just look at these pictures and just appreciate the cinematography. Okay? Appreciate how cool they are. All right? Firstly, look at those battle lines, boys. Look at those battle lines of bright models facing off against each other. So cool. And because the terrain is quite light, you get to see the models. They're not hiding behind L-shaped ruins and you can't see half of them. They're loud and they're proud and they're bright and they're popping. Look at that fucking big ass dragon thing. And then a shitload of fucking skelly bobs around them. Hey, cheeky gobbos. Who is this? That's Squig. Is that Squig or a toad above his head? I love it. Hey, boingy boys. We love the boingy boys. Nice. Boingy boys crashing into skelly bobs. Holy shit, man. Wow. It looks like a brutal fight, man. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. This is a brutal fight. Tomb King versus Wyvern. Looks like the Wyverns won that one. Holy shit, man. And then the Chariots. Wow. Holy shit. That Black Orc on Wyvern was... He went munching. He went munching. He went munching, man. Holy shit. I tell you what. I think those I think Squig Hoppers are the best cavalry in the game. So cheap. And the Squigs are weapon skill 4, multiple attacks at strength 5. Yeah. Holy shit. I love it. I love it. I was having a little... We'll get to the Bridgehead thing after this in a second. But I want to mention this now because it kind of comes back to what we were talking about with old meta and stuff. I really want to get a Tomb King's army. And I've already thought about how I would do it. I am going to have a Tomb King in a bodyguard of Tomb Guard. So the Royal Guard. Fucking like Praetorians, right? And then what I want to do is have a Tomb Prince leading a Nakaran phalanx or a block of skeleton warriors. Because obviously he's not gonna have as good a bodyguard, right? But what I want to do is to make them stand out. Is I want to give the skeletons who are gonna have spears. I want to give them the poison amulet because I know that the poison amulet is better on the bow, guys. And I saw at the Old World Tournament many Tomb King players running 60 to 90 skeletons with bows to poison the shit stuff. I saw it. Okay, but I'm gonna not do that myself. I'm gonna make the conscious decision to not do that. And I love the idea of being like, I'm gonna take the obvious thing but put it in a toned down unit. And that way, it gets past the issue of strength 3 on the spears because I can poison you. That's it. It's powerful but not broken. That's what I want to do. And have my army basically focused around these two solid blocks of infantry in the center, and then have loads of fast shit around the sides. Yeah. There you go. I thought about the poison amulet. On 10 wide blob, I give them an Necrotech. It would be cool, I think. Yeah. I mean, the poison amulet on bows is absolutely the way to go. It's just old world is my off game, so I want to not be even thinking. I'm trying to like deprogram myself and not bring 40k over to old world. And like, I don't mind if other people want to do that, but I'm happy to accept I'm not going to win an old world event, probably ever, apart from like a local RTT where I get a good pairing, so it's fairly small. But I do want to, I want to I kind of want to do old world the way that I'm going to enjoy old world, and just not worry about being pressured into trying to bring the best old world stuff. And occasionally, my aim with old world is to occasionally make a player who thought the game was going to be a cakewalk have to work for it. That's it. That's all I want. And I did that at the old world tournament, but I can't talk about that yet, Squid Fist, because of course we have to respect the poll. And the poll says, let's talk about Bridgehead being broken. So we're going to go Bridgehead bot action old world. That's how we're going to talk about the different topics. Okay. So let's have a look here. So there has been some chit, and dare I say chat, around Bridgehead and around it being broken and around it being overpowered. I think that is partially alarmist, but also partially correct. I think that it is fast becoming obvious that Bridgehead, between right now in the index, obviously things could change with the codex, but I think we are seeing right now Guard Bridgehead be the best way of playing Guard. Like I said, could change with the codex, but I think it'll stay pretty fucking popular. I think it'll stay pretty fucking popular. So taking a look at the results from this weekend alone, look at the Ashman Time stat. So as a faction, we only had a 48% win rate. Okay, we had a 48% win rate. But we had 5 players go 4-1, and one. Sorry, we had 5 players go 4-1 or better. So that does include people that went 5-0 but didn't win the tournament because maybe they lost on tiebreaker. Okay, that's relevant because we'll go to the different tournaments, right? And we actually won one event. There were 39 Guard players this weekend. 24 of them ran Bridgehead. Wow. So the newer, nicher detachment had more players than your standard take all comers Guard detachment. I always say judge, and I've got to be consistent about this, right? I always say judge Guard on the player numbers. That's how you tell if our faction is doing well or not, because the win rate can be all over the place a little bit. Because Guard can be a little tricky to get your hands on at first, tricky to understand it. So not only am I looking at the player numbers and seeing 39 decent showing on a quieter weekend, only 680 people overall, but I'm then seeing that by a large margin, Bridgehead was the more popular detachment. Okay. Then I look and see that Bridgehead actually had all of the good stats. So 53% plus they had the 5 people that went undefeated or only lost one game, and they had the tournament win. Let's look at those tournaments in detail. So Bridgehead went 6-0 and came second at Beachhead Brawl, which was a super major. 196 players, 6 rounds. Maybe that might be a major, actually, because it's only had 6 rounds. But the large tournament. So it didn't win the tournament, but it came undefeated. We then had Bridgehead going 5-0 and coming second at a major in Canada. So again, Bridgehead in the 2 largest tournaments of the weekend went undefeated. It just didn't lost out on first place on tiebreakers. Okay. Then the third largest event, Bridgehead went 6-1 at the Atlanta. I say this is the major, 7 rounds, 74 people. So 3 super major events, a major and super major events. Guard came second at all 3 of them. Podiumed at all 3 of them. 2 of them went undefeated. Let's see, what event did we win? 4-1 Frosthammer. And we won a small GT. 32 players, 5 rounds. So GT winning, Super Major, and Major podiuming. Oh, that's spicy. Like, I'm not making any excuses. Oh shit, man. That's spicy. Okay, what about last week? How did God do last week? Might not have been as good. We'll see. God, last week, Bridgehead had a 65% win rate. 28 players out of 80, so not quite as popular, but still very good showing. 7 people went X and O. 1 person won an event. Last week, Bridgehead had a 65% win rate, making the highest winning detachment. So last week, Bridgehead was the best performing detachment, and that was a week with 1,500 players. So the largest week I think we've ever had, and it had an incredible result. So large sample size. Oh damn! Oh damn! Okay, so we probably need to talk about this. Bridgehead is going to get the November March. I agree. So, why is Bridgehead good? This is got to be. We just got to tackle this beast head on. We got to tackle this beast head on. It's the ability to essentially ambush. So I can, yes, you could, yes, it can be screened out. It can be screened out, but essentially, the guard player has the ability to do multiple nukes. So you're gonna have 2 or 3 big gigablobs of scions. That's gonna happen. The key to the one counter to Bridgehead is good screening. But let's look at the meta. We are in predominantly a hyper elite infantry meta. I think that the meta has shifted from vehicles and monsters to hyper elite infantry. It seems to be. I can't remember the last time I faced a mech list. So, because of this, they don't have as much screening as they should. Because maybe the screening is, oh, I infiltrated a couple of scout units up at you. Scouts or the equivalent thereof. Maybe you've got a couple of Sisters of Silence units. Custodian is very popular right now. People are taking all of the tooth, but none of the tail in a guard army. In a not a guard army, generally in their army list. Like, I'll look around at Grey Knights and I'll see 5 or 6 Dread Knights, but fuck all infantry. I'll look around at Custodies, and yes, these are obviously dreadnoughts, so they are vehicles, but they're not big vehicles. They're not we're not talking about big tanks. It's I'll look around at Custodians and I'll see. Sorry, come on, camera. Made it worse. 1 minute. Come on, focus. Oh my god, I hate when it does this. I've been trying to let the camera earn its autofocus, and it's just been shit in the bed. Come on, you can do it. There we go. I look around at Custodians list, and what do I see? Dreadnoughts for days. And Custodians themselves, At best, I might see a couple of instances of silence. This is what I'm seeing. Hyper elite armies with fuck all screening. And so the problem is that Bridgehead will come down and it will delete you. And if you put the minimum screening in your list, then Bridgehead will just wait one turn. We'll just wait till turn 2. And turn 1 will get rid of your screening. Because at first, I think people were running Bridgehead with maximum deep strike. They were like, I will put 1,000 points of silence in reserve. I don't think that's the way to do it. And I think that's what a lot of people have learned. I think the temptation is to go full send on the silence, but actually you probably want to have 2 or 3 nukes. 2 or 3 deep strike nukes. And the rest of it is probably stuff that's still going to benefit from the detachment. A few units in transports on the board, stuff like that. A bit of indirect, some good indirect, some good fire-based shit. But yeah, I think the key to actually Bridgehead being super successful is the fact that people are learning, the Bridgehead players are learning how to deliver the nuke. That's what it is. They're learning how to deliver it. And what's the problem is that if you don't have enough screening against Bridgehead, it will kill you. It will flatten you. Because it kind of works. It kind of works a little bit how Eldar works. I know, I just compared Guard to Eldar. Lambast me. But one of the things that a lot of people fail to understand with Eldar is that they don't need good durability when everyone is dead. So a good Eldar player, and I remember my brother doing this to me with Dark Eldar back in the days. Not a great. We're throwing all sorts of examples in here, but bear with me. So the thing about Eldar is that what you should do is you should really lean into their speed. So you go, I'm basically going to have like a huge amount of my army on one side of the board. It might not even look like it's on that one side at first, but with my maneuverability, I can just move everything over to one side of the board. And then I just delete that isolated part of my opponent's army. And then, but I'm so fragile. But there's no clapback because everyone on this side of the board is dead and it's really dense L-shaped fucking ruins. So I'm most safe from clapback. And then they move over to another part of the board and they delete that bit. And they move over to the third part of the board and delete that bit. Basically, Eldar win by picking you apart in detail. And I never forget my brother doing this Dark Eldar. I think it was back in like 8th or 9th edition. And I was like, I had an objective that I had just like a few guards and sat and I was like, that's so far away. There's no way he's going to get over there. And then he went something mad like 27 inches. It might not have been quite that high, but Reaver jet bikes going like 16 inches with an auto advance of like 6 inches and being able to shoot afterwards when like 20 inches, when like 20 inches just deleted the guardsman. And so he did that with 3 units of bikes. And I was like, oh, damn. So, and that's kind of how Eldar work. Well, Bridgehead is very similar. Because Bridgehead, what we're going to do is we're going to drop a nuke down here, maybe 2 nukes, and just delete that, just carve that away. And oh look, you're an elite army, so you've got fuck all redundancy. Fuck all redundancy. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to spend CP and pick one of those nukes up. And then I'm going to deploy another 2 nukes down over here. I'm going to carve that away because you've not got enough screening. And if you've got no screening, I'm doing it turn 1. If you've got a little bit of screening, I'm going to get rid of that, and then I'm going to do it turn 2 and turn 3. And then because I can pop up and down, I'm probably also going to do it turn 4, turn 5. And so it's just this fact, and if there's no screening, I mean, I have seen it and I have done it. I have gone with a Bridgehead and I've gone full send turn 2. Like I'm talking, I put 45 scions and I ran everyone out and got everyone out of the transports. I went full send turn 2 because my opponent had marched out into the middle of the board with his fucking durable elite ass infantry, and I just went bang, 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 done. Just fucking won the game in turn 2. I've seen it. I've done it. That's the thing with Bridgehead, and so Bridgehead is quite anti-meta at the moment. The other thing with Bridgehead that is kind of fucking with people a smidge is the fact that if it punishes you for not having redundancy, whilst at the same time it's got a shitload of redundancy. Because it's essentially pure infantry with a bit of artillery support. That's really what it is. So it's like, oh, okay. So there's like 130 bastards. So 100 to there's like 100 bastards to 150 bastards in here, depending on how hard you've got on like mech and artillery and stuff. It's got mass. So it's got force concentration, and it's got mass, and it's got maneuverability. It is super fucking fragile, but it has indirect durability. And the problem is that it's kind of somewhat abusing. It's abusing the meta. It's abusing the current way people like to play. And the big thing is that it's also kind of abusing the I go, you go thing. Because it can deliver the full one bop. It can one bop you in one turn if it wants to. Whereas if this was a game like Bolt Action, this kind of playstyle wouldn't work, because you'd send in one nuke and then someone else would, or one page rules, I'll mention it, and someone would come back at you. You do your one nuke and then someone would just counter it and kill it. There's clapback on that flank. So yeah, I think that's the that's kind of the trifecta. It's able to deliver a hell of a punch. It's able to avoid the clapback, and it's able to just force concentrate, and it's got all the benefits of force concentration and combat width. And also, it's not even that complicated. It's got +1 to wound, boys. It's got 4 rerolls to hit, sustained hits, +1 to wound on 15 scions, armed to the fucking gills with plasma and melter. There's all, I've tried to give you the complicated version, but you can just fucking break it down. It is gonna, that is a fist going into your anus. That's what it is. It's just very, very powerful. But tactically wise, meta wise, fundamentally, it just slaps. Literally, it doesn't slap, it slaps, and it slaps the shit out of your opponent. It can one bop, turn 1, 30 cards to him, 15 engineers, and 15 to 30 sounds if you go first or second, respectively. Exactly. So, I think it's going to get nerfed. Because, but what I would like to see, oh, and by the way, in its current configuration, it is also quite good at overwatching people, because if your opponent moves on, let's say you slap the shit out of a side, and then your opponent moves on to an objective to try and make sure they're getting primary next turn, you then overwatch them. You'll probably blast away whatever you want, because you're going to be hitting on 6s with sustained hits, with full rerolls, with 1,000,000 plasma and melt shots again. So it has ways of keeping the enemy back and fucking with their primary game, and also punishing them for trying to come over and deal with it. Now, it's not unbeatable. I think it does take a high degree of skill. I think that I'd probably need half a dozen practice games, a couple of practice RTTs before I went to a GT and had a chance of probably going 4-1 or winning it. I'd probably need a dozen practice games before I went down to a local GT and could go all the way. So yeah, I think it does require skill, but once you got the reps in, you are flying. Or should I say, you're not flying, you're falling with style. Yeah. There's no such thing as abuse the meta when the meta's abusing itself. I love that. Yeah. So, Bridgehead is very, very, very strong. I think it is arguably broken in the current meta. Now, I think there's two ways Bridgehead gets screwed over. The first, and basically it comes around, I think there's one way really. It comes down to the meta taking into account a lot more screening. Whether that's in the form of mechanized, or that's just in the form of just having a lot more screening. I don't agree. Some people would say, oh, well, I think, it would struggle into hordes. I think if you put Bridgehead into a green tide, it just deletes it in one turn. Yeah, easy peasy. That kind of firepower is not going to struggle dealing with orcs. Dealing with any horde. If I took 261 Tyranids into Bridgehead, I would expect to be tabled in probably by turn 3. Yeah, easy peasy, man. I mean, I think in one turn it would pick up 120 Hormagaunts, and then I'm getting into a shootout with fucking Scions with Termagants. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't think horde is the answer to it, even remotely. Even remotely. I think what maybe screws it is cheap transports, because what you kind of want to do is have you if I was playing mechanized versus Bridgehead, my general plan / theory would be to have probably quite a traditional mechanized list. Because what I'd want to do is basically push my scouting transports up, put them, stage them up nicely behind as much line sight blocking as I can. And then what would I, maybe Bridgehead would be able to come down and delete some of those transports. But my thinking is that the infantry then get out, and I can have some infantry that can shoot back. But also then my tanks can come round from where they've been hiding and do some shooting there as well. I think the thing is that, because if they're trying to go for like a one, because it often comes down to turn 2, turn 3 with Bridgehead. It's like turn 2, turn 3. A lot can happen on turn 1, but it's often a bit of turn 2, turn 3. The two. It's not just a one bop. It's the left and right, the left and right hook. And I think the advantage of mech is that they have to spend 2 turns clearing the screen, and I think that's how you make Bridgehead at the very least work for it. You've got to make them spend 2 turns clearing the screen, not 1 turn. That's the biggie. Because they can only pick up 1 unit at a time. So now I get now that's all good in theory. I guess what the problem in reality is that transports aren't super duper cheap. Like, it's like 70 points for a transport. Like a rhino equivalent. So I think one of the problems is that maybe the counters to Bridgehead are actually more theoretical than actual. I'm fully open to that being proven. Yeah. You see, this is where it's gonna sound crazy, but hear me out. This is where Sisters of Battle should be a really hard counter to Bridgehead, because if I ruled the world and Sisters of Battle were much hordier than they are now, this is where having like mass mech sisters would be super good, because they could have big cheap squads inside transports. So they're not, the transports are cheap and the squads inside aren't breaking the bank. The Bridgehead breaks over the transports, and then the sisters have actually got enough firepower to be able to clear away what's dropped. Because the problem with my mech guard counter is that maybe the 10 guys getting out are 10 guardsmen, and I don't think 10 guardsmen are going to clear away 15 scions. So yeah, something like that. Yeah. So that's kind of, and that's where I think sometimes I know we're getting a little bit deep now, but that's where I think sometimes I don't appreciate, but I think a lot of people don't appreciate that the meta is a bit of an ecosystem, and if you remove something from the ecosystem, it can have a ripple effect. So, if sisters were a prevalent faction with cheap transports that could have pretty viable infantry, jump out. I think Bridgehead would be less prevalent because I think, or if there were more factions like that, I think Bridgehead would be less prevalent because the idea that, a few, it can go 4-1, but at some point it's going to counter, it's going to encounter, its counter would keep it back and keep its popularity down. At the moment, I just don't think there's many factions like that fundamentally exist. Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of my hot takes on Bridgehead. I think that it's +1 to wound on big blobs of many, many special weapon dudes. It is obviously very powerful, and that on a fundamental level, that's as complicated as it needs to be. I think there's also deeper layers to it, like what is the current meta, hyper elite infantry, with very little screening. But I think also there's another layer to it of what is the current ecosystem, and are there any factions out there which have got the cheap mech factor, and I'm just not seeing it. I can't think outside of Guard. I can't think of a cheap mech factor, and I don't even know if you can say Guard is that cheap now, because 150 points is not that cheap. Yeah. I suppose, and like the only thing I can think of is AdMech. AdMech aren't hoardy. AdMech used to be very hoardy, but then the AdMech community complained about having to spend 2,000 points to get $2,000 to get a 2,000 point army, so they made them a lot less hoardy. Same with GSC, same with Sisters. Turns out having semi-horde armies. So I think we're talking beyond Bridgehead at this point, but I think it's an important thing to talk about. I think that semi-horde armies have essentially been removed from the ecosystem. AdMech aren't a horde army, but they can be a semi-horde. Sisters aren't a horde army, but they can be a semi-horde. GSC aren't a horde army, but they could be a semi-horde. Black Templars aren't a horde army, but they could be a semi-horde. Orcs are not a horde army. They're not. You don't. I mean, I'm gonna check some metadata here to make sure I'm not talking on my ass. But I don't see orcs. I think most people prefer more elite orcs. Although I don't know about tactical. Tactical brigade could be a blind spot for me. It is a blind spot for me. But I don't feel like orcs are like Green Tide. Like one person ran Green Tide this week. 14 people ran tactical, to be fair. So I think that there's no semi-horde armies out there which have that combination of reasonably cheap with decent firepower, with decent capabilities. I think everyone's gone far too elite. I think the community, and I think the community has demanded this. I think the community has demanded this. And we're kind of, I don't want my Sisters to be a horde army. I don't want my AdMech to be a horde army. I don't want my GSC to be a horde army. I want to be more elite. I want to be able. I don't want to be spending that much money. I don't want to spend that much money. I don't want to spend that much money. So we've kind of got, a lot of people have kind of got what they wish for, and now I think we're starting to see maybe that the ecosystem is suffering from it. Mad Larkin, these fools know nothing of horde. Recon gang rise up. So this is actually a really, really good point, Mad Larkin. I said before that Bridgehead could delete horde. I believe there is one exception, and that is recon. So recon kind of has the tools to deal with new Bridgehead, not old Bridgehead, new Bridgehead. And I think what this comes down to is re-rolling to hits on Scion drop blobs, going to re-roll into wound. And I think what we're going to see is Courageous Diversion be a kryptonite.
Courageous Diversion plus Scramble Field. I think that locks out Bridgehead. I think it locks it out because I can take a 25-man Scion squad, and I can do this more than once. I can do this not Scion squad, Catachan squad. I think a 25-man Catachan squad, and I can do this every turn that I need to, and I can, especially turn 1, and I can scout move 6, move 9, and then advance to the D6. So I was mad lagging, not a 25-man Scion squad. Oh my god, right? So that is 15 inches, like 18 to 19 inches. I can yeet that forward. One long conga line with just 3, with a little triangle of 3 at each end. All the officers on one end, I would suggest, so that it can go down that line. And I can go 2 CP. Bear in mind, I will get a chance to... bear in mind, I will have... each time I do this, I will get 2 D6 on a 4+, a chance to farm these CP. So I can only farm 1. I get essentially 4 dice to try this. I can go Courageous Diversion, Scrambler Field. And that whole line, no deep strike within 12 inches. Anything that tries to clear that screen, -1 to hit, 6 up, feel no pain on that unit. Plus, everything behind it, -1 to hit. Big. So, ironically, I think the thing that beats Bridgehead is Recon. Because even when Recon then comes in, it doesn't have... Not Recon. The only thing that beats Bridgehead is Recon. Because even when Bridgehead comes in, you're less likely to generate the sustained hits because you don't have full rolls to hit now. There's less sustained hits, there's less volume. And yeah, Plasma is absolutely going to be... Plasma AP -3, right? But remember that you're on a 3-up save. You're on a 3-up save with Armor of Contempt with Recon, essentially. Because you go from a 5-up save to having the benefit of cover, which is a 4-up... you go from a 5-up save to +1 to your save from the second part of Recon, and then +1 to your save because of take cover, and then... So that gets you up to a 3-up save, and then essentially you're a 3-up save plus benefit of cover. So benefit of cover negates the first pip of AP. So Plasma becomes AP -2. So now you're on a 5-up save against Plasma. And you're pretty much, because of the big Katachan suicide screen, you're pretty much looking at your entire army being -1 to hit on a 5-up save. So the Scions are hitting you on 4s. Yeah, they're going to wound the piss out of you. They're only hitting on 4s. And then you are going to be... and then you're going to be on the 5-up save. So I think that the current way of running Bridgehead gets countered by Recon Detachment. Now, here's where things start getting interesting. Here's where we go another layer deep, boys. Does that mean Bridgehead changes? I think abso-fucking-lutely. I think that means that that forces a change for Bridgehead to go more mechanized, because they're going to want more Taurox primes so they can get the full rerolls to hit, so they can then start clearing the Bridgehead. And suddenly, because it's more mechanized, because it's less drop, nuke, blast, ass, it starts balancing out the rest of the meta. So I think that Recon will counter. So in summary, I think Recon will counter Bridgehead. I think as a result, we'll see I think Recon will be a relatively popular detachment. As a result, I think we will see Bridgehead start becoming more of a 4-on-1, and this will start meaning that, and this will because Recon will beat Bridgehead, so Bridgehead will adapt, which means that then Bridgehead won't be quite as spicy as it was. That's what. But all that entire hypothesis, and I admit there's a huge, huge hole in my hypothesis and my theory, that all predicates on Recon becoming popular. I think that it all predicates on that. If Recon does not step up, I don't think Bridgehead changes. I think Bridgehead continues to... It doesn't change significantly enough to have the ripple effect of the rest of the meta. So it's basically... the meta cries out to the Pure Infantry Guard players, save us! And it is up to us. Infantry Corps! Day in the Corps. Day in the farm. Every meal a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every meta a parade. I love the Corps. It's up to us. Save the meta. Save the dream. This was a 30-minute rant. This was a 30-minute rant about how Pure Infantry Guard is the best. Chat's like, son of a bitch! He can't keep doing this! See, I was never talking about Bridgehead. I was always talking about Recon, baby. Oh my god. Surreyade, Mordian Glory, Elder will force Bridgehead to adapt as well. Agreed. Agreed. Yeah. I think we will see. Can't keep getting away with it. You know what's funny though, Mordian? Siege beats Recon. Yeah. It's almost. Do you know what's funny, Mad Larkin? Do you know what's also is funny? If we banned every faction but Guard, we'd probably have a perfectly balanced meta. And that's not just because it'd be 50-50 because Guard would beat Guard and so on and so forth. I mean, taking into account the different attachments, I think we would have a perfectly balanced game because Bridgehead would beat... Recon would beat Bridgehead. But Siege would beat Recon. But Bridgehead would beat Siege. And then combined arms would be just like solid all round. And the mechanized would be like Yanari, like there'd be like one person that ran it and did really well every other week. Yeah. Yeah. 10 wants better than like us will deal with drop Scions. Does Bridgehead beat Siege with a deep strike denial? I think Bridgehead beats Siege, yeah, because I don't think Siege okay, I mean, we're talking like traditional here, like Siege being like Kriegers and artillery, right? I think Bridgehead beats that kind of Siege. Although, ironically, I think the best way to run Siege is with is with less artillery. I think Siege is just, it's really good for just boosting up a lot of AP -1, like tanks and stuff. Like, I think I went on a bit of a rant before saying that I don't think the Rogal Dawn is a good enough damage dealer. Ironically, I think the Rogal Dawn interestingly, I think the Rogal Dawn absolutely flies in Siege because AP2 just isn't quite enough in a lot of cases. But AP2 ignoring cover, yeah, I think that starts opening the whole kind of whoop ass. You do lose out on lethals though. So maybe not. But I would say maybe upon closer thought, perhaps Siege doesn't solve all the Dawn's problems. But I think it makes the Dawn interesting. Yeah. So between all the YouTube and Twitch live stream tournaments, I've seen Bridgehead maybe 5 times. It never performs like people post about it. Yeah, this is the thing. Right now, there's a huge amount of theory meets reality with Bridgehead. Huge amount. Because everyone goes into it thinking, oh, Bridgehead, 100, like, 70, what is it, 75 Scions? Everyone goes into it thinking that, and I don't think that's how Bridgehead wins games. JPR, Hammer the Emperor, just roll through the cover. I would love Hammer the Emperor to be good, but it's tragically bad. But I would love for it to be good. Yeah. Hammer the Emperor would look incredible versus Bridgehead, but it'd be a hell of a fireworks show. But there'd be a lot of turret tossing going on, I suspect. Wait until we see Eldar fully arrive. I can't make. You know what? What? Hammer the Emperor? You think it's better than you think, Mordian? Okay, I want to just expand on Hammer for a second. I absolutely believe that some savant will unlock Hammer. Okay, I truly believe it. My suspicion is that it will not. My suspicion is that it won't look like a Hammer detachment, because a Hammer detachment is meant to be like, here is my Lehman Russ Tank Company, or here's a shitload of Rogel Dawns of Russ. Right? It's meant to be the heavy armor, and I suspect that Hammer will end up being a very fast, mechanized style thing. Yeah. So I don't think, I think the best Hammer armies will look sad. That's it. But I think they'll work. JPR got a friend running 6 Rogel Dawns, 2-0 so far. So 6 Rogel Dawns is a stat check. It's a huge stat check. I think it can do well, but I think it's a classic 3-2 or 4-1. I think that it is unstoppable until it just gets Achilles healed. And the Achilles heel is the Dawn Commanders, because they are not hard to kill. They're not easy to kill, but they are not hard to kill. A plate of plating is a hell of a drug. Larkin, that's the problem. Every detachment is what it looks like, other than combined and recon. Yeah, I can. I would say that's not entirely true. I agree. I partially agree. I think recon is very much what it looks like. Combined arms can cover a whole wide variety of things. I think you can absolutely play siege. You can play themed siege and get mileage out of it, but it's not the best way of running it. You know, e.g., you can take 120 Kriegers, max artillery, and a bit of secondary game, and you will win some games with it. And I think Bridgehead is very Scion focused. I think it's mechanized isn't what it looks like, and I think Hammer isn't what it looks like. Yeah. Yeah. But I think I would say agree. I'd say half agree with Siege, agree on mech and what was it? Hammer. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. We've talked a lot about how does one play Siege optimally then? Trooper number 21-2. Honestly, I don't know 100% at this point, because I need more reps. I think my suspicion is that it gets a lot of AP-1, AP-2 weapons to be a lot more powerful. So you start looking at things like Exterminators and Lemurus Battle Tanks and Rogel Dawns. I think that's where Siege is good, because fundamentally, I think Siege with the incendiary shells is very, very powerful. I think, interestingly, another way of looking at Siege is fuck Creeping Barrage, fuck incendiary shells. I don't need to ignore cover, because I'm going to have so much fucking mega AP that ignoring cover is irrelevant. So, you know, basically, if it ain't AP3, you ain't interested. Because at which point you don't really need to ignore cover, because you're probably going to encounter an invulnerable save before you encounter cover being a problem, being relevant. And then you basically just go, you lean super heavily into the smoke dynamic. And I think the way you make that list work is I think Bulgrins. I think you take mad bastard thought. I think you take like 18 Bulgrins. And you take 18 Bulgrins and then like a bunch of like I'd say like maybe 15 Bulgrin, maybe 12, but you take a bunch of Bulgrins and back them up with some Vanquishers because Vanquishers are cheap as shit, and maybe some tank commanders with plasma cannons on them. Little bit of indirect, little bit of secondary. Yeah, I think five high AP Russes, 12 to 18 Bulgrim. A little bit of indirect just to be able to pick off things hiding behind cover. One squad of Scions. And then infantry, yeah, if you've got any points left over. Yeah. I think that's how you make, that's one way of making siege work. Because the idea of having potentially 3 squads of Bulgrin, all with smoke on them, all with the benefit of cover just for being in cover, and then -1 damage, a 3-up save, 6 of feel no pain, 4 vulnerable save. Yeah, man. I don't know. At that point, unless you are spaffing out the world's greatest supply of mortal wounds, you are not shifting those motherfuckers. Yeah. I think Bulgrin Smoke Siege is being slept on. I think Bulgrin Smoke Siege is being slept on. Bigly. Yeah. So I was asking, how do you get a whole bunch of AP3? You just put every sponson is a plasma cannon or a multi-melter. Every hull weapon is a las cannon. Every turret is a plasma executioner or a vanquisher. And you just don't even look at Dawns. You're like, Dawns, sorry, not interested. Not enough AP on the main gun. Not enough range on the short range guns. Yeah. And so you basically march Bulgrin onto objective and just go, I'm hard as nails, and I don't worry about having not much OC because no one has much OC in the game right now in the elite meta. Yeah. So on streams, I think it was very locked in today. So I missed done. Bro, it's only been locked in for like the last hour. Up until that point, I was chatting bollocks. It's basically, I'm very tired from doing 2 tournaments the weekend. So the first 3 hours were just me warming up. I've been a slow cooker today. Slowly cooking. But now, you know, we're at that final bit where the stew is almost right. Yeah. I keep feeling Mordian's talking to his camera. What, looking up there? I'm trying to get better at looking into the lens. Yeah. 3 TCs and 2 Vanks. I'd probably go 2. I'd probably go 3 Vanks. 2 TCs. You mean the mic on the camera? Don't get it, Siri. Sorry, it's not your fault, man. It's the medium of text. It's the medium of text. But that, I think there's a couple of good. I think there's a couple of good stream highlights there. You know, might just write those down. Is Bridgehead broken? That is definitely becoming a stream highlight. Oh man. Is Bridgehead. I only got 2 more videos I need to record, and then this week is done. So let me just tell you, I'm fully ready to milk the fucking stream highlights. That I can confirm right now. Thursday or Friday's video, boys. There you go. Is Bridgehead broken? I don't think I have another one from today. That's fine. One will do. One will do. I ain't greedy. There you go. So Pentas, just saw your Captain Heavy Weapon Team vid. Instantly thought double Las Cannon Scout Chimera. Bro, I like your thinking, but unfortunately I have to be the bearer of bad news. You can't fire 2 Las Cannons out of the firing deck of a Chimera because there is a update in the new codex which says that a heavy weapon team, when using a firing deck, counts as 2 models. So firing deck 2 on the Chimera, 1 las cannon team counts as 2 models. So it's a single las cannon Chimera. But I don't think you want to underestimate that, because I have had a genius idea. Slepentis, I want to say thank you for reminding me. I think I've cooked here, boys. Give me your reactions on this. Give me your reactions, all right? Combined Arms, Mech Guard, Creed, Supreme Blob. Creed Command Blob. Hear me out. Recently, I did a battle report, a stream, and a bit of a theory session about how I thought that the Creed Command Blob was really good. But that if you work out the points for it, if you're using this to try and order tanks around, you're actually better going for tank commanders. And that the Creed Command Blob would actually be better at ordering around light armor, cheaper, lighter armor, like Hydras and stuff. Okay. But I also had a battle report, which will be coming out.
Kazakan squad ready for war.
Coming out on Saturday. Saturday battle report, guys. A day early. And I really feel like
Kazakan squad ready for war.
Would benefit hugely from combined arms would benefit hugely from mechanized, because I don't think unless you're running 120 infantry, it's 80 is not enough. So think about this. You take 2 tank commanders with plasma cannon, plasma execution turrets, and grand strategist, and then you take 3 vanquishers, and then you take 5 chimeras with infantry inside, and you take the Creed Command Blob. Or 4 chimeras with infantry inside, 2 Tauroxes with scouty bastards inside. The Creed Command Blob, because you've already got Grand Strategy of the Tank Commander, you can't have it on the Creed Command Blob. But the Creed Command Blob could order all 4 of those chimeras take aim each turn. And those chimeras have got lethal hits against their best targets, your vehicles. That's a lot of firepower. Now, what if we start putting, controversial, but what if we start putting las cannons in, las cannon heavy weapon teams inside those chimeras? It's only 1 las cannon, but now it's got an order. So now you've got a chimera, and these could be Krieg ones as well. I know you guys love your Krieg teams, but these could be Krieg teams or these could be Kachan ones. But now you've got a chimera, which is actually a genuine light tank, because it's going to have a hunter killer missile, it's going to have a las cannon, it's going to have a stubber, las gunner rate, and 2 heavy bolters, all hitting on 3s. A lot of move. Cheap armor being done. And if you're like, you know what? I don't want the las cannons in there. I need more objective control. I need that. That's fine. You're still gonna have plasma gun or a metal gun shooting out the top. So it's about having a unit that could sit on your team of Hellhounds. Could be a thing. So you could have 4 or 5 chimeras, all with double flamer. Kachan command squad inside with another flame and a heavy flamer. Got scout, still got scout. Got a banner in there, still got objective control. Could you then? So at that point, do you need the orders? I don't know. I think if you're going the flamer route, you don't need the orders. I think if you're going heavy bolter route, I think you want to have
be able to order them. So let me. Do I have my? I can use calculator on the computer. Let's talk about. Let's just talk about this for a second. All right, let's talk about this. Chimera with. Let's just keep it simple. Cajun or Krieg blob inside. Either will do. 150 points. We take 4 of them. Then we go. Taurox. Catachans. 1 Vanquisher. 2 Vanquisher. 3 Vanquisher. Tank Commander. Grand Strategist. Creed. Command Squad. Game Squad. Okay, so that does come in. That's too expensive. That comes in at 1,000. So it works, but you've got no indirect fire. So that comes in at 1,975 points. So let's go back a little bit here. Try again. I got another. I had a suspicion that would be the case. So I've cooked. Don't worry. I'll do that instead. 1 minute. I'll do that instead. Can always add more in a minute. I'm liking this a bit more now. Hang on. 1 minute. I need to redo that. I think I missed the thing out. 150 times 5 for the Chimeras. 145 for 2 Vanquishers. 235 for the 2 Tank Commanders. Creed. Command Squad. Cajun Squad. So close. Technically works. Not super happy about it. But 5 Chimeras. 4 tanks. Creed Command Blob. With Grand Strategist. All the Chimeras have now got orders. 5 base Larkin. Siege Gun. Fob. Castellan. 1 Commissar in reserve for secondaries. The absolute bare fucking minimum. For secondary game. We could twist a few points around there, but I think that's a solid list. Yeah. You could take the Creed Command Blob out and get some more secondary game in there if you wanted to. But yeah. What would my current list... so if I went for... So I had an idea for 145, 235, 15. 920 points gets me 5 Lehman Russes and 5 orders. If I then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... and then go so I'd have to minus that. So my thinking is 100 infantry, command squad Krieg, 5 base Larkin, and 5 tanks. But I just think I need 120 infantry. Hmm. Tricky, man. I got the Creed. I got Creed for 3 orders. So I can order 4 out of 5 blobs every turn. I guess 1 is going to die, though. Anyway, yeah. I don't know, man. I feel like Guard. I think Guard needs some points cuts. I do. I don't think like Combined Arms can get everything it wants. I want some point cuts, please. I want some points cuts, please. I don't think we're going to get any points cuts. We're going to have to work for our victories. But this is why I keep saying Recon's the best. Because Recon is cheap. If I go 120 times 6. If I go 120 times 9. Catachan Command Squad, Catachan Command Squad, Catachan Command Squad. Creed. Castellan. Command Squad, Command Squad. So 180 infantry. Plus another 25 command squads. They do count. So we're looking at 205 infantry. I then have, that's 1,520, plus Creed, plus Castellan. That's probably enough orders to fly around. Could be more than enough, right? We're going to have 5 from the command squads. Plus, that's 10 orders for 9 units. You know what? I got 475 points left over. Plenty. Spaff a fucking bunch of lance cannons in there. Plenty. Three Castellans. I don't know if I need that many, man. I'm going way too overboard. Point is, I can have 18. Point is, I can have 18 lance cannons. Plus. Yeah. Recon is obviously the best attachment. You can just get everything you want. Recon's best attachment, man. Yeah, 100%. All right. Let's move on from 40k now. But a couple of super chats first. First, we'll say a big thank you to Squiggle and Sean. Squiggle and Sean, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Squiggle and Sean, we will be talking about Old World in just a moment. And we'll be talking about Orcs and Goblins. And I will show you guys some pictures. So there you go. Squiggle and Sean, thank you so much for the 10 boingy boys bounding into battle. Oh, 7, you magnificent bastard. Thank you doing your part. I also want to say a huge thank you to Trooper number 2102. Thank you, Brave, for the super chat. List reviews due discussion. I think it cooks. Okay, let him cook. Let him cook. Canadian Command Squad, Canadian Command Squad, Tank Commander, Tank Commander, 40 Acadians, 12 Bulgrin, Artillery Team, 2 Fobs, 5 Scions, 3 Vanquishers. Yeah, I like it. So Bulgrin plus Cadians can do some. Do you know what I'd do? I'd break the Cadians down to 10-man units, man. Crazy as it sounds. I'd break the Cadians down to 10-man units. Because you want to be able to like just yeet a 10-man squad on there. Maybe deny a bit of primary, maybe just capture it. But I honestly think 10-man Cadians died just as easily as 20-man Cadians now. Now that we don't have feel no pain on our infantry, I do think you need, unless you're full sending a squad, going command squad and everything, you might as well go for 10 because it's easy to kill 20 guardsmen. So you might as well just might as well not lose 20, might as well just lose 10. So 4 10-man squads is what I would do. And then yeah, that's what I would do. I like that list. It cooks. He's cooked. He's cooked it. Cook, C-O-O-K, not C-U-C-K. Although you may C-U-C-K some people with that list. Yeah, smoke on those Vulgars is going to be an absolute pisser for your opponents to deal with, man. Holy shit. I like it. Oh, pardon me. I like it. Oh, I suppose you do have the Cadian command squads, though. Oh, no, you've got Cadian command squads, so stick to 20-man blobs. You've got Cadian command squads, so stick to 20-man blobs. That's fine. I forgot you had the Tired eyes. I forgot you had the Cadians for a second. Yeah, it's a good list. Also, I kit bashed a Castellan with a Bulldog, a Grognard, and the Unbroken Kazakin Special Mini. Nice. He looks cool. Unbroken's cool, man. I need to build and paint my Unbroken guy. I've got a couple of Gala Special Edition Minis just sat in the pile of shame. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. I like it. Nice. Also talking about a 235, not 225 in codex. That's true. Yeah, if I was saying 225 when I was typing 235. Gentlemen, let's talk Old World. Let's briefly talk about. I'll show you guys a few pickies, a few pickaroos, and then we'll talk about what I've noticed with Old World recently. Okay, so this is not going to be a full after action report. This is just going to be a quick highlight, full after action report with full details, full interesting bits and bobs will be happening later. Not for a little bit, but later. A few weeks time. Maybe not quite that long. We'll see. Pictures first, though. Pictures first. So this was my first game. It was Orcs and Goblins versus Bretonnians. It was the first game that Game Stuka, what happened with bot action. I took Squidward or Sean being one of the number one Orc and Goblin players being here. I took that as a bit of indirect lobbying. Bot action will come after this. Gaming Stuka. Bot action will come after this. So I took 10 Wolf Riders, 37 Common Goblins with 3 Nasty Skulkers, big mob of Black Orcs, Trolls, Big Uns, and Night Goblins, 30 Night Goblins with bows and poison banner, big Squig Herd. So this was the first game that I have played with Orcs and Goblins in 25 years. And because I used to have Orcs and Goblins when I was like 6 or 7 years old. Like I'm talking, this was. And what's crazy is a lot of the models that you see here are 25 years old. These trolls are metal river trolls. This troll here is from Battle Skull Pass. These gobos from Battle Skull Pass. These are 25-year-old squigs. They literally had GW 2000 on the base of them. These orcs are the first orcs I ever built. So there's a hell of a lot of nostalgia. Oh, shamans. 1 level 2 orc shaman with the ruby ring, and I forgot he had the ruby ring, so he literally never used it. And then 1 level 4 night gobbo shaman. So this was in many ways this was the first ever game that I played with Orcs and Goblins, because when I played when I was 7, I was a fucking idiot and I didn't know what I was doing. So this is truly one of those times when you go, when the nostalgia was flowing so hard, and this was like the quintessential. I went back and did it proper. I went back to my original childhood army as an adult and did it properly. Let me tell you, man, there was. I'm a softie, but I'm not an overly emotional guy. I was feeling some fucking emotions looking down at this army, man. The member berries God damn, those member berries were flowing. Those member berries, I was chowing down on them, man. I couldn't believe it. It's happened to me. I'm tearing up, boys. I'm tearing up now just thinking about it. Old World is back, and as much as I love Empire, I'm a goblin. Self-proclaimed goblin in a guardsman body. And this is my childhood right before you guys. I played Orcs and Goblins. I played Fantasy 4 years before I ever really played 40k. Yeah, man. Crazy times. Crazy times. So, got a few pictures here. So, up close of the Wolf Riders and the Common Goblins. So, the Wolf Riders were really overpriced because I had paid for shields and light armor. The Wolf Riders were my shock cavalry. Common Goblin meta. The Common Goblins were also pretty. This is going to sound absolutely wild, but my Common Goblins did better every single game than my Night Goblins. And there were about 5 or 6 Orc and Goblin players there. I was the only one with Common Goblins. Tournament had 30 people exact. And you know what? As you'll see in a moment, Common Goblin meta incoming. I'm telling you now, Common Goblin meta incoming. Black Orcs. Oh, little side note. The Black Orc plastic kit doesn't come with shields. It doesn't come. Oops, sorry, I need to replay the alert with sound on. Let me tell you right now. They may not come with shields, but
Ready to unleash 11 barrels of hell.
you really want Black Orcs with shields. I kept a tally every single game of how many 3-up saves I would have made with my Black Orcs. And let me tell you, every single game, I probably would have saved 5 Black Orcs if I had taken shields on them. But I'd gone for extra hand weapons because that's what the kit comes with. But people in Old World are pretty, like with 40k, are pretty cash with like WYSIWYG as long as things are consistent and are easy. And so going forward, I will be running half of my Black Orcs with shields, half with great weapons. Just, it makes such a difference. Trolls being trolls, big guns. It took me a game or two to get the hang of big guns. After game 1, I thought they were really shit. After a couple of games, I actually really liked them. Night Goblins with Fanatics, Squigs. It's my opponent's Praetorian army. He had a really beautiful army. It was, if you notice, if you look, it's 2 color schemes quite evenly done. So half of the models are in like red and blue, and half of half of them are in the yellow and red. I love the yellow and red, by the way. I might nick that for my own Praetorian army. And the reason he had that is because this lord here on the Pegasus represented him, and those were his half the army was his household, and then he had a lady on a horse. I'll see if I can get a better picture. The lady on the horse was his wife, and so the other half of the army was in his wife's heraldry. Really cute. Really, really cute. Really lovely. And the chap was absolutely lovely and was one of my favourite games of Old World. And he absolutely smashed me. Actually, it's not true. I had him on the ropes a couple of times. So basically, to take you through what happened in this game. And basically what happened is my opponent got first turn. Because he's Praetorian Exiles, he doesn't pray. So he just rolled off and he got the +1. His shooting wasn't very good. I think even he described his army as like a shooty gun line, which I think is really cool for Praetorian Exiles. They are definitely Wish.com Empire. But I think it's also like relying on shooting in Old World is definitely a bit funky. And he actually only killed like one, I think killed 1 Black Orc. Turn 1 shooting. But he moved his knights up here and he moved his knights up here and here. So it went over to my turn 1 and I passed my impetuous check on my Goblin Wolf Riders. Side note, I love impetuous. I love it. It's my favorite way of starting my turn. Rolling the dice to see, oh, who's gonna fuck up? It's so good. It's literally, I wouldn't do it on Empire. Mark said I wouldn't do it on Pistoliers. By the way, don't take Pistoliers. Take Road Wardens. They're Arcane Journal Pistoliers. They don't have Impetuous. Mark, you Pistoliers aren't fucked. Anyway, my favourite bit about the start of the Orc and Goblin movement phase is rolling for Impetuous. Because it's the fuck up phase. That's what it is. It's the fuck up phase. But it's so flavorful. Like, is the army going to stick together or is it going to start yeeting off? So I passed my impetuous check with my Goblin Wolf Riders and then went, fuck it, we ball, and charged with them anyway. Because the Bretonnian Knights were 16 inches away. My maximum charge range is 18 inches. And I was like, if he countercharges, then he'll come closer to me, and then my charge will be even easier. So I go, I say, I'm charging. I'm like, I go, and I say, you know what, fuck it, mate. I'm playing Orcs Goblins the first time in 25 years. Super nostalgic. I'm going full send. And my opponent's like, bro, amazing. So I roll the charge distance. He countercharges, but he only countercharges 2 inches. This is important. I charge and I go full. I get the 16, but I only needed 14 because he came closer towards me. And because he only countercharged 2 inches, he only has +2 to his initiative. I did the full charge, which means I get +3 to my initiative. So my Wolf Riders strike before his Knights of the Realm. Now, bear in mind, my Wolf Riders have got cavalry spears. But cavalry spears don't allow you to fight in 2 ranks. They're just shitty lances. +1 strength, +1 AP. Alright. See if we've got a picture of the combat. I missed it, unfortunately. Anyway. So, I have a total. I paid for the boss, though. So, I have a grand total of 6 attacks. Whoa. Old World's a bit of a different game to 40k, right? That unit in 40k would probably have like 18 attacks, right? Probably. So I had 6 attacks. But I also had 6 attacks from the Wolves as well. My opponent had a unit of 6 Knights of the Realm. Bear in mind, he's in lance formation. So, and he's countercharged. So the lance isn't blunted because he's countercharged. My opponent has more attacks than me, better weapon skill than me, more armor than me. After my Wolf Riders had finished attacking, I had killed 4 Knights of the Realm. Huge. I hit with 6 attacks. I hit 5 out of 6 times. I wounded 5 out of 6 times. My opponent failed 4 saves. He's exiles. He doesn't have the Blessing of the Lady. No ward save. They can fight in the extra rank, just not on the charge, which is instant movement. That's good to know. Squidfist, that's good to know. Appreciate it. It's good to know. I didn't play that once during the tournament. The Wolves, I think maybe I killed 3, and the Wolves killed 1. So the Wolves killed 1. So I killed 4 Knights of the Realm. In return, with their 3 attacks, 2 from the champion, 1 from another guy, and then 2 from the horses. Their 5 attacks, they kill 1 goblin. The Knights of the Realm break. My opponent rolls an 11 on his leadership. They fucking break. Even with Swift Stride, they only flee 5 inches. And I catch them and I run them down. Gobbo shot cavalry, baby! Yes! Yes! I broke that entire flank wide open with a turn 1 charge from what is considered to be a terrible, terrible unit because they everyone says, oh, you should only take wolf riders with bows and you should like be shooting and then reserve moving. Fuck that shit, man. Gobbo shock cavalry, that's where it's at. That's where it's at, man. So I follow up this left flank with my goblins. Anyway, I won't get into the, like I said, not go to the full breakdown. I won't get into the nitty gritty. We'll go back to the why. So that was epic moment number 1. The Wolf Riders unfortunately then got grape shotted and shot by bows, and I lost. I went down to 4, and then or 2 of them, I think. They did pass the panic test though on like leadership fucking 5 or something mad. And then when I charged in, I lost to the 2 on stand and shoot. Fair enough. But epic moment number 2 on the flank was my goblins moved. They marched up turn 1, and then marched up again turn. So marched about here turn 1, marched up again turn 2, and then I charged into my opponent's cannon. And then I accidentally made contact with his bowman, and I killed the cannon and I killed the bowman. In truth, what happened is I killed the cannon. I killed 2 of the cannon crew, 3 of the bowmen, and the cannon then broke. Because it fled, it instantly died. And then with the bowmen, they broke and I caught them. So turn 3, I've got like a unit of gobbos on the flank here. Now, what was funny is my opponent's lord had come over here to deal with my trolls, because my trolls got diddled by the Green Knight and then fled over here, and then the Bretonnian lord came over and killed them. But the Bretonnian lord, in response to the flanky sweep of the common goblins, Simon would be proud. He came over here to try and deal with it. Now, this is hilarious, right? So before he gets the time to charge in, I get 1 turn to try and stop him. My goblin shaman vindictively glares at the Bretonnian lord and does 3 wounds to him, because he's not Bretonnian, because he's not a Bretonnian. Because he is Bretonnian Exiles, he doesn't have an inbuilt ward save. He's not gained it yet, because he's not won a combat yet, because the trolls just fled off the board from him. So he's not won a combat yet. So Vindictive Glare is like, I think it says like no armor saves allowed, and so so I just do D3 wounds to him. He just takes 3 wounds. The Bretonnian Lord then charges in to my common goblins, thinking he's gonna like kill them. Nasty skulkers emerge. My nasty skulkers emerge, and they have strikes first. And I hit with 4 attacks. I then roll to wound. I get 2 6s to wound. These are AP -2, because nasty skulkers are armor bane -2. My opponent has a 2-up save, rerolling 1s, because of the Gromwell Great Helm against this, and he passes 1 and fails 1. Rolls like a 2 and a 4. Can't re-roll it. So the Bretonnian Lord flies in and then literally gets gets prison shivved, gets fucking assassinated by the Rattly Shank. It's like, so you might think, and my time was like, and you lost this game. So the left flank is where it all happened. The middle of the board, my Black Orcs marched up the board and consistently got cannonballed and grape shotted, magicked, and bowed and crossbows until only about 5 of them. Again, I probably would have had a 10-man squad if I'd had shields. If I'd had shields, I think I could have won the. It sounds crazy. If I'd had shields, I might have been able to win the game, because if I'd had shields, I would have had a 10-man strong unit get to his lines. because I didn't have shields, I lost an additional 5 black orcs, and so I only had like 5. I only had like 5 black orcs by the time I got there. Now my 5 black orcs did proceed to violate the yeoman quite badly. Like a 15-20 man squad. Just 5 of them outnumbered 3-1, butchered every single one of those yeomen. But they ended up getting shot down. Apart from my war boss, who basically just finished off the yeoman by himself, and then that was that. But 20 black orcs for 15 yeomen is not a good trade, but it was cool. Over here, the problem is my big guns kind of got screwed over because we're not playing on the full 6x4. We're playing on the smaller board size. I know, rip. My black orcs weren't able to go wide enough to get any meaningful number of attacks, and basically they just got green knighted and stuff where they never had enough people alive to kill. To be able to do anything. So they eventually just got broken and run off the board. It was a shame. And then over here, my opponent, I've got a picture of it. So you can see my opponent breaks through my flank here. And I then release 3 fanatics. Now I release 2 fanatics out of the side here, 1 out of the front here. 2 fanatics can go through the lady here, and then through the knights here, and 1 fanatic can go this way and just go through them. So that's 3d6 fanatics, 3d6 strength 5 hits on the Pegasus, strength 5 8-3 on the Pegasus knights, and then 2d6 on the lady, and I do 1 wound. And I completely lose all faith in fanatics. In fact, my fanatics did nothing the entire tournament. Or nearly nothing. So the problem is that both of these units had a ward save, and that fanatics are really swingy. So the first fanatic just out here just died. Just rolled a double, just died. Okay. That happened every single time, by the way. And then over here, I did 7 wounds to the lady. And I did like 6 wounds to the knights, and my opponent made 6 out of 6 5-up ward saves here, and made 6 out of 7 5-up ward saves here. Yep. So no, I don't want to hear any fucking complaints about my fucking dice rolls. Because my opponent and I both had it happen, but my opponent's dice weren't loaded before anyone says that. They were, as you can see, they came out the GW tub, and he had multiple times where he would like just get he would get all like misses, and his cannons misfired loads and all that kind of stuff. So it was just one of those things where we both just had incredible spikes. Now, honestly, if my fanatics had done their jobs there, also my the night goblin poison bows, they should get an average of 5 poison. First time I shot them, I did 1 poison wound. Second time I shot them, I got 3 poison wounds. Not convinced by the poison, unless you're taking 90 of them or 60 to 90 of them. Not convinced by poison goblin bows, not even slightly. So basically, what happened is the common goblin flank. So then basically my opponent swept all of this shit up, right? So the problem, so basically the common goblin flank won the game, won the day, and the night goblins completely shit the bed and fucked it. But I would say I was fucked over here. Do you know what's interesting? I was fucked over here by the width of the board. My squigs, as you'll notice, had to deploy like this. And honestly, knowing what I know now, I actually would have probably gone like super narrow on the goblins and gone full width on the squigs, because my opponent only killed like 4 or 5 squigs on the charge with his Pegasus Knights. Because you know, it's like 3 attacks per knight, right? And I'm weapon skill 4 and he's weapon skill 4. Because squigs are weapon skill 4.
So if I had gone the full width and had all 12 squigs on the front, I think that hugely changes that flank because I get 12 attacks back and I'm hitting on 4, so that's going to be 6 hits. But I think he's only like toughness 3 or toughness 4 on Peg Knights, and they're only a 3-up save, and Squigs are strength 5. Really, like the Squigs are strength 5. And I've got spears on the herders as well. So I think that I could have done a decent amount of damage to the Pegasus Knights. I reckon I could have killed one of them. Maybe killed 2 of them. I think maybe killed 2 of them. So I think I was, but I was so I was so full. I was so full of nostalgia. I literally said, "Fuck it, I don't care. I just want to make a big line of gobbos." So I think I got better each game. As you'll see, I kind of got better each game with how I was doing it. But that was game number 1. So basically, I fucked up my big guns. I fucked up my right flank. My right flank fell. I fucked up my orc weapon loadout. So my black orcs didn't do as well as they should have done. And I got the left flank right, and the left flank did well. Yeah. Mordian, you're going to have to pick a gobbo and give him a name. That's you from now on. The Nasty Skulker. That's definitely... If I was to make an Orc and Goblin themed channel, it would be called the Nasty Skulker. There you go. The Duke Slayer. Yeah. Yeah, man. So, that was game number 1. You can see that they're the only Black Orcs that made it, man. They kind of got bukakied. And you can see I finally got my big guns to be wide enough, and then they got hit by everything. They got hit by everything. So it didn't last very long. That's where the Duke was. Oh yeah, obviously my own Foot of Gork twatted me as well, but I loved it. Foot of Gork, amazing spell. I probably lost more people than my opponent, and I still had a great time. So I didn't lose this game by a huge amount. As you can see, my opponent is pretty battered and bloodied at the end of the game. That's not quite the end of the game, I think. Okay. So yeah, by the end of the game, my opponent has lost a huge amount. And the end score was about 850 points to about 1,300 points. So I didn't get smashed at all. And honestly, I think if my fanatics had not, if I had not, let's not even blame the fanatics because I had good luck. My opponent had good luck at peak times. Fair. Honestly, I think if I had slightly better war gear on my Black Orcs and I had a wider board / wider Linehammer Squigs, I think I could have turned the other flank as well. I think I could have done. Morning Glory, how wide do you think units should be now? I think it depends on unit by unit. I like gobbos in 10x4 because it gives them a nice width to actually get some attacks, but allows them to have good warband as well. And I actually quite like 10 wide for warband because it means that you have to lose 5 goblins to... You have to lose 6 goblins to lose some leadership. So, and you know, I would even suggest maybe 50 goblins. You could definitely go 50 goblins. Yeah. But common goblins are fine for like 10. Like 5 points a pop, they're fine. Yeah. Yeah, they're okay. I think maybe you could make them cheaper. I mean, there isn't a huge difference. There is basically no difference between a 5-up and a 6-up save. I don't know if you have to take shields, but I think you can choose between... I think if you take them with a 4-up save, so I think you choose between the light... You can take light armor and you can choose to pay for shields.
on common gobos. So I think if you took them without the shield, that would probably be fine. And then taking a brick of 50 for 200 points is quite nice. Yeah. Yeah. So, Timmy Two Chips, I love it, Squiggle and Sean. Squiggle and Sean, yeah, the Goblin Poison Arrow thing has to be all in to be worth it. You got to mean bigly, 100%. I don't think I'd take it again on. I don't think. I honestly, I don't like Night Goblins, which I know is I don't like Night Goblin Infantry, which I know is an insane thing to say, but I think Fanatics are they're too swingy. And I don't have the time nor the inclination to go for the 90 poison bow thing. So I want to make something clear. I don't think there's anything wrong with Night Goblins. I think Night Goblins are really, 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 really good. I just don't personally like them. But I'm still I don't like them from I don't no, because I do like Night Goblins. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to think how to explain this. I love Common Goblins. I love Night Goblins. For me, I'm not going to be meta. I'm not going to be doing meta. I'm not going to be doing meta with my Goblins. I didn't like my shitty meta attempt at the Night Goblins. So what I'd probably do instead is, if I was to run my Night Goblins again, honestly, I'd probably just run them like 40 strong with spears.
Kasikan squad ready
I'd
for
probably run them
war.
40 strong with spears. And instead of like worrying about poison or any shit like that, I'd take the Fanatics again, because Fanatics are funny. You've got to use them funny, but I would have zero hopes with the Fanatics, and I'd take Netters, and I'd be like, this brick is a tar pit, this brick is here. And what I would do in that scenario is I would have like 40 Night Goblins with spears across here with Netters, and then I'd be like, this is my tar pit on the flank. And these guys come flying down here, and I go, start your movement phase, I release the Fanatics. I'm pushing them towards you. You can try and charge through them, that's fine, but I'm releasing the Fanatics. And then, if you then choose not to charge, fine. If my Fanatics are blasting through me, I don't care. If you charge me later on, fine. I'm going to throw nets at you, and you're going to become -1 to hit. And I'm just going to sit here and tar pit the fuck out of you. That's all I'm going to do. So that's where I personally am going to be taking my Night Goblins. Is that meta? Probably not. Is that the way I think I prefer them? Yes. All right. So let's go to game number 2. But before we do, so game number 2 is honestly one of the. So game number 1, the nostalgia was dripping, and I was just enjoying playing Orcs and Goblins. Game number 2 was quite possibly the most Orc and Goblin game that I have ever played. And this game made me fall in love with the faction and made me say, I don't care if I lose every game with this army. This is the game. This game was Old World. Okay? This game was pure, unadulterated Gobbo, Orc and Gobbo Old World. It was the peak experience. In my mind, this was the game that when the designers were, honestly, I'm hyping this up, but you're going to see. This was the game that the vision the designers had when they were making the game. That's what this game was. Okay? So this wasn't member berries. This last game was the member berries. This game was new berries. This game was making memories. That's what it was. All right. Before we get to it, though, a couple of super chats. So I want to say a big thank you to Squiggle and Sean. Squiggle and Sean, thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. The whole army painted looks great, man. Thank you, dude. I really like the color scheme. I know I got a lot of shit for it for Purple Orcs and all the memes, but I really like it. Look, can't wait for the full report. Gets me all nostalgic because Orcs and Goblins are what I started with back in 1987. Bro, amazing, man. I mean, it gets me nostalgic. I mean, I wasn't born in 1987, but it gets me nostalgic because it's Orcs and Goblins are the first army that I chose to collect. So I got into Warhammer at like the age of 4 or 5 years old, but my big brother was the one that was kind of like, because he's 4 or 5 years older than me. He's 4 years older than me. He's 5 school years, 4 years older than me. He was the one that was kind of steering the ship. So he was like, "You're gonna play Space Orcs." Oh, okay. "You're gonna play Empire." Oh, okay. But when the first army I chose to play was Orcs and Goblins, and that's why it means so much to me. So I totally get it. Bro, we're on the same wavelength right now. Gobbo Bros United. And you mate, Squiggo Sean, I'm not saying this because of your username. I'm saying this because it's true. The Squig Herd was my favorite unit the entire tournament. They've always been one of my favorite units, and they were just peak. At this game especially, you'll see, this is the Squig Herd game, okay? This is the game of Squig Herders. You'll see in a minute. You'll see in a minute. Did you guys become best friends? Yup. CJ, thank you for the 40 with member flex. Xbox baby. You gotta have a good size heresy army with legends. I have 2 good size heresy armies because I have like 107. I have a huge plague marine heresy, death guard heresy army. I just don't use it for heresy. I use it for 40k. And yeah, I got like 5 Malcadors and a Macarius. So I got a pretty good and a Valdor. Yeah, so I got a pretty good Imperial Total Auxilia heresy army at this point as well. For sure, man. For sure. CJ07, you magnificent bastard. And I do need to play heresy at some point, for sure. So game number 2 was Empire versus obviously versus me. Tell you what, boys, I was happy I was playing Goblins, but I didn't want to do this game. Not because my opponent was a knobhead, because I had to take on my favorite boys, my best boys. I had to raid the Empire. Had to be done. Now my opponent had a really meta list. Super meta. So it was 2 units of knights with drilled, 2 units of core knights with drilled, 1 unit of inner circle knights with drilled, all with lances and shields, 3 level 4 wizards with, I mean, I can't even tell you, man, the most magical shooting I have ever encountered. These guys put, elves are meant to be magical. Fuck elves. The Empire has the best magical shooting I've ever come across. A steam tank and 2 cannons. I thought my opponent was joking when he said it's a shooting army. I was like, well, it's got 30 knights in it, roughly.
Cassican squad ready for war.
Clearly, it's a fucking melee army. It's not a fucking melee army. It's not a fucking melee army. Triple level 4, all with magic missiles, and 2 cannons and a steam tank. This was the game, by the way. Side note, it didn't come up massively, but this was the game, by the way, where I learned that in the recent FAQ they gave the steam tank grape shot. Holy shit! The steam tank with grape shot is amazing. Actually amazing, because if you win a combat and the enemy is forced to give ground from you, and you're like, well, I don't really want to charge back in, because all I'm going to get is like D3+1 stomps. That's not great. You can choose to like not charge back in. You can like pass your restraint test and then just grape shot them in the fucking face. And then because it's old world, the enemy, unless the enemy's fast cav, they go around you. But if they're like a brick or something, your enemy's going to be like, well, I'm kind of fucking forced to charge back in. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, it's so grape shot on the steam cannon is wildly good. Anyway, I'll do this game very quickly because I do want to talk about bot action a little bit as well. So basically, what happened in this game is my opponent. I thought my opponent was going to charge me with loads of knights. He didn't. He basically stayed there and gun lined with his level 4s. Turn 1, he blitzed the gobbos, and And that was it. He blitzed the Night Goblins, and he did a magical vortex, which landed here. My turn 1, my trolls failed the stupidity test, and then the Night Goblin, the Squig Herd went into the forest here, and the Gobbo Wolf Riders failed their impetuous check and yeeted themselves into the side of the Empire Knights. And I was like, oh joy. I was like, sweet. So honestly, I thought, okay, well, that's amazing, because I was going to go for that charge anyway, because I dealt with the fucking Bretonians. So if I can like sweep, I got in the flank. I was like, I'm gonna fucking do it again. Left flank again, Wolf Riders again, Knights again. My opponent can't countercharge because of it is flank, and he needs to be in the front arc to countercharge. I was like, fuck me, boys. I've just done it again. Unfortunately, this time, the dice were a lot more statistical. Also, unfortunately for me, Inner Circle Knights have got full plate armor. So I saw my opponent rolled like 5 or 6 armor saves. I had like 9 attacks. My opponent rolled 4 armor saves. And I was like, sweet, that'll kill 4 of them. Didn't lose a knight. Because he rolled like 3 3-ups and like 1 4-up. And I was like, just kill fucking 3 knights. But I'm only AP -1 on cavalry spears. So if they had been regular knights, I would have killed 3 and then probably broken through. But because they were in a circle knights that got full play, I didn't kill any. Wah, wah, wah. In return, the knights beat my ass, and my goblins full on fled away. And then they didn't rally and they fled off. What was interesting though is my opponent decided to chase after them. I didn't think he was going to, but he decided to chase after them, and then my Orc Big Guns hit him in the flank, beat him hard, broke him, and he fled off the board. Yeah, because what happened is my Orc Big Guns aren't that wide, but they do have 2 attacks each. And obviously not all of them got 2 attacks because of supporting attacks and stuff. But the big thing was my combo went off. So my combo was to take a level 2 wizard with Hammer Hand from Battle Magic, and then have +3 to cast because of the mob rule, and then basically do 2d3 hits, strength 4, AP -2 into anything that I got into combat with. And I was able to do that with my Shaman, and he got it off on like a 13 or something. He rolled pretty good, and my opponent failed to dispel it. I might have even been out of dispel range. He might have tried to fated it. And then I got like, I killed like 4 knights with Hammer Hand, and then killed like 1 more with the big guns, and then they just broke and fled off. Which was really good. It was really, really good. So, yeah, I think that my opponent may be over committed there. But I think he knew I had Hammer Hand and everything. But I think he was kind of expecting to just dispel it because it's a level 2. And he just fucked up the dispel, basically. Magic is fickle at the end of the day. It didn't all go my way, though, because on turn 1, the Vortex of Chaos that my opponent casted went through my Night Goblins, bounced through my Black Orcs, hit my level 4 Gobbo Shaman, and killed him. So by end of turn 1, against an Empire army with 3 level 4s, my entire magical defense was a level 2 wizard that was on the far left flank, nowhere near dispel range. Okay, so but to be fair, I did have a great I was able to get rid of the knights, which was good. Now my opponent's steam tank was here. I poisoned it, I fanaticked it, and all that kind of good stuff, and was actually able to get it down at a decent number of wounds. Around turn 2 or 3, I charged. The Black Orcs failed their charge against the steam tank, but the Squigs made it, and the Squigs got it down to 1 wound. My opponent needed to make like, yeah, it was. Yeah, they got it down to like 1 wound. My opponent then charged his knights here into the flank of the squigs in his turn 2. So his wizard turned up, his cannons turned up, because it was meeting engagements, so not everything had started on the board. Now he charges knights into the side of the squigs and kills them. But there's like 6 of them left when they break. So squigs go wild, d3 plus 1. And I roll the radius on the 2d6. And I roll like an 8 or a 9. Now, considering that the squig unit was basically here, and it was the last few squigs that here that had died, from the point of the 8 or 9 actually covered a huge amount of my opponent's army. In fact, it covered the steam tank, the knights, and 2 level 4 wizards. Squigs Gone Wild killed the last wound off the steam tank. And then I rolled 4 hits against my opponent's level 4 mage with a fully tooled up and who was his general. Did 4 wounds to him. He doesn't have an armor save. He dies. Because it's strength 5, so I'm winning on 2s. So Squigs Gone Wild killed what must have been close on 500 to 600 points worth of my opponent's army, including a steam tank, including his general. I also killed like 2 or 3 knights, and I got 2 wounds. I almost killed this wizard as well. I got 4 hits on this wizard, but I rolled 2 ones to wound. So I almost got him as well. But I killed, if you include the points cost of the knights, I killed 600 points with Squigs Gone Wild. I fucking love Squigs, baby! Yeah! And that completely took the wind out of my opponent's sails. It completely flipped the game. It completely flipped the game. Because then that was in his turn. That was in his turn. So then it comes over to my turn 3. And my orc boys had killed this and they'd marched up to here. I move. I don't march. I move to here and I go, fuck it. I'm going to Ruby Ring. The one time I use the Ruby Ring, I'm going to... did I have regular fireball? I had regular fireball. I didn't even... Again, I forgot the Ruby Ring, so I had regular fireball. And I fireballed his cannon. I got a perfect invocation, double 6. I rolled 7 hits from the fireball, but it's only strength 4. So I need 6s to kill the cannon. Out of 7 dice, 9 dice in total if you include the casting, 5 6s. I got the 3 6s. I killed the cannon. I like to think that I set the gunpowder on fire. That was such a lucky fireball, man. And my opponent had been counting on that cannon to grape shot me as I got close. That basically turned the game, and the rest of the game, the final thing that swung it in my favor was my trolls finally passed a stupidity test, got into the knights here, tied them up for a turn, and then they couldn't retreat because they kept moving backwards. And it was like a drawn combat, so they just basically stood in it. And then my Black Orcs were able to charge in, and I ripped them apart. Black Orcs ripped apart this unit of knights, and then ripped apart this unit of knights. Black Orcs ripped apart 20 knights, basically. Just fucking ripped them, boys. Absolutely fucking ripped them. Black Orcs are really good. They're just weapon skill 4, furious charge, 2 attacks. The way Black Orcs need to be delivered is they need to basically, if they get charged, it's not great. But if you can pin the opponent and then charge with them, I think that's the way you do it. And this is why I'm thinking if I stay with going infantry heavy, which I like to do. I'm thinking a big way. I'm thinking of having like a couple of sticky gobbo units, which then the Black Orcs essentially You know, which I almost expect to break, and the Black Orcs go in afterwards. Yeah, I need some stickiness, which the Black Orcs can then take advantage of. Yeah. So yeah, game 2 I won. I still took a lot of casualties. I ended up losing all the squigs, losing the trolls, losing the night goblins, losing the wolf riders. I think the big guns. Oh, sorry, I didn't kill these. The Black Orcs didn't kill these knights. The Black Orcs only killed these knights. They killed the other level 4. They killed the engineer. They didn't kill the engineer there. And these knights ended up using drill to go into my common goblins, which had come on over here. So there's a really good picture of that. But Black Orcs still did great. So you can see the situation here. So yeah, they drilled round to here, and then they slammed into the goblins. So end of the game, my opponent had 1 level 4, 1 engineer, 1 unit of knights left over, and I had my goblins and my Black Orcs left over essentially. But I had all my characters apart from I don't think I smashed him. I think I got 1,600 points and he got 1,000 points. Yeah. Okay, Rich, regular orc unit with big boss hat. Bro, I need that big boss hat. I need that big boss hat. That would be so peak. Yeah. I've got Craig Mitch. I've got a crazy idea, bro. I got a crazy idea. Big boss hat on an orc boss. Maybe even a war boss. Because we want to be able to protect him. Trollhide trousers or something like that. Trollhide trousers, right? In a unit of big guns with spears. Hear me out. I think big guns with spears are being slept on. You get 2 attacks per guy. Yeah. No, you get 1 attack per guy. 1 attack per guy. But they're strength 4. And I find that foot slogging big guns get charged. So as a result, you're making a target where your opponent charges in, but you've got the weapon skill to be defensive. You've got spears and shields for a 5-up save, or you go for war paint, but you probably don't want to be frenzy. And then you've got strength 4 spears with AP1 built in. I think bigger. I have to look into it a little bit deeper, but I genuinely think big guns with spears with being unbreakable is a really good target. And it's kind of enough points that your opponent wants to go after it, because otherwise we'll just end up with killing a bunch of shit stuff. Yeah. No AP. I'm sure they get AP, bro, because of choppers and big guns, right? Let me have a look. Oh, I might have my bag. Let me check. Let me check here 1 second. Old World Builder. So Orc Mob. So big guns. They get Armor Bane 1 for being big guns. The +1 strength with Armor Bane 1. And then choppers. Oh, it's only a turn in which it charged. Ah. Okay. Yeah, so you're relying on Armor Bane 1. You're relying on Armor Bane 1. Maybe Plague of Rust? Maybe? Maybe at that point you're putting too much into it. I could see that. I could see that. But to be fair, you don't really have any AP on Raise the Banner, yeah? But you don't have any AP on hand weapons, right? Did you use Itchy Nuisance at all? I did. I used Itchy Nuisance on the Steam Tank, and that's how I was able to do a lot of damage to it in a couple of turns. Well, it's not to die. It's to not die, not to really kill stuff. True, as well. So yeah, good point. Well made. Good point. Let's go over to the last pictures. So last game. So last game was basically a friendly. So what happened is I was feeling absolutely dead on my feet at this point because I'd had 2 very emotional games. And this was game 6 of the weekend. Because remember, I was at a tournament on the Saturday. And I hadn't got... because whenever I go to tournaments, it's quite tiring because I'm outside of my normal sleep pattern. Because normally I'm up around like midday. But obviously because of me finishing really late in the evening. But obviously I was up past midday. I was up way earlier than that because I had to go to the tournament. And normally I can do that for like one day. But then on the second day, obviously I get to sleep. But I didn't get to do that. I know it might sound like it might say, oh, poor boy didn't get sleep, but I'm sure many of you can appreciate when trying to sleep outside of your sleeping pattern can be really fucking it can be really fucking tiring. You don't sleep properly, and the sleep you do get doesn't feel like true sleep. And that's with me, who's someone who finds it relatively easy to sleep in a lot of situations. So for me, I was absolutely fucking shattered. And also, that rat bastard, those of you who know him from chat, he was at the tournament with me. He'd actually given me a lift, so big shout out to him. And he had just come off an absolutely awful game 2, where he had been tabled in 30 minutes. Like, basically including deployment. He's running Skaven. He played Bretonnians. His entire Skaven army. He's actually won quite a few games with this list, but his entire Skaven army is built around a magical Death Star, and he faced off against Bretonnians with Eliste Shard, and she shut down all his magic. So he didn't get any spells off, and turn 2, the Bretonnians charged him and routed. He has 1 unit that's worth 1,000 points. Routed that 1,000 point unit. All he had left over was 2 units of clan rats and 2 ratling guns. Basically, that was it. So he was like, "Yep, this game's over." So he had come off and that's not like he wasn't salty at his opponent, but he had come off. A really, like one of those moments that really reminds you that Old World is not a balanced game. And it's an important reminder that we all need. We've all had it. It's like, when I played against the vampire counts and I lost 1,500 points in 2 turns. And that was because my opponent lowered my leadership down to like leadership 3. And then caused like multiple terror tests that caused me. And we were on meeting engagement. And I just lost my whole army, just ran off the board. I didn't take many casualties. Everyone just ran off the board. They're like, fuck this. We're not fighting the Tomb Kit. We're not fighting the undead. That was my game was basically over in 45 minutes. That was basically the game that Sam had. So fair enough. So I went up to the TO. So I said I could see Sam was pretty miserable. I was feeling pretty tired. So I said to Sam, "Do you want to do a grudge match at the TO or let us, and we can just have a friendly, and you can chill out and I can chill out, and we're not gonna. We've both been crushed in one of our games, so we're not contesting the podium in any way, shape, or form." And Sam said, "Yeah, that sounds like a nice way to finish the tournament." So we went up to the TO. We asked. The TO said, "If I can do it, I'll do it." And the TO came up to us and said, "I've had to swap basically one pairing around, and you guys can play, and it's not going to affect the podium in any way, shape, or form." And I was like, "Sweet, thank you very much." I obviously really appreciate the TO doing that. I never would normally ask, but it was lit. I wouldn't normally do it, but I wouldn't normally ask, but it was a friendly tournament, and any opportunity where I can have a good game at the end of it would be fine. And also, I even said to the TO, if you need to like drop us, and we'll we'll just play a friendly for last round, that's fine. But the TO went, no, don't need to do that. So yeah, there we go. So had a nice friendly game at the end versus Sam's list. And we basically agreed that we were just gonna we were gonna deploy in a big line and run our armies at each other, and that's basically what happened. Unfortunately, Sam's list
relies upon basically this unit just TMPing around the board, and so you can never catch it. But as we were playing a friendly, and I said to him, if you want to do that, that's absolutely fine because it's a friendly game, and if you want your list to show off what it can do, please do that, because I don't want you to have, I don't want this game to basically be over before it starts, and for you to not have fun, and all that. And we'd all, by the way, we'd already agreed that it was going to be a draw. We said we'll just call it a draw, so we can just run at each other. So there was no, and he said, well, honestly, he said playing this army is quite intense, and if I play it properly, and I just can't be bothered, so I'm going to run at you. And I was like, okay, I appreciate that. But I made it. Sam and I have played against each other loads. You've seen him in the battle reports loads. There's none of this. He's just doing it out of politeness or anything like that. It was a genuine, honestly, if you want to teleport around the board, being very scaven and very sneaky, I fully get that's your army's vibe. And he was like, can't be fucked. Gonna run the Fellblade at you. Gonna see how many people I can kill with the Fellblade. And I was like, okay. And so that's basically what happened. But to be fair, if you look at the size of the armies, I mean, just look at this, guys. The Skaven army consists of 3 blocks of 20 clan rats and some assassins. Oh, sorry. A block of storm vermin, 2 blocks of clan rats and some assassins. But look at how much I outnumber him. You'd almost think he'd brought a 1,000-point army to a 2,000-point game. And he was like, well, I have spent 1,000 points on characters. And I was like, well, I've spent 700 points, 600 points on characters, 700 points on characters. It's just, Skaven are so overcosted. Storm Vermin are 10 points a model. Big Uns are 8 points a model. And we had a fight with the Storm Vermin versus the Big Uns, and it was pretty equals to equals. Skaven are just wildly overcosted, I think. The Night Runners are mega expensive. Storm Vermin are mega expensive. The Clan Rats are literally there as a tax because you have to take 2 units of Clan Rats. Yeah. So I think I have no idea how to run a Skaven army. I don't. But I think when I get my Skaven force, and it's definitely a when, not if, I think I'm gonna, as I always accidentally do, I think I'm gonna dedicate myself to Nurgle, full clan pestilence. If that's possible, I think I can't take. I think I have to take clan rats, and I don't know if the plague, the plague monks are core. They might be or might not be. But I think I'm going to go full clan pestilence and just be like, I'm frenzy and I have no armor and I basically only have hand weapons, but I'm going to run at you. I'm going to run a big horde of frenzied rats at you, and I'm going to lose every game. But yeah, I'm going to have a big fucking sensor, a big fucking sensor thing. A couple of and then just loads of fucking shitty bastards running at you with plague knives. Yeah. Basically, this game was, if Sam had played this game properly, I want to say this, if Sam had played this game properly, I think he would have won. Because I think I think he would have won because as long as he doesn't fail a TMP, or I don't dispel a TMP, he can just anytime I try and get near him, he just teleports 12 inches away. And I'm very foot slogging, so I can only go 8 inches a turn, so he just consistently plays keep away. Maybe I could have boxed him in, but he's teleporting around and yeeting a whole bunch of magical missiles at me. I think it's very much something that I would struggle to deal with my very slow infantry army. But instead, we ran at each other, and there was a couple of highlights of this game. But the one main highlight was this. The Orcs did win, but we didn't win because it was a draw, and the Skaven just ran at us, and I just ran at them. So, in terms of who won, doesn't really matter. The Orc numbers basically overwhelmed the Skaven. That was about it. But the fun bit, the fun highlight, was the Wolf Riders charged the Night Runners, who ran away and threw poison shit at them and killed 3 of them. And then they charged me. So look at this, right? 15 gutter runners, not night runners, the good ones. 15 of them charged 7 wolf riders. And they fought first because they charged. They only killed 3. The problem with them is that they've got 2 attacks each, but not all of them get to fight. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then this, so that's 16, 17 attacks. Hitting on 3s. Sam only got like a couple of poisons, just rolled like shit. And then rolled badly to hit, and then rolled badly to wound. And then I am on a 5+ save. Because I paid, because these are elite goblin shock cavalry. So they have shields and light armor. Because I paid for that. Because I'm an idiot. But am I though? Because I had like 5 5-up saves to make. And if I had been running bows, I wouldn't have had a save. Because these guys don't normally have a save. I had a 5-up. And I passed 3 of them. So, or I passed 2 or 3 of them. So I went down to like 4 wolf riders. Those 4 wolf riders have got 5 attacks plus 4 from the wolves, 9 attacks. I hit on 4s. I kill 4 gutter runners back. I kill 4 gutter runners back. Now, I lose 3. I kill 4. I win combat by 1. All the gutter runners flee. Wolf Rider shock cavalry moment incoming. Wolf Rider shock cavalry meta incoming. I charged out. I follow up the last gutter runner here. I kill him. And I end up charging my Wolf Riders into these gutter runners here over the course of the game. So you can see it ends up being like a 3-on-3 because they don't flee far. They kill one and they don't flee far enough to stop me from catching them because I'm very, very fast. And we get into a fight of 3-on-3. We strike. I strike first because I've got initiative 6. He's got initiative 5. I killed 2 of them, but the last one kills 2 of me. So it's a drawn combat. In the final round of combat, in the next turn, the gutter runner goes first. 2 attacks, 2 hits, 1 wound. I roll a 5 on my 5-up save. So glad I paid for light armor. Vindication. Hey, they would have all died. They would have all died if I hadn't had the 5-up. So that means that I get to fight back. My goblin misses, but my wolf hits and wounds and kills the last governor. And we kind of call the game there because, I mean, just look at the overview. There's so many orcs and goblins still alive. And there's no Skaven left alive at this point. Yeah. So that was what happened with the old world. With the old world thing, man. All right, let's have a look here. So that was the tournament. Highlights were Wolf Rider. Basically, big takeaways are Wolf Rider meta incoming, common goblin meta incoming, Black Orc meta was already here. Also, I love squigs. Okay, now we do actually have another tournament to talk about, which is the bolt action one. It is very late though. It's 3:30 in the UK at the moment, so I will go through. I'll go through some highlights, but I'm going to keep it very, very high level. To be fair, it'll be quite a quick game, quite a quick tournament. Before I do that, I want to say a huge thank you to Lord Marshall Palin. Thank you for the 9 months Memflex, baby. When are you going to be at the LVO to play Old World? I would love to go to LVO. I'd probably, because it's in America, I'd probably have to, in all fairness to the cost of going to America, I'd probably have to go and play 40k to make it worth the investment. But I would love to go to LVO in general, and I'd love to play Old World in general. Yeah. But yeah, I think LVO is definitely on the cards. I'd love to go 1 year. Probably for 40k. I'd definitely go the first time for 40k. But after the first time, I'd probably consider going for Old World. Yeah. All right, let's have a look very quickly at bolt action. So my bolt action list was a very okay. True, honest to God moment here. Hand on heart. I thought that my bolt action list was really fluffy. It turns out that I may have built a really toxic army. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, bolt action gang. I didn't mean to. Oh my god. So why was it toxic? It turns out if you take your entire army as veteran infantry, it's with stubborn, it's really, really hard to kill. So you guys know that I normally play hordes, and you guys know that I love taking inexperienced infantry in by action, like, because it's kind of like flavorful, you know, the Soviet hordes, the last ditch of Berlin. You know, I like taking my hordes, my inexperienced units. This was the first time in my many long years of playing action that I played with veteran spam. I played into veteran spam a lot. First time that I played with veteran spam. Now, I just want to say that I did think this was a fluffy army because my entire army was pure Fallschirmjäger. And the army actually, like, to give you an idea, the army consisted of all of the... so first, one thing I want to say is, huge shout out to Warlord Games. This entire army was put together with models that I'm going to make a big point of this in the after action report as well. This entire army was put together with models that they have given me to review for free. It's the first time as a content creator that I've ever got like free stuff, and I'm very, very appreciative for it. And so when I was building this army, I only took models that basically I'd got, apart from one or two. I basically only took models that Warlord had given me, because I kind of wanted to make that, like, I wanted to do that as a little thank you to Warlord, and and say, look, you've been very, very generous, and I want to show that off. And also I wanted to show off the new units. So I had basically a platoon of the new Winter Fallschirmjäger, and then I had a platoon of the new veteran infantry. And so what I did is I paid for Defend the Fatherland Fallschirmjäger on every single model. Again, showing off the new armies of Germany. So what Fallschirmjäger does is it gives you stubborn. What stubborn does is it means if you ever take a morale test, not an order test, but a morale test, you ignore pins. So you always take it at your best potential leadership. So if you're leadership 10 from being veteran and you've got an officer nearby, your leadership 12, but a double 6 always fails.
So unless you're on basically, unless you're a double six, you always pass your morale. Now, I thought I was being fluffy because I put this on a bunch of units that didn't even benefit from it. Like, I had a medic and 3 officers running around with upgraded to be stubborn that literally couldn't benefit from it. But overall, the list consisted of 4 units of Fallschirmjäger, 2 with double LMG, 2 with some assault rifles. And then I had, this is my first platoon, light mortar, Panzerschreck, officer, medic. And then I had a heavy weapons platoon, 2 MMGs, and a mortar. I took that because that's the heavy weapons that you tend to get inside the starter armies, like the veteran German starter army and the Fallschirmjäger winter starter army. So I thought, that's cool. I'm showing that off as well. And then I took an engineer platoon, which consisted of 2 squads of engineers with a flamethrower and a bunch of SMGs in each one. My entire anti-tank was basically a Panzerschreck, a medium mortar, which if you're relying on that for anti-tank, you know, and 2 flamethrowers who've only got a 6-inch range. The problem was that my army just wouldn't die. I think over the course of the entire tournament, I maybe lost 5 dice. So I'm running 15 dice. So over the course of the tournament across 3 games, that's potential for me to lose 45 dice. I only lost 5. I think I lost 2 in the first game and 3 in the second game. And I lost none in the third game. I think I took maybe 3 dead models in game 3. So game 3 was, we'll get to that in a second. So game 1 was demolition. My objective was here, and my opponent's objective was here. Now, I originally, this force here was literally a distraction Carnifex. I was like, I'm going to put a decent size of my force over here to force my opponent to defend his home objective. What actually ended up happening is basically this squad actually went to the middle. So to assault my enemy's home objective, I sent 2 squads, 2 7-man squads, and they had the fire support of a single MMG and a single light mortar. Now, if I was running regulars or inexperienced, I wouldn't have got halfway up the board before I died. Because me and my opponent were chatting, we only got to like turn 3, turn 4. But by the end of turn 4, I was in front of this building. And my opponent, the only thing standing between me and my opponent's objective were 2 soft-skinned armored cars. And I still had I'd lost maybe 4 or 5 guys. I had literally stormed up the board and swept the infantry to one side and forced the cars to basically fuck off. The cars had basically fucked off. So there's a good chance I might have got onto that objective by the end of the game. Obviously, I've got to take 2 more turns of firepower from 2 light autocannons, so that could definitely go squiffy. But that was just 2 set. That is the power of fucking veterans. That is the power of fucking veterans. Just like, I'm going to storm up the board and I'm going to fuck you up. Over here, basically over here, I just castled up. And this game I lost this squad and I lost an officer, and that was it. I didn't lose. I basically didn't lose. I lost maybe a couple of guys. I think I lost 1 guy from this squad, 4 guys from this squad, 1 guy from this squad, and I took what, 6 casualties, 7 casualties from 2 quad machine gun tanks, 2 squads of veterans, and 3 squads of veterans. 4 squads of veterans? No, 2 squads of 2 squads of veterans. 3 squads of veterans. Sorry, 3. 1, 2, 3. Veteran infantry in hard cover with a medic do not die. They do not die to small arms. So but to be fair to my opponent, he did get his cavalry all the way round to here. So there was a chance that he was going to be able to get onto my home objective. But honestly, I don't know. I feel like maybe I would have been able to blast him back. But my opponent is a much better player than me. And I think in all truth, I think there's a 60% chance he wins that game. Because he had veteran infantry that could have stormed over here. And he had a unit of veteran infantry that could have stormed down here. And he had a unit of cavalry coming down here. So I think there's a good chance one of those units could have survived. And it's all veteran. So one of those units could have survived on the objective for one turn and killed it. And maybe I would have got there, but there's a real chance that the 3 autocannon cars would have bracketed me and blown my infantry up. So I think 40% chance I could have got his objective, 6% chance he could have got my objective. But so I think it was in his favor. But I held a lot better than I expected, and I pushed a lot harder than I thought. So that was game 1. I took lots of pictures. So game 2 was against the Imperial Japanese. Game 2 was against Imperial Japanese. So this was like when I faced the Empire. I was really sad to face this because IJA was my first ever bolt action army. So I was really I was kind of sad to have to try and face off against these guys. So my opponent had 4 units of veteran infantry. And he had 2 big howitzers, and he had 2 tankettes and a Hargo. Basically, what happened in this game was my veteran infantry here came round to here, stickied the objective, and then moved into the middle of the board and killed every motherfucker in the room. Because there was 2 squads of veteran infantry here. I flamethrowed one and shot the shit out of it, and it died. Because I just rolled hot with the flamethrower. And then 2 squads. This squad came here. Sorry, it was 1 squad. So yeah, I came in, moved up, sticky the objective, and then flattened squad inside and took this objective off my opponent. So I had those 2 by the end of the game. And then I also held this objective down, this little token here. And so at the end of the game, my opponent held 2 objectives and I held 3. Notable highlights of this was, again, at one point this squad here had 2 tanks with machine guns firing point blank into them. So they were hitting on 2s and 3s because of like moving. And I had a 5-up save, and I survived like 2 or 3 turns of that because you can hit me all you want, but you're fishing for 5s to try and kill me. There you go. So your highlight here was basically I contested this objective for long enough and hard enough that my opponent ended up diverting these 2 tanks, and he brought this infantry squad over here, and he brought this infantry squad over here. So 1 of my units basically held up 4 of his just by being veterans in cover. One of my units down here, with a bit of fire support from like these guys, stormed and took 2 objectives. And then over here, there was a real hero moment. So my veteran flamethrower unit moved forward and then got hit turn 2 or turn 3 from an indirect heavy howitzer shot. Just got the 6. He flattened 5 of them. That meant that my flamethrower guy was on his own because I'd taken another casualty from somewhere else. And he had like 4 pins on him. But he's stubborn. So he tests on leadership 10. So he passed. He then proceeds to pass his order check because I had an officer nearby. So he's testing on leadership 8. Because it's 10 minus 4 plus 2. He passes order test. He advances out the forest. And he burns away one of the Japanese squads because the Japanese squad taken a few casualties. He burns 5 out of 7 of the Japanese to death. He then survives all of the incoming fire from my opponent. My opponent fires 4 SMGs, a light mortar, a heavy howitzer at him again, and he just takes it all. Then he passes order check again, burns the rest of the enemy to death, and goes to take that objective. He almost takes it, but unfortunately just doesn't quite manage it. But essentially, he basically contests it. Single-handedly, one man with a flamethrower took a flank because he never died. No matter what my opponent threw him, he never died. He burned away a full squad. He burned away an officer that came after him. And the only reason that my opponent held on to that objective at the end is basically he had to divert a squad that wanted to come over here round to here to contest it. He never died. He took 2 dice out of the opponent's bag, occupied the firepower of 3 to 4 units every single turn. He never died. And before you say, oh, Mordian bullshit rolls, he never went down. He never got a cover save. He just fucking ballsed it. He just went balls to the wall. And when I'm a veteran, roll a 5 to kill me. My opponent rolled lots of 4s. He never rolled a 5. At one point, he passes order check on a double 1 and lost all his pins when he had 5 pins on him. He never fucking quit. He never fucking died. He never ran out of fuel. He just took a single flank, He took a whole flank single-handedly. Absolute main character of the war. Absolute. It was Fritz the Flammenwerfer, man. Full-blown commando
I feel
style.
the warp
Best job I ever
overtaking
had.
me.
Best job I
It
ever
is a
had.
good pain.
That's the power of stubborn veteran flamethrowers. Yeah. Literally, I wonder if I've got some pictures of it. So that's him. That's him. That's John Helldiver. That's fucking, my God, it's John Bolt action. That is John Bolt action right there. Right there. You can see his rampage, right? You can see his fucking rampage. He's just fucking going for it. Unbelievable. Absolute Chad maneuver. Absolute Chad maneuver. And you can see, look at this, turn 3, my opponent's lost 3 dice, I've lost none. Not lost a single dice. You can see tank firing point blank. I'm just taking it. I'm just taking it. I'm like, fucking roll to hit me, roll to wound me, balls to the wall. The thing with stubborn veteran infantry is you have to kill every last one of them because they basically won't pin out because they won't pin out from, they won't break from, you can put 6, 7, 8, you can put 9 pins on them, get them down to kill them down to 1 guy in 1 turn, and they'll still be leadership 10. They just won't die. They just won't break. They're not unkillable. They're not unkillable because, like, before the nerf, Neb spam would probably get them. But I think they are honestly, put it this way, I think they are the fluffiest way of running a fucking good army. Because I'm not, look at this, look at my army, boys. Do I have any Nebelwerfers? Do I have any autocannon spam? Do I have any recce spam? Do I have any of the bullshit janky shit that you can do in bot action? Do I have any spam of any kind? No. I don't have any spam of any kind. I've basically got a company. I've got 3 platoons. I've got a company of paratroopers. Well, I don't know if you say like a company. What was it, like 40 models in total? I think I've got 40 or 50 paratroopers. That's all I have. No jank, no bullshit, no skewing the rules, no, nothing. Just 40 to 50 paratroopers who are dead fucking hard, who go fucking hard. That's all I've got. So, in my opinion, I actually thought that this list was, when I built it, I thought it was fluffy because I went, I'm going to make Fallschirmjäger on everything. When I built it, I used models that I thought would be a nice nod to Warlord for how generous and how supportive they've been. And I thought that it was just I thought it was just a fluffy list. Maybe not fluffy, a narrative list, a themed list. But I did hear a few grumblings around the room about veteran infantry spam, and I can't help but think that they were directed my way. And I was a little, I wasn't bothered because I wasn't the only one spamming veteran infantry. This guy had veteran infantry. The first guy had veteran infantry. I think there was a general grumbling that a lot of people were spamming veteran infantry. I think I was lumped in with the veteran infantry spam crowd. But I just think that, personally, I didn't expect this list to be as hard as it was. And I do actually understand why people would find this kind of miserable to play into. Because I basically, just didn't lose anything. So the last game was really sad. The last game was really sad. So in the last game, I played against I played against my mate Dan, and he is a mate, which I think does help. It wasn't grudge match or anything. We just paired into each other, and he had all Americans, all paratroopers, but he had gone regular on his support teams and gone veteran on his infantry. So he, which is how you're meant to do it. It's meant to be more efficient. And he had two, and that way, because he'd saved loads of points doing that, he had 2 Hellcats in his army. Hellcats are really cool. So this game was over in 1.5 turns. Because basically what happened is, and I do think that Dan made a couple of mistakes. I don't mean that in a mean way. But firstly, I think that we had to start with half of our units on the board. And I think Dan put too much of his infantry in reserve. I mean, to be fair, there are 2 squads inside here. But and there's a 3-man officer team in here. But basically what happened is I just started off with all my big squads on the board and then deployed 12 inches away from the center as top secret. I just advanced my infantry up, firing as I went, MMGs and LMGs and stuff. And then basically what happened is Dan went for he went for a turn 2, a turn 1 go turn. So after I'd been with everything, he takes his truck, advances it, and then jumps to 2 squads of veterans. They weren't upgraded to stubborn. They weren't paratroopers. They were just veteran infantry. And he jumps 2 squads out. And the first squad goes full fire support. And the second squad grabs the objective. And I think what his plan was to basically grab the objective at the beginning of the game. And then run back into the truck. And then drive the truck off the board. So it's actually quite a good maneuver, and it's actually quite a cheesy maneuver. The problem is that I've got 2 flamethrowers. 1 here and 1 here. So in my first turn, my turn, I get the first dice. I snap to both of these units. The first flamethrower moves up to here. Sorry, this flamethrower moves up to here. Hits the squad of veterans that are holding the objective. And I kill a few of them. But the big thing is that you get D3 extra pins with a flamethrower. So he took 1 pin, and then took another D3 from the flamethrower. I got the full 3, so he's got 4 pins on him. And then he just rolls 10 on his leadership and just breaks. Just breaks. Drops the objective. And then I move this flamethrower up to here and I hit the other squad. The other squad. And these are like 2 9-man veteran squads. And I hit them. And they take... I also hit that back squad with the MMG. And they take 4 pins in total. 3 from the Flamer, 1 from the MMG. And they fail their leadership test as well. And so they break and flee off the board. And so that's 2 9-man veteran squads dialed up with SMGs. It's probably like 300 points. And they all just die. And then I've just got the objective. And the problem is that, like, Dan has no other infantry that can get onto that objective now. So then all I'm going to do is just walk it back off the board. And so there was a bunch of other stuff that had happened. Like, I'd killed one of his howitzers. I'd killed his jeep. I'd killed his officer, like, early on. So he had lost by the end of my first activation on turn 2. Dan had lost 5 dice and had no way of getting onto the objective. So he just conceded, and I felt really bad. I was like, bro, don't concede. He went, dude, I can't get the objective. I was like, I mean, you don't know, man. He went, nah, like, and he was the TO of the event, and he was like, honestly, I'm just going to use he was like, I don't think there's any way of me getting the objective, and I think I'm just going to use this as an opportunity to do all of the admin for the event. And I was like, fair enough. So I said, well, tell you what, mate, do you want a hand with the admin? Because it's not, because to let you guys know, there's no way of doing like the bolt action tournaments, or Dan doesn't have a way of doing the bolt action tournaments like digitally, like on like an app that automatically works it out. So he's got like a big Excel sheet where he has to basically plug in all the wins and losses and everything. So he gathers those up during the event, and bit by bit during the event, and then plugs them in. So basically he was like, well, I'll tell you what, mate, why don't I help you put the admin in so it doesn't take you as long, because it's always easier to do it twice, because I'm familiar with the system, because it's an old system that I made for the events, and Dan took these events over from me when I used to run by action events. And he went, that'd be appreciated. So we had a drink. We did the event admin that was needed to calculate all the winners and losers, and I helped with all the prize support and taking the pictures and everything like that. So I did honestly, guys, I tried my best. I went, Dan, I'm not going to force you to play a game if you're not going to enjoy it, but I don't want you to have a shitty experience because you've run the tournament, and he doesn't get paid to do it. He just volunteers to do it at Element. And so I don't want you, I was like, you do a lot for the community, so I don't want you to have a shit one. And he went, no, it's fine. I'm not sad. I'm not salty. It's a good excuse and a good opportunity for me to get ahead on the admin, so people aren't waiting, because sometimes take him like 30 minutes to plug all of the bits in. So people can finish their games, 10-minute wrap up, and then everyone can get home early on a Sunday. And I was like, that's fair enough. So that's what we did together, and we hung out for the rest of the round, and we did the admin, and we did the after tournament stuff together. So there we go. The end result was, though, that I had won 2 games and got a draw. I ended up with second place. In case you're wondering why I didn't get first place, someone won. Evil Greg, who's in here earlier, won every single game and tabled every single opponent because he brought 4 Nebs and 2 Werble wins. It was by far the filthiest bolt action list I have ever seen. So I was very grateful for like my draw round 1, so I didn't have to face it.
So yeah. So if you guys think my list is filthy, my list is not filthy at all. My list is a themed list. It's just quite hard to kill. But if I had faced off against Greg, I would have lost very, very hard. Very, very hard. There you go. This is what I mean. Bolt action. But this is the big thing. Bolt action doesn't have a rule of 3. Bolt action basically doesn't have any policing. Can you imagine how fucked 40k would be if we didn't have any rule of 3? Just think about that. Think about the spam.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Think of how broken the game would be if you could just build a full 2,000 point army out of the most busted shit. Yeah. So I think that myself and Woodham have discussed this, and we want to. You know how Square Based did the whole. We know that Old World is broken, so we're going to create some standard tournament templates and terrain packs and make them free to use. And you don't have to use them at your tournament, but we're doing this to try and make. We're throwing that out there to try and police some of the crazy shit. But we're not. It's very much a soft hand. That's what I think me and Woodham want to do. Me and Woodham want to do something like that. We want to basically come up with. We're not going to be house ruling shit or anything like that. We basically want to come up with some standard terrain, but not L-shaped ruins. Because those Nebs did a lot of work because they could just sit and just shoot whatever they wanted. So we're going to try and come up with essentially some standard missions with some recommended board layouts with maybe some very soft like unit limitations, like rule of 3. I think honestly just rule of 3 on maybe anything. Start off with just rule of 3 on anything that isn't infantry, just to avoid people going crazy with it. Maybe anything outside of a rifle platoon is rule of 3. And then what you do is you say you can only take 1 rifle platoon. So people can't be like, well, I guess I'll take 3 rifle platoons and spam it that way. I think that's the way to do it. So you must take 1 rifle platoon. You can only take 1 rifle platoon. Rule of 3 outside of the rifle platoon. You take like more than 3 of light vehicles. I don't know why I'm still holding this up. Fucking hell. I did win something, by the way. I won that. So I got 2nd place certificate and won some German weapon teams, which is great because now I have another flamethrower. So now I have 4 flamethrowers because I had 3. I only brought 2 of them. 4 flamethrowers for my Fallschirmjäger, and I got 2 Panzerschrecks. So, oh no! Honestly, Tech Priest, I'm not going to be spamming any more flamethrowers. 2 is enough. 2 was 2. That's I'm not trying to make bot action like 40k in any way, shape, or form. I was really happy to win this because of the Panzerschreck. I can run 2 Panzerschrecks now, and that's what I want to do. I want to run 2 Panzerschrecks. 1 isn't really enough, but I think a brace of Panzerschrecks is nice. Like I only really like taking 2s of things, so like 2 MMGs, 2 Panzerschrecks. Not in the same list. I mean, in my collection, I like having like pairs of things. So like a pair of I like having a pair of MMGs and medium mortars in all my bot action armies. I'll have a pair of 25 pounders, but I won't have more than that. Yeah, I think honestly, like, it might sound kind of crazy. But and it might sound kind of limiting. But honestly, I know how we've got rule of 3 in 40k, but I could honestly see if I was to put a rule of something into bot action, I might go rule of 2. Anything outside of a rifle platoon is rule of 2. But maybe rule of 3 to start off with. But I think, you know, the moment you start getting into rule of the moment you start taking 3 of anything, it's spammy. But rule of 2, I think would get more pushback. So probably start, you know, we'll trickle it in. Rule of 3 to start. See if that helps. But that's all. That is all I would do about action. I wouldn't change any of the core rules or anything like that. I would say 1 rifle platoon. You have to take 1 rifle platoon because you have to, anyway. That's in the core rules. I would say only 1 rifle platoon, so you can't take 2 min-strength rifle platoons and then take shitloads of other stuff. So I'd say only 1 rifle platoon, and I would say rule of 3 outside of that rifle platoon, 18 dice limit, 1250 points, and a standard suite of missions. As long as I can run my Soviets Red Army conscripts, of course you could. You could run 4 12-man squads, and then you could get like an engineer platoon or a recce platoon and run more infantry in that. Yeah. But again, like, you might say, oh, well, what if I want to run like 80 conscripts? It's like, okay, but then we're getting into spam territory, aren't we? And that's the kind of thing you absolutely can do in that's something you absolutely can do in like a friendly game. But at a tournament, we want to try and like tone things down. But again, this is just my idea. It's an idea, and it's not something I would ever force on the community. It's literally this is what we've created for the community to use. We're probably going to run some events. I'm probably going to run some events using this format. Highly encourage you all to turn up. We're making all of this free resources available to the community. Feel free to use it or not, and any feedback, let us know. But this is not a power trip. We're not the bot action police. We're not yucking your yum. We're not telling you how to do anything. We just want to bring a bit of stand, and also I want to find a way of getting bot action on BCP. So basically, there's an easy way of organizing it. I want to make it so it's super easy to organize a bot action event. And if you're a new TO, you don't have to figure it all out for yourself. There's a suite of tools available for you to do it. And I think that will really...
I feel the warp overtaking me.
And I think
it is a good pain.
Encourage a competitive scene, which will still allow people to go very, very hard. Because I think you still can go really hard. And I think even with those restrictions that we've put on, it would be very possible to break bot action still, just like it is in Old World. But we're not going to police the game that hard. It's more of the push with this, to be clear, the idea of this, to be clear, is to bring a little bit of standardization to bot action and to make it easier to run bot action events. That this is not to try and balance the game, because we are not the police. We are not going to balance the game. We are going to maybe curb some problems, but at the end of the day, going to a tournament, if you go hard and you want to try and win that tournament, you should sure as fuck be able to do that, because it's a fucking tournament at the end of the day. Respect that. Got to respect the integrity of it's a fucking tournament. People should be allowed to go hard. 100%. Respect that. But cutting out a little bit of spam and making it so that bot action tournaments become a little bit more standardized to make it easier to run more events, I think that's a good way of growing the game. Hopefully. Anyway, that's the idea. No idea when and if or how it would be done, but that would be some thoughts that are rattling around my head at the moment. Got a few... I have a license for this list. Shows no, I do what I want. Exactly. If you wanted to run a list where you took 8 nebs, fucking go for it. Go for it. I wouldn't stop you. But I wouldn't do it. You wouldn't be able to do it at my event. You can do it at home. You can't do it at my event. Okay. Let's catch up on the super chats and then go to bed, because it's 4:10 in the morning. So... will this stop my Japanese 28 like mortar spam at 1250 point list?
I don't know. I think probably a little bit, but I think you would be able to get. No, technically not, because you would get 12, 14 in the rifle platoon, and then you could get another light mortar, so that would be 15. So you could get 15 from the rifle platoon plus one extra light mortar, and then you could take an engineer or a recce platoon and take more grenadier squads in there. So you could still do it. You just have to work at it a little bit harder. You just have to work it a little bit harder. But yeah, this is the point. We're not stopping you from doing what the fuck you want to do. We're just trying to curb the edges, just literally curb the edges slightly. And even then, we're not even doing it right now. Yeah. Don't ever think it's a dumb idea. I mean, it's a good question though. It's a good question. So it's one of those things where if someone has an idea, they can absolutely still do it, but it's just not quite as brutally efficient as it would be. So also, what about spamming inexperienced officers? I wouldn't do anything about that, honestly. I wouldn't do anything about that. The max, you can take one officer per platoon. The max inexperienced officers you could get would be 3 because of the rule of 3. But that's probably enough anyway. So yeah, we're not going to try and curb that. It's up to, again, this is a tournament pack. This is the vague outline for a tournament pack. People should be allowed to go hard. We just want to decrease spam. I just want to decrease spam a bit, and I just want to make bolt action tournaments easier to run. That's literally the goal. If you are someone who likes to absolutely smash the fuck out of people in bot action, you will still be able to do that. My goal is not to stop you from going full smash fuck. My goal is to make it so that when you turn up to a bot action tournament, you know what to expect, and there's not some weird house rule like machine guns do D2 pins because the TO thought that would be a cool idea, and it completely alters the fucking nature of the game. Mr. Beeps, it's not stopping optimization to spams. Exactly. That's it. And even then, it's not really stopping it. It's just rule of 3. You can still take 3 nebs. You can still take 3 howling cows. You can still take 3. What do you call it? Whirlball winds. You can still take 3 light tanks, quad machine guns. Yeah. It's literally, you can still optimize, and it's just there to curb the edges a little bit. That's it. We're not trying to build a let's have an early war narrative specific battle recreation. We're not doing that. This is a let's fucking standardize shit. So when you go to, so here's the thing: when you go to a 40k tournament, pretty much the only thing you need to check is it WTC, UKTC, or GW. Other than that, it's 2,000 points. It's rule of 3. That there's going to be that's it. That's it. That's it. So it's just with bot action though, and you know what the missions are going to be at 40k events, and you know what the terrain layout is going to be. All we want to do is basically have like 10 set missions with 10 set terrain layouts, if not more, that TOs can pick from, and then a little spam stopping. Yep, that's it. Anyway, we've got some super chats here that I really, really, really need to answer. And then I need to go to sleep. So I want to say a big thank you to Lord Marshall Balin. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, and thank you for your patience. I know you've been waiting for me to get to you, buddy. I do apologize. We had 70 people playing Old World at this year's LVO. Yep, that's cool as fuck. That's cool as fuck. I really, 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 I want to go to a big Old World event. Big Old World GT. I wonder if, like I said, LVO is quite far away. I think the first time I'd probably go for 40k, but then the second time I could probably go for Old World.
But I wonder if LGT or anything like that does Old World. I know they do Age of Sigmar at the same time and some other games. Would be cool if I could go to LGT and play some Old World. 5-day super major Old World event. That'd be cool. That'd be very, very, very cool. Yeah, for sure. Trooper number 212, thank you for the super chat, man. Thoughts on this list in stream discussion? Let's have a look, mate. Hearing 1 minute. My thoughts on this list. Okay. Hearing this stuff puts an acidic taste in my mouth. For those who have heard of the tale of Panther Guy in my play group, you know who I'm talking about. All he does is play veteran spam. Either veteran Fallschirm Jaeger spam or veteran cavalry spam. I fucking hate veteran spam. No matter what I do or how much HE and concentrate fire I throw at it, it feels like I am interacting with nothing because I can't get anything. Veteran spam is the bane of me and I am so sick of playing into it. Never mind my rambling, I am just venting. Smoke on my ass at this point. I'm probably exaggerating. Perhaps this is why I will sometimes hear grumbling about veteran spam. During the narrative game with Tiki, I unloaded into a 15-man rifle squad of veterans over the course of 4 turns. I wasn't able to kill them all, even though standing out in the open. Trooper 22, I hate veteran spam as well. I do. It is very powerful. This was literally the first time that I have ever run it, and I tried to run it in a themed way without like any, over like I wasn't running like veteran spam back to like nebs or anything like that. But it turns out that I would say even themed veteran spam is really, really hard. It's really hard. But I do think that veteran spam can be countered. And I think the counter was flamethrowers, because think about it. I encountered veteran infantry in all 3 of my games, and I actually didn't feel like it was that powerful because I just burnt it all to death. Turns out what beats veteran spam is other veterans armed with flamethrowers and stubborn. That's what I think. I think that's what it is. Honestly, Trooper 22, I get it. Whenever I'm running, up until this point, actually, let me come from the other side of the fence here for a second, Trooper. Whenever I have run inexperienced or regular focused armies into veterans, I have hated it. Because like you said, I felt like I can't deal with it. I felt like I can't do it. Like they kill me and I don't kill them. Running my own veteran spam for the first time, it felt like killing the enemy veterans wasn't very difficult to do. I think the big reason for this is because veterans have got higher leadership, so they don't typically fail order tests, especially if they've got an officer nearby. And as a result, your veterans keep putting damage output onto them, which is very important, because if you ever have a turn where a unit fails and goes down, that's a lot of firepower you miss out on. And then on top of this, not only do you keep putting the firepower out, but because you're taking less casualties, because you're tougher, your own level of firepower doesn't go out. So I think that veteran spam, if I honestly, Trooper 212, it sounds crazy, but I think the way you beat veteran spam is with your own veteran spam, because you keep your own damage output up high enough where it actually overwhelms their own durability. So I think basically veteran spam versus veteran spam actually is pretty balanced. I think the problem is veteran spam versus non-veterans. I think having some veterans if you have a list which consists of a mixture of regulars and then like maybe 1 or 2 veteran squads on units that feel like they should be veteran. So you got a whole bunch of like regular GIs and a couple of veteran power units. That's cool. And that wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, I think the only thing that can kill a veteran is a veteran. And that's what I have. That's a really good insight, and that's one I've only just had. That's been prompted by your super chat, mate. So yeah. The only thing that can kill a veteran is a veteran. There you are. On a positive note, to make myself feel better, enjoy the stream, I kit bash new Canadian Command Squad. I made these guys with parts from the Le Grognard kit and Bulldog kit. I had to trim and shave some parts to fit together with plastic glue. Hey, let's have a look, man. Hey, they look great.
Holy shit, man. War Games Atlantic, baby. I love it, man. Yes. Yes. Wow, you get so many good bits. They look so good, mate. That's some proper Praetorian Kriegers right there. Nice. The pith helmets look fucking fantastic. I love the power fist as well, man. Love it. Love it. The bulldogs look great. The grognards look great. It all looks fucking great, man. I like it. I like it a lot. All right. And last but not least, I want to say a big thank you to Last Draken. Last Draken, thank you so much for the super chat, bro. Got a tournament on Saturday. List idea in stream discussion. Got my 500 point tournament Saturday, narrative, primary, and pariah secondary. But the kicker is finer soldiers get to use our new codex. But our Rocky Alliance allies the Eldar to get their new toys too. We're tempted to run cavalry backed by walkers and recon. Kree plus 20 Cadians, 1 Vanquisher, 1 Eradicator. Tempted to cut 10 Cadians for a command squad for Master Vox and give them a second order, which will duty and honor. Possible cavalry, Lord Dreer, 10 Death Riders, 10 Death Riders, 2 Armored Sentinels. That side, we're making a stab at the Bay Area Open in May if I can save enough for it. I know I'll get my teeth kicked in, but I'll be a learning experience to get something on that level of much better players than me are. Dude, going there, knowing you're going to lose, but just being like the mighty sponge and just being absorbent, very good attitude to have. As for the list, the first list is probably way more powerful because you're going to be in combined arms ordering tanks. So yeah, I feel like the first list has got a hell of a lot more firepower. The second list, you'll either win big or lose hard because it's a little bit of a curveball. It's a bit of a curveball. So yeah, the first list is definitely a bit spicy, but nothing wrong with that if you want to win. Second list is a bit of a curveball, but it might be over very quickly one way or another. Either you charge it and flatten him, or you get absolutely blasted. That's basically what's going to happen. Oh, my days. All right. All right. Last Draken, good luck whatever happens, mate. Good luck. Gentlemen, we're going to call it there. Let me just close a few tabs and stuff. There we are. Oh. Oh. Let me take my fucking heads off. Let me tell you, I'm quite tired. I'm going to have a... The thing is, I'm just going to have a big sleep tomorrow. I'm just going to have a big sleep. Do a little bit of recording, bit of painting, maybe a bit of Helldivers, just chill. So I don't mind going late tonight. That was quite a long stream, but we covered loads. We covered Bridgehead. We talked about bolt action meta a little bit with like neb spam and some ideas around it. And we also talked about Old World, which is cool. And we talked about Bridgehead. So we covered everything, and we just had a good catch up and a good chill one. So it was a pretty intense stream. It was intense in the end because we covered a lot, but I wanted to cover it. One last thing to mention. After action, I've got a battle report in the bank and 2 after action reports in the bank. Bear in mind that at the moment I'm alternating the plan is to alternate every other week. So battle report, then after action report, battle report, after action report, battle report, after action report. So this is definitely a bit of a sneak preview, but it might take me a little while to get some of the other content out. If I feel like some of the content is sort of sitting like idle, I might end up mixing that schedule up. But that allows me to do a battle report fairly consistently and allows me to do lots of tournament stuff as well. So there we go, which allows me to stop being burned out. So giving you a bit of a heads up on it, sharing a bit of thoughts on it, but open to feedback on this. And I can always keep doing the previews, the sneak peeks in the streams like this, if for those of you that don't want to wait to find out the details. Other than that, this week should be pretty straightforward. Monday, Warlord Wednesday is confirmed this week. It's going to be a review of the Bolt Action starter box. It will be a stream highlight from the end of last year, but it is a pretty in-depth review. So, and some pretty honest thoughts as well. So, yeah. Next week, there'll be Warlord. Next week will be Warlord Wednesday as well. I am tempted to do next week's Warlord Wednesday as the after action report, because that might be kind of cool. Let's see. Yeah, that might be kind of cool. And then Saturday and Sunday next week can just be normal episodes. And then the week after could be the Old World one. The battle report, maybe? No, yeah, next week, me and Sam will be doing a bat rep. So next week, you could have Warlord Wednesday as the after action report. And you could have the battle report on the weekend. And that way, it's not taking like a month for the Old World after action report to come out. It'll be like 2 weeks instead. Yeah, there we go. That's probably how I'll do it. As for the rest of this week, Monday to Friday is going to be usual tactics and unit reviews with a Warlord Wednesday. Saturday is going to be a battle report. Sunday will be the Simon and Mordian hour, where we do sort of the after action stuff that you guys quite enjoy from the stress test, sharing our deep thoughts and our perspectives on the guard meta. Other than that, I've got loads more events coming up for 40k and for Old World and for Bot Action. In fact, I don't have another Bot Action event coming up. Unfortunately, I didn't get a ticket in time. They only had one ticket left and it went. But I do have another Old World event coming up. So there we go. And I might see if I can get a Bot Action. Might see if I can get a Bot Action one. We'll see. Yeah, but other than that, lots of the same. After action reports, battle reports, tactics, unit reviews, loads of it. Loads and loads of it. The foreseeable future. Loads and loads of guard content if you're enjoyable. I've got loads of guard content. That's going to be interspersed with loads of bot action content. And it's going to be seasoned with loads of old world content as well. The trifecta, the 3 pillars of the Mordian Glory channel are all going to be happening every week for the foreseeable future. So hopefully that's pretty exciting. That's all for now. Are you planning to do a big bot action out event? Yes. I want to do. I don't know if I'll be able to do it this year because Element is very full. Maybe towards the end of the year. But I would like to run a within the next 12 months, I would like to run the big 40k Thanos event, big narrative Old World event, big narrative bot action event. And I have pretty much got the ideas in my brain for how to do all of those. Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Thank you for watching. Anything with a song? Think of a song. I just want to check something. No, that's okay. So, all right, gentlemen. I want to say a big thank you for your support. Actually, I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'll just do this. There we go. Got the outro song. All right. Sorry for the bit of the funny one there. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Thank you for joining, liking, subscribing, super chatting, all that amazing stuff. I'm absolutely shattered, but it's been a ton of fun. Oh, 70 magnificent bastards. I'll see you guys next time.